Hello. I'm Adrienne Finch, mental health activist and ambassador for The Shift. And I'm also the CEO of Self Made Mastery and a longtime content creator across all platforms. Hello, everyone. Happy to be here. I'm excited to be here on the first ever Mental Health Day of Action with MTV Entertainment Group. They've launched this as part of Mental Health Awareness Month. As you know, May, here we are. And they galvanized over 1,000 partners to participate in it. The Shift being one of them, we're proud to say. So today is about taking that action around mental health, maybe for the first time, maybe for the 50th, but just one action, right? Having a conversation or asking a question. And that can make a big difference. So the Shift, as you know, has been activating all month around mental health awareness, including with the launch of the Shift Wellness Rallies, both Los Angeles and Chicago. They were so inspiring and amazing to be a part of. We're actually streaming them again today, so you'll hear more about that coming up. During the rallies, we heard from so many amazing young people and also experts and community leaders. I know that I learned so much. And one thing that came up over and over is that being able to manage your brain's response to stressful situations is one key to optimizing your emotional well-being. I think we're all trying to optimize that emotional well-being, especially now. So today I'm so excited to introduce Dr. Reef Karim. Reef is a psychiatrist and a neuroscientist, also an entertainer, coach, motivational speaker, and the founder of the Mad Genius Incubator, helping people achieve their dreams through better mental health. I love that. I'm so excited. But first, you guys, since you know ShiftStarter conversations are all about mental health, so we're going to post this number for anyone who is struggling. You can always text the word hello to 741-741 to be connected to a live crisis text line counselor 24/7. It's free and confidential. So screenshot this so that you have it. You'll always have it handy. You can also go to our website, shifttheshow.com, where we have more helpful and free resources. So Reef, hello. How are you?
Hello.
Happy Mental Health Awareness Month and Mental Health Action Day.
Yeah,
Uh,
same to you.
Thank you so much for joining me today. I'm excited. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I love this day. It's a great day because it's a day to think about our lives and how we can better them. I mean,
Yeah.
what more do you want in life?
Honestly, yes, I'm always trying to better my life. So I'm excited for this conversation and to learn from you. I think a lot of what you do is very aligned with what I aspire to do and learn more about. So this is awesome.
Great.
So along with, so many impressive titles that you have, I can't help but notice that your bio says entertainer. I would love to hear more about that. How does this all fit together?
Yeah, it's definitely life circumstance that sent me this way. And it's based on a quote that, I had said at one point that there's no greater pain than the pain of not living up to your abilities.
Mm.
And for me, I'm Indian. I was born in this really conservative Indian family. And on the day I was born, my dad made an announcement. He's like, everyone gather around, gather around. I've decided he will be a doctor. And then there was like this big moment, and like all these people were applauding, and the crowd roared, and literally I wasn't even born yet, and it was like my life was planned for me, right? And my
Yeah.
dad would creep up to my crib late at night, and he'd be like, doctor, like Jedi mind tricking me. Every birthday I didn't get Legos, I got a medical gift. Every Halloween they dressed me up as a different type of doctor. I mean, it was
Wow.
crazy. So basically the only thing safe in my life, and we all have upbringings and crazy family members and community and stress from society and what society wants us to do and our parents want us to do and blah blah blah. But for me, it felt safe to be a doctor because that's what everybody wanted me to do. But my ability to express myself was incredibly important. And as I did all my training in medicine and my training in the psychological field and all my subspecialties and the academia and the research and the blah blah blah, I really, I built a treatment center out here in LA that I ran for about 10 years, and I just recently exited. And I learned so much about mental health, not just about diagnosis and not just about treatment, but
Mhm.
about things like creativity and hope and self-expression. If you're bottled up inside, you're not sharing your voice, you don't know who you are, you're not authentic, you're just kind of a byproduct of life, then you will have some mental health difficulties.
Mhm.
Part of mental health is self-expression. So for me, the entertainer side is the self-expression side of me.
Wow. What an incredible story. I love that. And I feel like I can connect to you already. My parents are psychologists, but I'm
Oh
here being
God.
a creative entertainer, and you can imagine how those two things intersect. So I
Yeah.
feel you. Um, what led you to work in the mental health space specifically? I mean, you kind of mentioned a little bit about that, but was there a point that you kind of jumped and you're like, yes, this is what I'm going to focus on, or how did that kind of come about?
Yeah. So when I made the decision to go to medical school, I was like, what am I really, really interested in? And where is there stigma or people that are disenfranchised that I felt like I could really help? And this was in the 90s. This was quite a while ago. And I felt like I was really interested in the connection between our brain and our behavior. Not
Hmm.
just our brain. Like I thought about neurosurgery for a while. I thought about neurology for a while, but I was interested in not just, our pathology or not just diagnosing and pathology. I was interested in the amazing abilities of our brain, not
Hmm.
just all the bad stuff, but also the good stuff, like the secret power we have, our innate abilities. If we're aligned with what we really should be doing in our life, like what kind of energy and power and passion and creativity are going to come from our brain. So for me, it was a pretty easy choice. That the closest thing to that in the medical world was psychiatry.
Right.
um, However, as we all know, and I think, hopefully your audience members know, or they should know, when you and I talk about this right now, that mental health has really changed over the decades. At one time it was like, it was all, put mental, anybody who has a mental health issue is called mental illness, and put them away into a psychiatric ward and don't keep them around society. And it's your own failure in life because you had a mental health difficulty. And we heard expressions like, just get them up by your bootstraps, and just, it was like, snap out of your depression. Your anxiety means you're weak. It was all of that kind of stuff. And then we had some really strong neuroscience research that showed that no, there is something legitimately going on in our brains from a neurochemical perspective when you're suffering from a mental health issue. And we saw psychoanalysis, and then we saw a lot of, the birth of like psychodynamic work and a lot of family work. Then we saw the whole Prozac movement and the medication, movement. Then
Yeah.
it was more attachment based. Then it was mindfulness and relaxation. And now I think it's, an integrative model where I personally believe that hope and energy is a big part of it.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, you're so right that there really has been this evolution, and we've learned so much over the years just about, actually the science behind it all. That's something I've definitely noticed, more people understanding and accepting kind of that science, and like, oh, this is real. This is not just something that people, talk about. It's actually happening in our mind. So you've used this phrase, from pathology to potential, which I love, by the way. What does that mean? And when did you start seeing that as an important step to kind of shifting your own life experience?
When I was really young, at some point when, when I'm getting all these medical gifts, and I'm like thinking about how to shift my life
Yeah.
into my potential. And this applies to everybody, every single person who's listening. We live life on a spectrum. And we're having a great day and we're up here, then we're not having a good day. We won the lottery, we lost the ticket, we dated the girl of our dreams, she broke up with us. Like it's just
Yeah.
life. And at some point, there's a diagnostic threshold line. And if you fall below that threshold line, suddenly there's maybe a diagnosis in your life and there's a vulnerability. And that's fine. It's totally fine. But it's also fine to know that none of us are perfect. We all have flaws, every single one of us. There is no person that's perfect. So, in light of that, we're all going to have a spectrum of behavior, and sometimes it's not good, and that's okay, and sometimes it's embarrassing or shameful, or we're having difficulties, and that's okay. And when I look at human pathology to human potential, I think we get too caught up in thinking mental health is mental illness. Mental health is not mental illness. Mental health is everything good and
Mhm.
creative and inspired and energetic. It's passion. It's all of that, and it's difficulties. It's anxiety and stress and clutter and difficulties concentrating and distraction and depression and mood issues and all sorts of other stuff and escapism behaviors and all of that. It's all in that spectrum. So when I talk about moving from human pathology, the illness, difficulties with health side of it, to human potential, our innate empowerment, our innate abilities to do great things in the world and great things in our life, that's the full spectrum of life. That's all the colors. That's hitting every aspect, all the highs and all the lows.
Yeah, I love that. I think it's so important to remember that it's not just mental illness. And I know, with the shift, we're all about breaking kind of that negative stigma around mental health. And I think you bring up such an important point that one of those things to keep in mind and to keep remembering is that it is all those good things as well. If you go to therapy, you should not only talk about the issues and how to overcome those, but when you're having a good week, you should still go and talk about why you're having a good week and all of that. I love it. So what is, in your opinion, the importance of mental clarity to living our best life?
Yeah. So in the research I've done, in the academic work I've done, and in the, owning the mental health center, I discovered that there's certain core elements to us that put us in the right position to, to be more authentic, to be more original, to be more aligned, to be more empowered creatively, to be more courageous, to find that purpose or that ability to tap into our abilities. All of that stuff can happen, but the first thing you have to have before you can do any of that is to gain mental clarity,
Right.
because we need space in our mind to be able to differentiate. We need space in our mind to be creative. We
Yeah.
need space in our mind to seek our inner wisdom, to seek our abilities, to connect our heart and our innate abilities and our wisdom to our mind. So if you're swimming in distraction, if you're swimming in tons of stress and clutter, because I call it like clutter of the mind.
I definitely have clutter of the mind.
Right now, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All the time, every day.
That clutter takes precedence over your ability to envision a better life. It
Right.
just happens. And so the first thing I do with people is awareness and mental clarity. You have to be aware of how you're presenting in the world. You have to be aware of how you see yourself in the world, good or bad, and
Yeah.
how the way you see yourself impacts the way other people see you and respond to you. And then you have to have enough space in your mind to clear out some of the distractions, all the chaos and the stimuli, so that you have room to envision a better future.
That makes a lot of sense. Yes, absolutely. So tell us more about your downloadable guide, getmentalclarity.com. What are some of the tools and strategies that people can find in that?
Yeah, so I had a number of people that are like, "Hey, what you're saying is really cool. Like, I totally dig this, but is there a way that I can work on this, like at home, or just when I have some free time?" And I said, "Sure." So I created just a free downloadable guide for anybody to use, and so it's getmentalclarity.com, getmentalclarity.com, and in that guide, I talk about, first off, what happens in the mind, and how do you, what are some tools to achieve mental clarity, and why is it so important? And one of those tools is to be the gatekeeper of your own mind.
Mhm.
And it's funny, like, we all live somewhere, right? In an apartment, in a house, and wherever we live. If you opened your door and you let in anyone who walked by on the street, I mean anyone, like from crazy neighbors to paranoid people to just anybody who's walking by, you would be freaked out in your house, because there would be some toxic people in your house. There'd be some strange people in your house. There'd be some cool people, but some just really, like, you'd be uncomfortable in your house. Like, what are these people going to do to me? And who are these people? we do that with our mind. We don't have a bouncer in front of our mind.
Right.
We don't disseminate like what information and stimuli should be let in. We don't filter our mind.
Right.
We
That's so
just
true.
let anything in. You could be in front of CNN all day long and you think maybe unconsciously you're not taking this in, but you are.
Yeah.
Whether it's coming in consciously or it's moving into paranoid fear unconscious, you're constantly taking this stuff in. And I don't care if it's CNN or Fox News or the all the murder episodes on like shows. You're taking it in, and you're also taking in the people that you hang out with. If you have a crazy paranoid neighbor who's talking about conspiracy theories all day, you're taking that in.
Yeah.
So there's an expression. I think Jim Rohn had an expression about the 5 people you hang out with are really kind of dictate your future. But and I would just add an adjustment to that for this and say the 5 main sources of stimuli you take in define your future. Like if you're taking in negativity and paranoia and fear and stress and limitation, that becomes your life.
Yeah. Wow. It really does. I mean, you already have me thinking about my top 5 stimuli that come into me and what, so you have this brainstorm exercise within that document, and where you do name those sources of stimuli that you're talking about. What is the benefit of naming those? And, I'd also love, well, first, what are the benefits of naming those for someone?
Yes. So in the guide, I talk about the different types of stimuli that come into us. And, I give a bunch of examples, but it's really important that we all brainstorm. And if anybody watching this goes to, getmentalclarity.com, you'll be able to see all these exercises. It's easier to see it than it is to explain it.
Yeah.
But when you brainstorm all the different stimuli that come into your mind, you're going to be blown away. You're going to be like, oh my God, like I had no idea that I'm taking in all of this information. And then your brain has to process all of that information. So one of the exercises that I have is take your top 5 negative sources of stimuli that you take in. And then what kind of relationship do you want to have with that type of stimuli? So I like to talk about things in the metaphor of relationships. So if you have a relationship with CNN because you're constantly watching about what's happening with the pandemic and what's happening with like the world and all that, how can you either delete, edit, or modify, or somehow alter that relationship if it's not a healthy relationship for you? Because if it plants fear and stress into your head and then you take that with you the rest of the day, then it's not a healthy relationship. So you have to look at like relationships that you have with stimuli, with information. What is your relationship with different types of information?
Right. Yeah. And then figuring out how to modify that. And it is true. I think a lot of people don't necessarily think about things that way. Like we think about what we eat. We think about, the things we're doing on a day-to-day basis. We're not necessarily realizing that these are all stimuli that, like you said, subconsciously, whether we're aware or not, they are coming into our minds and they're affecting how we perceive the world and how we act and think and talk. And I am definitely going to go do your exercise because I feel like I could benefit from that for sure.
We're ingesting information just like we're ingesting food.
Yeah.
And in this digital era, if you're looking at your mind and you really want to improve your mind, you have to look at what you're ingesting.
Yeah, absolutely. It totally makes sense. And we're ingesting a lot. I mean, every day we're scrolling on our phones and just looking at whatever's popping up too. We're not always even being selective about what it is. It's whatever's coming to us. We're not necessarily picking and choosing,
the ads are picking us. The technology is putting those ads in front of us. And just really quick, from a neurobiological perspective, it takes energy. It takes mental energy to
Yeah.
process whether I want to buy that thing in that ad that's in front of me that's already targeting my pain points, and it's already making me feel something if it's a good ad. So
Yeah.
it's just the way life works right now. And that takes processing speed. And so if you have processing energy and speed that's constantly going and going and going, you have less mental energy to build a better life because
Right.
you're constantly focused on the distractions that are being thrown at you. I mean, in some ways, I feel like we're at a war, at a war right now for the ownership of our own minds. And I truly feel that like people need to take charge of
Yeah.
what's coming into their mind.
That is such a scary but accurate way to put things, because it truly does feel like that when you really stop to think. I think anyone could agree. They might not be consciously thinking about that on the day to day, but when you really unpack that, hey, look at what's happening on our phones and the ads, you're totally right. I mean, it is kind of a war, and I'm ready to take control. I want to fight against that.
Fight it.
Yeah. So we've talked kind of about the different components that make up your work, the relationship between human potential and personal development and spirituality, and optimizing kind of your mental health and your life. Tell us more about that, and what are some of the key ingredients to like getting the most out of working on your mental health?
So in the treatment center that I had, we divided up when somebody comes in for help. They were coming in primarily for a mental health difficulty or challenge, or they were coming in for a relationship challenge, or they were coming in for an addiction as a form of either escapism, or they developed a problem with a substance or a behavior, or or pills.
Yeah.
And we would put people through a crisis element of it. So the first stage was always crisis. There was either a medical crisis, a psychological crisis, a family crisis, a legal crisis, an existential crisis, something. And then they moved into a period of stabilization. And stabilization is where there was a lot of therapy. Like on the crisis end, it was a little more medical and hardcore psychological. And then it became more therapeutic in the stabilization phase. And most insurance companies and most treatment providers will then say, okay, you're good. You're stabilized. You're good. Go off and live your life. You're not in crisis anymore. And the entire field felt like crisis management. And somebody comes in a crisis, they've got a mental illness, they have a challenge, that you go through treatment, you're stabilized, and you're good. Bye. See ya. That was
Yeah.
great. Insurance will cover that. Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
A lot of those people would relapse, and they would come back to where a treatment somewhere because the mental health issue came back, or the addiction came back, or the relationship toxicity was still there, or whatever. And so I added a third piece, which is the growth piece. And in the growth piece, I used a lot of creative methodologies, a lot of performance techniques, because so my background as an entertainer is I worked in improvisation, sketch and improv. I did a lot of work as an actor. I did character acting in the Bollywood world, and then out here in LA. I danced. I've done like movement, a lot of movement exercises, a lot of music and music therapy. So I incorporated all of that into the growth element, in addition to existential and like hope and belief and existential work.
Yeah.
And it was shocking how improved people got once they were stabilized. They still needed to go through the crisis management. They still needed to go through the stabilization phase. This is not a replacement for it, but it's an adjunct add-on to that. Once they realized how they are differentiated from other people, they're their own individual. They have their own original journey in life. They don't have to conform. They can be themselves. And then they had the space in the room, like I talked about, to envision a better future. And they had belief and hope that they were worthy of that better future. That worthiness component was huge.
Oh, yeah.
And people got significantly better in regards to their human pathology, because they could see something for themselves in the world that they couldn't see before. It completely changed their perspective. And that was incredible to see for me. And it made me realize I'm really on to something here, and I want to be able to share this concept of hope and belief and creativity and originality and courage to a much bigger audience. And so that's why I ended up selling the center, because I'm like, this is great. I set up this entire system, and now I want to move beyond that and be able to share this to as many people as I can to help people to lead better lives.
That's incredible. And I think the hope element is so important. How did you track kind of the difference that hope made? I mean, was it just, once you started incorporating those pieces in, you just noticed such a big difference with how everyone was kind of feeling after they were done with treatment? Was there like a way that you tracked that?
Yeah. So what we do is we have people come in and they didn't do the growth phase. They just went through crisis and they went through stabilization. Mm-hmm. And, we were kind of softly measuring return rates, and we were checking on them after they left to see how they were doing. And then we had them do the growth phase, and we had community groups by which they could engage in, and they would continually tell us how they were doing, and we would see what their goals were and how close they were to reaching those goals. And so we were able to track them because we didn't have large numbers. We had smaller numbers of people because it was more of a concierge type treatment center. And it was great. I mean, I can't talk enough about how important that piece is for people that are struggling, because when you struggle with your mental health, the other piece that people forget is you kind of wonder, like, can I trust myself? Mm-hmm. Can I trust my own opinions? Like, is my stress talking? Is my OCD talking? Is my depression talking right now? Is my anxiety disorder or panic talking? What's talking right now? Yeah. And you start to kind of not feel that confident in yourself, and you don't feel as courageous, and your self-esteem takes a hit, and your self-worth takes a hit. And you feel like, God, I don't know what my future is going to be. I don't know what I'm capable of. Maybe my limit is here. Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm like, this is the best I can do in life. And when you can push through that ceiling, that stifling, limiting block, and you can see something beyond that, it is amazing.
Oh yeah. Wow. That's incredible. I mean, what a story, what a thing that you've built. That's so awesome. Where can people go to learn more about you and your work, get involved?
So as I mentioned, like, I wanted to work on both sides, the human pathology side and the human potential side. And the way to do that is to build a program and to build a system by which part of it is getting out of your own way. Yeah. It's developing mental clarity. It's building awareness. It's overcoming limitations and conditioning. It's exploring the unconscious. It's exploring the unexplored parts of you, right? That's part of it. And the other part is creativity, originality, and courage. And so I built an entire system called the Mad Genius Incubator. And it's a 90-day program by which people can absolutely explore themselves. They can explore the power of their mind. They can get out of their own way, and they can see what their abilities are. Because a lot of times, we are capable of things beyond our own awareness. Mm-hmm. And we have to move past our own awareness. And so that's what the program's all about. And it's called the Mad Genius, specifically Incubator. And my whole brand is about Mad Genius because, back in the day, we had role differentiation. So the role was, you're a carpenter, you're a car maker, you're a hairstylist. And one of those roles was that crazy mad genius or mad scientist who would live alone, had crazy hair, had this weird connection to lightning, and would like make all these random things and had this house full of inventions. But their job was to challenge societal norms, to make things better or make things different or make things new. And if you look at society now, where so many people are entrepreneurs, so many people are looking to leave legacy, to build impact, to build influence, to stand out in this crowded, noisy world we're in, you have to think differently. You
Right.
have to engage in divergent thinking. You have to be able to differentiate yourself from other people. And so to me, the ultimate mind in this modern day society is the modern mad genius. So what I do is I teach people how to think and become a modern day mad genius. And that's what the program is about. And the website is madgeniusincubator.com. So if anybody's interested in that, I mean, the program is so cool because not only are you training, and sorry, I'm just so excited about it because I love it.
No, it's good.
Not only are you training to build a more high performing mind, but we do it on a big idea that you bring in. And that big idea could be, I want to do a TED Talk. I want to write a book. I want to start a nonprofit. I want to build a soundtrack, and I'm a musician. I want to write a screenplay. I want to, build a new small business. Whatever it is, you work on the skills that you build. You apply it to your idea.
Yeah. Wow. So everyone, definitely go check out his program and your website, right? reefkarim.com to learn more about all of your work.
Yeah, that's to learn more about me, but it's madgeniusincubator.com.
Madgeniusincubator.com, yes. And the getmentalclarity.com for the other exercise. This is so exciting. Thank you so much for joining us on this special conversation. It's been awesome learning more about, what you do. I think it's such important work that you're doing. So thank you. And everyone listening here at home, coming up now, it's time to get your snacks ready, your popcorn, because we're screening actually both of our wellness rallies today to see what you can find as an action that you can take for your own mental well-being. We're starting off with the Shift Wellness Rally at Chicago, and the show is chock full of guided moments, real conversations, tools, and strategies that really do work. There's also a Q&A with the Chicago Mayor, Lori E. Lightfoot, so don't miss a minute of that. And stay tuned because I'll see you guys after the rally. I'll be joined by special guest, neon pop princess, singer/songwriter Annie Solange. She's awesome. She just dropped her latest music video. Nope, actually, she's dropping it today on YouTube. And her superhero power is about connecting with what's going on for us. And you can catch it right here after the LA rally replay. So we'll see you guys soon. Thanks so much again, Reef.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Oh, yeah.
All right, in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Okay, shifters.
Do you hear me now?
Sounds good.
This is my path that I am grateful for.
We're all under a lot of stress right now. There's no one on the planet that is immune from having mental health struggles.
Everyone has some sort of issue, everyone's going through something, and everyone should be able to talk about it and not feel ashamed of it.
I'm going to be open. I've gone through some stuff, I feel like it would have been beneficial to my mental health as a youth then to have someone speak to me about it, because at that age, I didn't even know what it was. I had no idea what it was.
I believe it's a commonality in all of us, and I think we all have a part within us that feels misunderstood or misjudged.
You're figuring it out yourself. It takes a toll on, your heart, because it's like that sometimes aches.
There are healthy ways to manage difficult circumstances to improve our mental health.
We wanted to prioritize building community and creating these safe spaces.
Let's stop the stigma and join the conversation. Let's build a shift.
What is a shift? A move, especially over a small distance. It's a slight change in position, direction, or tendency. It can be a small step, and it can have a big impact. What does it look like, or sound like, or feel like for you to start a shift?
Hello, shifters.
Hey, shifters.
Hey, Chicago.
Hey, Chicago.
Let's rally.
Let's rally.
What if it starts with a conversation?
Hello, Chicago. Thank you so much for joining us for the Shift Wellness Rally Chicago. I'm Adrienne Finch.
Welcome to Chicago. Hey, everybody. I'm Paulina Roe. And Adrienne, I'm very excited to be here in virtual life with you.
Yes, virtually. We are all together right now. I'm glad we're all here because the Shift is collaborating with some amazing organizations like Rincon Family Services, Recovery International, the City of Chicago, and so many wonderful community members and partners and sponsors to rally around creating and activating a meaningful conversation about mental health in Chicago. Paulina, why don't you kick us off? Why are you a part of the Shift Wellness Rally Chicago for its kickoff here?
Of course, well, what does it mean to rally, right? To me, it means to come together for a common purpose, to take a stand and speak up against something that matters mutually to everyone. So I want to be a part of that with mental health. There's so much non-wellness around us, mentally, physically, emotionally, that I'm ready to rally for well-being for everyone. And I've been a big voice for mental health for a while now. A lot of my colleagues on the air, on the Fred Show here in Chicago, they've been, the same, vocal about mental health professionally. I've also done a lot of work in this space too. Started, with Get Your Mind Right, to start in, do my part, right, in starting the conversation. So yeah, I'm in it.
Yes. Paulina, the act of your speaking about mental health openly is so powerful. You've definitely taken a step out to do that, and that isn't always easy. And we're about to hear today from experts, mental health advocates, and also young people in the community who have added their voice to that conversation. And you can too at home. If you are watching, you can vote in our polls when we post our first few in a moment. But before we dive into things, we do want to remind you that today we are going to be talking about mental health. And some of it can feel serious. We're not mental health experts, but we do want to make sure that you guys have resources on hand throughout the event if you need to start a conversation with a reliable resource.
Yes, so we're going to put these numbers on the screen for you to keep, and have, if any point today or if ever you experience emotional distress, you can text HELLO to 741-741 to connect with a life crisis text line counselor that's 24/7, or you can call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline at 1-800-273-8255. Or if deaf and hard of hearing, you can, text telephone, that's to 800-799-4889.
Yes. So these are good numbers to have in your phone. I mean, maybe for yourself, if you need a little extra support, or to also share with a friend or a family member who might be struggling. And if they're having a hard time in their life, sometimes anonymous resources can help them feel safe to share about what they're going through.
Yes, it's so important to have someone to talk to, and that's exactly why we're here. Throughout the rally, you're going to hear from some real talk, some real people that will equip you with some powerful tips and tools to help your well-being.
And as we start this conversation and throughout the rally, we invite you to add your voice. We actually have poll questions that will be coming up on the screen. So please participate by voting on the Shift Wellness Rally website. When you see the surveys change right below your screen, or if you're watching on our website, they'll change right below your screen. Or if you're tuning into the show from social, you can vote on your phone by heading over to the shiftwellnessrally.com/vote. Super easy.
Yes. And, these aren't questions we tend to ask ourselves every day, about mental health or our well-being.
True. These can definitely be things that we shy away from, depending on whether you even feel comfortable asking for support or help when you might need it, right? So that actually brings us to our first question. Have you ever asked for mental health support? Yes or no? So be sure to go to the shiftwellnessrally.com/vote and let us know. We'd love to hear from you.
Yes, absolutely. We're looking at these results also coming in. And thank you all for being so open and honest as well. And, this is a question that we've even asked before of others or of ourselves. You can let us know what you think by voting, again, on the shiftwellnessrally.com/vote.
Yes, I love it. We're seeing a lot of yes, people have asked. We're seeing some no. And so, we're going to talk a lot about that all today. I personally have asked. I had an interesting situation. I grew up with two psychologist parents. So as you can imagine, I was lucky to have those tools and the support that made my experience with online bullying and anxiety and things like that a lot more manageable. But it was even still difficult, right? So what about you, Paulina?
Yeah, no, thank you for being so open and honest. I mean, I definitely didn't ask for help until I got a little older, so growing up, I did grow up in a very, immigrant household. My parents are both from two totally different countries. We have Poland and we have Mexico, and it's just so interesting too, growing up, because for me, I kind of felt like there wasn't really a way to ask, and there were a lot of barriers, but I'm so glad that I'm doing this now, and I'm very happy that I learned how to ask for help. There's never a wrong time to ask. So, I had to learn how to make sure the people around me could hear that I was saying help. So I think these conversations are so important to be had, and that's exactly why I love that we're doing this today.
Absolutely. I mean, and you bring up a good point. How we even say help can also sound and look and be different for everyone. And let us know, you guys, everyone watching, share what you think. Have you ever felt you needed help, whether you asked for it or not? Have you felt that you could use some extra support at times? So have you ever felt you needed help? Yes or no, whether you've asked for it or not. We're still seeing a lot of yes for asking for mental health support, which is, of course, what we hope. So go ahead and vote if you haven't.
Yes, so many people feeling that way. Make sure to go cast your vote at shiftwellnessrally.com/vote. Have you ever asked for mental health support? You can also see you're definitely not alone. And if you have felt like this, you can use some extra support. Let's get this rally started then with some voices who are here to say, we hear you.
Let's do it.
Hey, Shifters. I'm Mayor Lori Lightfoot.
And I'm First Lady Amy Eshelman.
And we're excited to be part of the conversation surrounding the mental health of our young people.
Hi, my name is Eddie Borrayo. I am the president and CEO of Rincon Family Services, which Rincon has been around since 1972, so almost close to 50 years, providing behavioral health services to the greater Chicagoland area. Now more than ever, the importance of lifting up our youth voices, breaking down stigma surrounding our well-beings, and ensuring that our communities receive the necessary resources is crucial. Now we're here to really engage the community to talk about the importance of mental health and reducing the stigma in mental health for all of us.
This past year has been especially difficult for our young Chicagoans who have been adjusting to the many challenges that the pandemic has presented, especially those that have been impacted by their mental health.
That's why we're here to start the conversation and stop the stigma around mental health, as well as give our young people the resources they need to maintain their mental well-being.
I want to encourage you to speak out and speak up. Ask questions. Don't suffer in silence.
What really excites me about this mental wellness rally is the conversations around mental health and wellness that our youth is now able to represent themselves with. Hi, I'm Jake Roscoe. I'm 27 years old and I'm working for Rincon Family Services in Chicago.
Hey Chicago, my name is Erin Thompson.
It is a great pleasure to take part of this important conversation about mental health and mental care.
Hi, my name's Anna. I am 28 years old. I work at Rincon Family Services as a substance use counselor.
Collectively and together, we are working towards breaking the stigma.
Let's stop the stigma.
You can be heard.
Let's start the conversation. Let's stop the stigma.
Let's start the conversation.
Let's start the conversation.
Let's heal together.
Let's create a shift around here.
Mental health is everything. Our brains is where it all happens, is where creativity happens. If you think of it like a plane, the cockpit is where everything is created. So of course, mental health is so important.
I believe the biggest obstacle to speaking about mental health is ourselves. We will create excuses. I'm okay. I feel okay today. Or it's not a good time. Or I'm too busy. It's easy to make excuses and twice as hard to be willing to help ourselves sometimes.
I think that we all feel that our own problems are less important than whatever anyone else is going through, which can be incredibly invalidating to our own mental health at times.
As someone who's really young and a student, I think that mental health has impacted people more this year than any other traditional year.
I know it's been such a challenging time through
events that have been happening in our community through collective trauma. And I just want to recognize that when we talk about mental health, we can't separate that from issues of social justice.
This whole pandemic has definitely had a humongous toll on everybody.
The effects have disproportionately affected certain groups, including young people who have had decreasing access to mental health services.
During this whole pandemic and everything, like, it's been so hard to get all of these services. You feel distance with people, you know what I'm saying?
I definitely felt an increase in anxiety that sometimes I didn't know what was going to happen. I was seeing people close to me passing away or getting sick, and that was terrifying.
Since I haven't been able to interact with a lot of people, I see myself getting anxious when I'm in social situations.
We don't even know the true impact of COVID on our mental health on a situation where it was already terrible.
My biggest message around starting the conversation around mental health is look inward first and ask yourself, what are you needing right now? What does wellness mean to you, and what do you need to reach that?
When our emotions spin out of control, our minds and bodies can feel like they're not our own. We might know we need help, but for what exactly? Mental Health America has developed a screening tool that can help you figure out what you're dealing with.
So when your trusted adult or your doctor or your therapist asks what's wrong, you don't have to say, I don't know.
Understanding what's going on with your mental health is the first step in getting the support that you need ASAP.
Welcome, everybody. We are here for a discussion around mental health with youth in our community. My name is Rosana Rodriguez, and I am the alderwoman of the 33rd Ward. We are so glad that we have an opportunity to have this conversation out in the open, to continue to talk about stigma around mental health, and what our needs are as young people, as communities. We know that we have been living through really hard times in the last year. Do you believe that mental health care is available to you, and do you feel comfortable asking for it if you need it?
It's kind of hard to reach out, just sitting around, you know, in a bad place in general, you know what I'm saying? And then it got so bad to the point where, like, I was just freaking out about everything, you know? I really wanted to reach out, right? I didn't know how to. My parents, they really didn't understand what was going on with me, you know what I'm saying?
It's really hard to reach out because, like, you don't know if someone's gonna believe you, because we've always been like questioned about, like, oh, like, are you sure it's not about your grades? Like, especially if you're like first generation and like your parents are immigrants, like, it's extremely hard because they don't understand. Like, they'll just portray like what they've been through as a kid, or like their life, their past life on you.
If it wasn't my parents that were gonna help me out, I was like, then who else? I was thinking about, you know, reaching out to like to the counselor. She gave me this email that got me to talk with a psychologist, right, or a therapist. I'm so thankful for that day that I got to reach out. I got that help.
It's been a very big change, not only for adults, but I feel like sometimes teachers and even parents don't understand that it's also been a humongous shift for us, and that we need more support. And just understanding that, you know, things aren't how they used to be, and that things are different. We can't do the same things we used to be able to do.
I used to always love coming to school because I always felt safe, and I always felt like it's an environment to be able to talk to my teachers about my problems, and they were always there for me. So I feel like teachers should always be there for their students, do daily checkups. If they're slacking off, to contact them, to do meetings with them. That's super important because it's gonna go a long way, and their mental health is going to affect everything in their life. Their education, their jobs, whatever they do in life is gonna affect it.
I feel very privileged to live in a household where I can talk to my mom, and I go to therapy, and I have people I can talk to, but there's so many people that don't have an opportunity in their household. They can't talk to their parents, and even if they do and their parents want to help them, they might not have the funds to, and they don't know where to get help.
People who in the community just never have taken any kind of therapy, have never even heard of therapy, or, you know, they never even heard of mental health, but they feel some type of way and they don't know why they're feeling the way they're feeling. That's what the Living Room program is there for. It's kind of like that tiny step. You don't have insurance, you don't want to do therapy, or if you've had a bad experience with therapy, come on over, we'll talk to you. You need help looking for a job, or you need help looking for insurance if you don't have insurance, or any resources that you need help with, they're also there to help you. And you're gonna leave thinking, okay, I'm not alone. I have someone here who's not only listening, but they're gonna talk to me and they're gonna give me options. And you can come as much as you want, as often as you want.
And my experience here it's been great. We have the meditation room and we have the library. All the time when I'm not doing nothing, all I do is just come here and chill.
And it's like different components that make up a house, that make up a safe space. They have the sofas, they have the TV, little coffee table. There's a meditation room, which is pretty cool because it's like, oh my gosh, there's a meditation room. You just want to sit down and, take your mind off of things and play some video games. There's a gaming room. There's an art room. So if you feel like you want to draw or doodle, art could be very therapeutic for people.
I made this art. One of the staff members made this one right here. I made that one right here. This is my safe place. It took me away from streets. It took me away from ending up in the hospital. And yeah.
I gotta do is walk in. You don't have to set an appointment, and then they'll be there to help you, and they'll ask you, what do you need? And this is what we're gonna do to try and get you what you need.
We know that we cannot go through this life journey alone. Sometimes we need people who have been there to provide a little bit more support along the way. Having an adult or someone in your life that you feel safe with is so important to your mental health. For me, that trusted adult in my life when I was in high school was actually a teacher. This teacher was so influential in terms of my mental health because I could go to her when I had issues. So often it was hard for me to talk to my parents about my mental health, about the different things I was going through and the things I was feeling. And having that teacher there just to be a sounding board to chat with when I was feeling down really helped me to feel okay. And I know that if I was in a place where I needed a lot of support, or maybe I needed professional help, like to see a therapist or a psychiatrist, if I needed that extra support, I know that she would have been there for me in order to help me get connected to the resources to make me feel better.
Sometimes when we're at our lowest is when life chooses to challenge us the most. And if you live with depression or bipolar, well, those challenges can be isolating and sometimes feel never ending. With our new podcast, I'm Living Proof, a letter to my younger self, you may discover that you're not alone. Join us as we listen to young adults living with depression or bipolar detail their first brush with a mood disorder and a letter written and read to their younger selves. In each letter, we explore their journey, learn how they face the challenges of living with a mood disorder, and find out what makes them living proof.
Wow. I think there's so much to look back on in our experiences where we really can see our own strength, right? And plus what young people are dealing with overall. I mean, there's a lot that's going on right now that's brand new to the world. So you guys can keep voting on our website to add your thoughts into the conversation.
Yes, and we've heard COVID, we've heard isolation, all new experiences, new challenges, right?
Oh, right. And then the feeling of, not being understood or not knowing where to turn, that all adds up. So what did you guys say your biggest stressors are? If you haven't voted, feel free to go to the shiftwellnessrally.com/vote. Let us know. Get in on this conversation. We're seeing some school, money, relationships. There's a little bit of everything here.
Yes, all valid stress.
Yeah.
For sure. We also heard just now about some different types of support, which is so important, and they're helping people, right? Whether as a first timer or someone who's used to asking for help. We're curious what you all think, even if support is there. When you get stuck in an emotion or a situation, do you feel comfortable asking for help?
Right.
Yeah. No, you can also go cast your vote now to the shiftwellnessrally.com/vote to join in all the conversations too today.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of yes, but we're still seeing some no. And of course, we want everyone to ultimately get to a place of feeling comfortable, but it's okay that you're not feeling comfortable right now. That's why we're here. It's not always easy to say help sometimes. And there are also so many ways to take a small step. It might even be overwhelming to think about kind of where to start and how do you calm your mind enough to know where to start, right?
Absolutely. And, we're going into a really nice mind shift moment with a meditation exercise, one of my favorites too, led by Dr. Broderick Sawyer, and some great conversation around stigma and building trust, a special Q&A visit with Chicago's very own mayor, Lori Lightfoot, with more resources and ways that you can find a starting point around your own mental well-being.
I began my therapy journey when I was 19 years old. I was experiencing panic attacks. When I was first introduced to meditation, I'm like, how am I going to sit here for 10 minutes and not talk? I mean, that's brutal for me. One of the most amazing benefits of meditation was me being able to calm the monkey brain down. That's an actual term. Because sometimes this gets so jumbled and so cluttered.
The terms mental health or wellness make me think of, the awareness we all have within ourselves when we aren't okay all the time, and that's okay to feel that way. And just, the importance of recognizing those moments we experience and how we choose to cope with those situations on our own.
Hello. My name is Dr. Broderick Sawyer. I am a clinical psychologist, meditation teacher, therapist, speaker, educator, got a book in the works, different things like that. But I'm here today to talk about just mindfulness and how it can help you just engage in your own journey of mental health and healing, of self-realization, really living your truth. And I've learned a lot and took a lot away from mindfulness, both in my personal life, struggling with anxiety, depression, substance use, trauma for myself. And I've also helped a lot of clients, therapy clients, work through their own difficulties, just using the power of mindfulness. Mindfulness is in the present moment. It's always there. So that feeling that you have right now, watching this random guy talking, smiling, pausing, right? So you're tuning into what's happening in the present moment, right? So if I have a class assignment due, next week, if I'm thinking about that when I'm in the present moment, when I'm not working on it, there's really no point to worrying or following my mind going into that space, right? So mindfulness, in essence, is the ability to see your mind pulling you out of the present moment and instead choosing to stay in the present moment. Instead, you see the worries on the horizon. You see that big project that you have to do tomorrow. It's okay to worry. It's okay to have fear. But we don't follow our fears when we're not in moments that we can actually do something about them. Mindfulness is a reality as it is, not as I wish it was. That's what mindfulness is when it comes to mental health and well-being. We want to allow ourselves to feel what we feel. And we want to have compassion for the human condition. I'd like to do just a brief meditation exercise. It's how we become present. We want to start with nice full in breaths, breathing all the way in. And then at the top of the in-breath, just let go and breathe all the way out. And then once again, I want you to breathe all the way in. And then release your breath at the top and just try to loosen your shoulders a little bit with that out breath. Relax your jaw muscle a little bit. And keep breathing in this way. So breathe all the way in. Really fill your lungs. And on the out breath, just release. Release any tension. Release any worries. All you have to focus on in this moment is breathing all the way in and breathing all the way out. That's all there is to it. Just continue to breathe this way. All the way in, all the way out. And then allow your breath to resume at a natural rhythm. So that means that no more deep breaths. So just let your breath settle. Just let it breathe itself. You don't need to control it anymore. breathe. And what I want you to do once your breath is settled is imagine some place or someone who makes you feel good. This can be a place like the beach, or for me, it's a basketball court. Or if it's a person, it can be a grandmother, a parent, a friend, a pet. There's someone or some place that makes you feel really relaxed, really at ease. And I want you to imagine yourself with this person, or with this pet, or in this place. Just use your imagination to put yourself in this relaxed, safe space. So if you're imagining a place, you might imagine what it feels like. If you're at the beach, maybe your toes are in the sand, or if you're in the forest, see how green it is. Imagine all the little details, and if you're imagining a pet, imagine that you're petting your dog or you're petting your cat. Just really bring to mind what it's really like to feel that appreciation. It's a person. Imagine their eyes looking back at you, smiling, and you're smiling at them too. And just feel the sense of connection and ease with the space that you're in. Just really appreciate the space. Just really breathe into the space. Notice any feelings of happiness, of ease. And just taking a few more breaths. Just one nice big in-breath. Breathing out. And you can open the eyes. That was just a little bit of a mindfulness meditation practice. That can serve to help us become more present. And it can also help us create feelings of happiness or joy. We were just practicing breathing, right? And sometimes that's what you can do. You can just set your timer for 5 minutes. Just sit, just breathe all the way in, all the way out. And on the out breath, just relax your shoulders, relax any tension in your body. And then there you go. Very effective practice, great for sleep. And then that second practice we did, we just visualized someone or some place that we just really love. And we sit in that, and then we start to feel feelings of kindness and peace and openness. So the more you practice feeling that way in a meditation, when you're imagining something, then you can start to transfer those feelings to your everyday life. Hey, I really appreciate you all. I'm just really, really happy to be a part of this. Here's to healing.
So you know all those feels you tend to feel? Well, being able to put words, actual vivid language to it, can be a big part of reducing the negative impact on our mental state. For example, if you're feeling sad, it actually helps us manage this emotion when we can be specific about the kind of sadness that we're feeling. Disappointment, grief, empty, isolated, powerless. Coming up with words for our emotions isn't always easy, especially when we're feeling out of it to begin with. This online tool can help us find words we didn't even know we were looking for. All the Feels is an awesome free app that helps you identify and track your emotions. It helps you name your feelings with expressive words that you can relate to, creating a catalog of your emotional vocabulary. You can use it as a tool to really see where you're at, and you can share your weekly or monthly graphs with your therapist. I mean, who has time to remember how you were feeling last Tuesday? All the Feels is a really simple way to put the right words to what we're feeling so that we can better manage how we're feeling.
Hello, my name is Rosa Gomez. I'm 29 years. I'm from Chicago, Southside. It's not easy for my community to talk about mental health. We don't know how to express, how to say, I need help, and we need that. It's not a lot of places to help our community in their own language. And I'm not talking only about Hispanic. I'm talking about Polish, French, Chinese, Japanese, they need someone in their own language to express themselves better.
I grew up in a household where if I were to say I was sad, I was anxious, or feeling, depressed or whatever, I was met with, don't you have food on the table? Don't we provide for you? Don't you have a roof over your head? Don't you go to school? We wish we had your life. Things like that.
I have both depression and anxiety, and the reason why I wouldn't talk about my family about it would be because I wouldn't want to worry them, because I myself I'm a people pleaser, so I wouldn't want to talk about it because they're gonna think badly of me or they're gonna judge me.
What inspired me to become a mental health advocate was my own lived experiences. I was coping with my depression, anxiety, substance abuse, and just not really having outlets that helped me to understand what I was feeling, why I was feeling, what I could do about it. Instead, I was getting punished a lot by my school, threatened by law enforcement. When you get treated that way at such a young age, when really what you need is support, what you need is education, you need connection, you need love, you need joy. That made me really angry and helped me to question, why is this the treatment that I got and what can we do about it instead?
A lot of times a behavior can get misinterpreted as being disrespectful or defiant, but teachers understanding that, unfortunately, the communities that we live in, there's a lot that happens in our communities that can be considered toxic environments or just an unjust society in general. A lot of fear, anxiety, anger, or just toxic stress comes from living in these environments. It doesn't end when you walk into the building, right? So if teachers are in solidarity with their students' pain, they know that there's a root cause of it.
Giving us a punishment for feelings that we can't control is like telling us, who cares? Putting them into detention just makes them more rebellious, more mad, because they're like, you're not listening to me. I want to be heard.
What are behaviors, attitudes, actions that you believe you need right now from adults around you?
What I think that we need the most right now is emotional support. We just need someone to talk to without being judged. If we're upset, we shouldn't be judged and be told oh, it's because you have low grades or it's because you're not completing all your assignments. Things like that make students and teens like me feel less of themselves.
Instead of putting people on detention, for example, you can have a conversation with somebody, right?
I feel it's a better approach. You have the deans and everything talking to students, are you okay? Instead of giving them suspension or detention. I feel that kind of brings out their character and that tells you why they're acting a certain way. So you personally understand that this is why they're acting this way, and it helps the deans and the teachers understand if this happens next time, we know why and we know how to prevent it.
It also shifts that thinking of, oh, when I get in trouble, it means I'm a bad kid, I do bad things all the time. It shifts that and says they need help for the things they go through. And it just tells kids that it's okay to get help, it's okay to feel feelings, and they don't have to be punished for just being a human being.
I feel like it's just having the offer right there, Obviously they don't need help, but just have it on the table, you know what I'm saying?
My history teacher does little openers in the beginning of class where we can just answer the question that she puts up and we all have a conversation about it. It creates this little space where you kind of feel safe and you can talk about anything, even if it's not anything that's a super deep conversation. You just feel you can open up and say anything without being judged or any of that. It's super nice.
Being able to create an environment of relationships in the class that are based on that kind of trust is where you'll be able to get to the real support. It's too easy to say, what can I do for you? Come in and talk to me. My door is always open. But if you don't feel comfortable and you don't trust that person, it's hard to step through that door and to ask for help.
When students feel that they're in a safe space, there's more willingness to share, to be in a conversation, to resolve conflict. This is a shift from being punitive to restorative. When we have these restorative conversations, it actually strengthens the relationship between the student and the teacher. We also come up with agreements, and that keeps the student in mind and the teacher in mind and puts some accountability. We've learned that the restorative practices and these safe spaces allow for healing moments. So these are all things that help with the healing process.
Creating a new life for myself after depression wasn't easy. Because when you're at your lowest, it's hard to see the big picture. Sometimes you need help. I'm not gonna say that calling NAMI Chicago's helpline saved my life, but it did help me save myself. It helped me realize that there's something beautiful on the other side of all of my pain. NAMI Chicago has mental health experts ready to talk to you 7 days a week. It's free and it's confidential. Just imagine, what if the only thing standing between you and the life you want is your fear of getting help? Let people be there for you. It's okay. Call 833-626-4244 or DM NAMI Chicago. And never forget, just because you are a work in progress doesn't mean you're not a work of art.
Hi there, I'm Zoe Takaki. I'm a 19-year-old college student currently living in Chicago. And a question that I have for the mayor and any other city officials that are policy leaders is, how can the city support teens going through mental health crises?
How do you plan to include youth and adolescents in the conversation around mental health when policies are being put into place?
We really are hoping that this rally sends a message and sheds light on the importance of investing in mental health resources for our communities, especially for Black and Brown communities.
Specifically, teens in low-income communities that might be dealing with stress revolving race issues, financial issues, familial issues, community issues.
Creating policies and providing resources that support the mental health of our residents, especially those who are particularly vulnerable, has been one of my priorities since I became mayor. That's why during my first year in office, in our first budget, I doubled the city's investments in mental health to expand equity and access to care across all of our neighborhoods.
Hi, my name is Kathy Calderon, and I'm the Director of Mental Health Operations, Department of Public Health. Mayor Lightfoot understands that our mental health system, the bigger picture of all services available, does not reach all communities and residents as easily or abundantly. Mayor Lightfoot has created a platform to develop new pathways of connection for mental health agencies and Chicagoans, especially Chicago's youth.
In May 2020, we took our CARES Act funding and expanded mental health supports to protect the mental health and well-being of our residents during the COVID-19 pandemic. And just a few months later, after that, in our second budget in October of 2020, I announced $8 million in annual grant funding to 32 community-based organizations to create and sustain our city's trauma-informed mental health safety net system.
The process of building a network of trauma-informed centers of care paves the way for a respectful and accessible path for people to use their own approach in addressing their mental health needs. Whether you first want to talk to your primary care provider or you prefer to talk to a mental health professional at school, know there are a lot of efforts behind the scenes to help make that easier for you. In addition, we want to be sure mental health professionals and providers have a collective and strong understanding of what trauma is and how to approach the healing process.
Through these efforts, among others, we have provided critical aid to many of our young people in their time of greatest need. But there's still more work to be done to connect all of our young people to mental health care. One way we've done this is by creating the first ever Mayor's Youth Commission to ensure our young people not only have a voice but a platform for that voice to be heard. The Mayor's Youth Commission brings a necessary, nuanced perspective to the table, and their feedback is integrated into a number of my administration's policy initiatives, which includes mental health. Thank you all for this opportunity, and please continue to be safe.
Be sure to look closer at all the resources available at My Shy, My Future. And find behavioral health and social service resources at the Chicago Department of Health's Chicago Connects website as another path to supporting your mental and emotional well-being. NAMI Chicago's resources page has over 20 local connections for when you need help in Chicago. And if you need someone to help you navigate through it, reach out to NAMI Chicago's helpline, 833-626-4244. It's free and confidential and open 7 days a week. It's staffed by clinicians and peers who can guide you through types of treatment, lend a compassionate ear, connect you to legal and housing support, and also can provide resources for mental health professionals and clinicians. Plus, check out this list of NAMI warm lines. You've heard of hotlines, and those are typically for crises. Warm lines are for when you just need someone to talk to. Warm lines on NAMI's list are free and confidential. They're staffed by peer counselors who have their own lived experiences around mental health conditions themselves, so not trained therapists. And locate 60 more mental health resources that you can access anywhere in the USA on this social work license map. Also add this to your list. You can call 211 no matter where you are. A 24/7 free and confidential service supported by the United Way that helps match people with resources like food, shelter, and mental health services. And as always, look for more resources on our website. Did you know that there are a lot of apps that help with mental and emotional well-being? Of course you do. There's an app for everything. Just look at all these well-being apps. Apps that match you with a therapist or coach for low or reduced cost. Apps that specialize in connecting people with culturally relevant counselors. Apps that have guided meditations, stories, music. Try adding an app to your well-being toolbox.
It's really hard going through some stuff, school stuff, or you and your friend had a fight, but there's important people you need to go to, your friends, your family,
The biggest surprise I've gotten in the past from sharing what I was going through was the love and support I received from my closest friends, with their kind words and overall just checking in with me.
Brain XP is teens helping teens. It started with my book, Brain XP, Living with Mental Illness, A Young Teenager's Perspective. And the reason I wrote the book was because I didn't find the materials that I needed that were easily accessible for me when I was struggling. It's 10 chapters of me telling my mental health story. The good, the bad, the ugly, everything is in there. People can relate to it. People don't feel alone anymore, especially teenagers. It has grown into something so much more. Brain XP Project, the Brain XP community. We offer music. We offer tons of resources based on lived experience. The social media. Almost everything is free for access. I want this to be accessible for teenagers, for their parents, for mental health professionals, because I couldn't find those things accessible for me. As a community, we're changing the language of mental health to be far more positive. The community offers something very special, and that's a new perspective on mental health.
Looking to connect to a community after the rally? Feeling connected is so important to our emotional well-being. And even if you're not venturing out as much, there are some really awesome online communities to lean into, like #HalfTheStory, a community encouraging healthy, whole story sharing to break the standard social media narrative of all perfect all the time that so poorly impacts mental health. The #WeWereHere project is recording and preserving the teen perspectives on the current state of the world, including how COVID-19 has affected you. And #SameHereGlobal, because everyone has mental health, everywhere. Here you can share stories, find tools and resources, and locate experts to connect with from around the world.
Recovery International has been around for more than 80 years. The recovery method helps people learn to identify and manage negative thoughts, feelings, and behaviors that can lead to emotional distress and even physical symptoms. Our mission is to use peer-led cognitive behavioral systems to help people gain skills to lead more peaceful and productive lives. We provide tools to train your brain to view a situation differently and change your reaction to it. We thought that using graphic novel panels would be a fun way to illustrate daily situations that can get us worked up.
My name is Corey, and I'm a new, proud member of Recovery International. I joined last year, and my life could have been greater. Whenever I'm in symptoms, whenever I'm in temper, whenever I'm in anxiety, I have recovery tools to help me.
People used to say I had a short fuse. Arguing with my parents, family, friends, and teachers, I felt misunderstood. My grades were trash, and I got no sleep. I'm trying to control my anger. It's hard, and day to day. Today tested that. Sup, Mike? Bro, you hear me?
I hear you. Trying to listen to my music.
Rude. That pissed me off. I thought how silly it was, laughed it off, and decided to just walk away from the situation. I was surprised what happened next.
Hey. Sorry, Juan. I didn't mean to snap. Just going through some stuff.
It's okay. We all have bad times. Today I saw controlling my anger can work. I have to try to think things through and keep calm. And also have a sense of humor.
This program works numbers of your day-to-day activities, from trivialities, from losing your car keys, to being late on that homework assignment, to having another homework assignment due right back to back, or studying for those midterms or those exams.
Hi there. Start here and go up.
Sometimes when I'm feeling stressed, or I can feel my heart beating a little bit more, or I'm feeling tense and I know that I need to take a break, I do something that my 5-year-old daughter in kindergarten taught me, starfish breathing. And it's just a series of 5 breaths. So you start from the bottom and you go up. And it's just deep breaths, and it just gives you 5 seconds of pause to reset. Thanks. I know I'm feeling a little better.
Yes, that's such a fun exercise, starfish breathing. I'll have to use that personally.
I love it.
Yes, those were powerful conversations, and what gets in the way is different for everybody. You know, so many people dealing with different support structures, environments, reactions from their surroundings. So if you're asking for help, are you able to be heard and get the help you need? So our question for you now is, have you gotten help when you've asked for it? You can go to the shiftwellnessrally.com/vote to join in on all the conversations happening. I mean, always, often, it's okay, rarely, never.
Sometimes, yeah, I think there have definitely been times when I've asked for help and maybe not gotten the help, but maybe I wasn't sure exactly how to ask the way that I needed to, or I didn't really know what I needed help with. Yeah, we're seeing answers all across the board. Some people are really out there looking for resources on their own, and in some cases, they just don't know where to start, I think. So what about you guys? I want you to add your voice to the conversation. The next question is, what stops you from asking for help? So if you were one of those people that said, I don't know, I haven't asked for help before, what stops you from asking for help? There are so many different reasons. You can go to the shiftwellnessrally.com/vote to join. I think for me in the past, it's been not knowing how to ask when I was younger, and I just didn't really know how to ask for help or what I needed. And then I'm definitely curious as well, what tool are you using the most to manage your well-being? We've heard about so many. We've heard about self-care tips and apps and community organizations and resources. Which resource are you using the most? We want to hear from you guys.
Yeah, it's really interesting too, because, you know, we just can really access help from our fingertips now. I think it's so amazing, right? So online apps and, you know, our friends, peers, trusted adults, like there's so much out there to get this, you know, the help that we need and that we all deserve. So I think that's really cool. And that's great to see so many different options are being used. And it's true. What works for one person can be very different for another, which it helps to be mindful of when you're trying things out.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Jesse Zookman here, mental health patient, advocate, suicide survivor, training to be a mental health care professional myself. People ask me all the time, what are some things I can do for my mental health? 3 tools. Number 1, sleep. Go to sleep at the same time every night. Wake up at the same time every day. Number 2, nutritious diet. Less things that come in bags, less things that come in boxes. The next thing, being social, just finding some type of community. Maybe it's your synagogue, your church, your mosque, maybe it's a sports group. But having that camaraderie, it's so crucial to maintaining your mental health.
For me, writing is a way to let out my feelings and to basically put them away. If it's just journaling, write them into a poem. And then dancing, movement, exercise, and creative expression is so important.
I love to use the arts and different creative outlets as a way to engage people in conversations about mental health and making this wellness space a lot more fun and creative.
I have a turtle, which is like one of the weirdest ESA animals that you can have. I guess like just talking to him and like cleaning his tank and spending time with my animal, like it makes me feel better.
Therapy. I was one of those people, I don't need it, I don't want it. But without realizing it, I was hurting myself. You think that I can deal with it and I can get over it and I can figure it out on my own. It's totally not the case. And taking therapy, it's showing me that you don't know anything. You don't know what you're going through. You know what you see and what you feel, but you don't really know what's going on.
Hey everyone, my name is Kelly Davis with Mental Health America, here to share a quick tip about dealing with stress. So if you can imagine, this is your brain. This part right here, your prefrontal cortex, also known as your rational or thinking brain, helps you make decisions about what to do and what to do next. This part right here, if you can imagine, is your amygdala. And your amygdala is what in your brain releases stress hormones when you're freaked out. So when something stressful happens, your brain goes like this, and you flip your lid. What happens next is that if you can just remember that this part of your brain is trying to help you out by making you more alert to what's going on, you can slowly take enough breaths to where you can bring your thinking brain back home with you.
One of my favorite positive coping techniques that I love to share with others, and I do this every single day, it's called a self-compassion hug. I love just giving myself a nice snug hug. I like to put my hands up here on my shoulders. They may look silly, they may look weird. You're probably like, what is she doing? But trust me, it works, and I'll explain why. This activates the mammalian care system. So this takes us back to when we were first born and being held. The message that we're sending to our brain is that we are safe and we are comforted. And our brain doesn't know the difference, it just knows we are being held. When we hug ourselves, we're telling ourselves, hey, we are allowing ourselves in our personal space. You are calm, you are safe, and this is a wonderful stress-reducing, positive technique. It's a great way to ground yourself, a great way to be there for yourself, a great way to soothe, and it's easy. Now you know how to do it.
Hi everyone, this is Ifacho, teaching you laughter yoga. Scientific studies show the body cannot differentiate between real or fake laughter. Whether I go ha 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 ha, or if I really laugh like the body still gets all the wonderful health benefits from it. Within minutes of doing laughter yoga, you elevate your mood and you bring more joy to yourself. When you do laughter, at some point you have to take a big breath, and that brings a lot of oxygen to the body. It lowers the blood pressure, decreases the stress hormone, cortisol, and increases your endorphins. Now, the steps of laughter yoga. Number 1, clapping and chanting. The way we clap is finger to finger, which gives you good acupressure points, energizes you. We're gonna chant like this. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. And we're gonna add ho, ho, ha, ha, ha. Yay! Now, we do this just so we get out of the brain, out of the mind, and into a more childlike, playful, silly, okay? And once you do the exercises, it starts to flow. And trust me, at some point, you're going to think, oh, this is so silly, and start to laugh. That is the whole point. Now, number 2 is breathing and stretching. So breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, and breathe out. Let's get a nice stretch. Stretch arm over. And the other side. We like to do meditation towards the end, just to focus you in. We start with and becomes bigger. In order to get the health benefits, the laughter must be long and prolonged for a good 10-15 minutes, and a good belly laugh from the diaphragm. A good massage for your stomach. We crack the code for laughter. How do we get more laughter in our lives? Laughter yoga, that's the key.
When we heal ourselves to be that 100%, we're like, wow, I never thought that I could be this happy, or I could be not worrying so much at life, that we don't realize we do need to heal, that we would benefit from therapy. Because I would never think of going to therapy when I was younger, or maybe even 5 years ago, but now I realize the importance of it.
One thing I've discovered on my own mental health journey is that recovery is not a straight line. It'll go back, you'll slide, you'll backslide, you'll go forward. It really is an exercise in accepting progress, not perfection, and accepting that we don't always feel good, and accepting we're not always happy, and sometimes we feel absolutely terrible, and still we can participate in life. And for me, the more that I've been able to accept the bad days,
not feeling sad. Happiness is being okay with your emotions, you know?
When it comes to taking action and advocating for my mental well-being this year, I will continue to have an open and honest conversation with those around me in order to help break the stigma surrounding mental health.
I just want to say that I'm so proud of the students. You guys did such a fantastic job today.
I hope you hear something today that helps you cope better with your situation. We hear you, we are listening, and we want to help.
We are grateful that you are telling us what you need, and we are going to do everything to get it for you. And at times, we're going to also need you to come with us and organize, because sometimes it's really hard. But we're here for you, so please always reach out.
Thank you so much for being part of this conversation, being part of this rally.
Wow. Well, I know that I feel a shift. I've definitely learned something from today. I love it. What did you get out of it? Anything shift for you?
Yes. I mean, I loved it all. The starfish, my personal favorite, the meditation.
Yes, I need to be better about meditating. That is for sure. I also really appreciate the reminder that, you know, hey, many of us, our mental health journey, it's not going to be this straight line, and it's not going to be the same as other people. So let's be compassionate towards ourselves and towards each other. That can help us go a long way. I just love that reminder.
Yes, absolutely. And that's essential. Try a new approach to your mental health and well-being after today. Checking in with you all. Let us know by voting. The question is likelihood of trying new approach to mental health. You can go to the shiftwellnessrally.com/votes to join in on the conversation. Are you more likely, less likely, about the same?
Hey, we're seeing some more likely. That's great. We're not seeing any less likely, so that's good. I'm definitely going to try a new approach. I think that having these apps that are out there will be really fun to try. I love that. And like we said, supporting our mental health can really start with a small step, and everybody's steps look different. It's important to remember that. So which approaches will you guys be trying? There are so many great ways to start. So let us know. The next question, which approach will you be trying? I already said mine. I think apps and online.
That one, self-care tips, that's really important too. Free resources. There's so much work to be done in that space as well. But I'm loving this. I'm absolutely loving it. Everyone's mental health journey is so unique. It is a personal path. So if it's the thing you're trying, you know, the first thing you're going to try, or a seasoned self-shifter, the tools, the presenters, and programs featured today are all on the Shift Wellness Rally's resource page. So you can always check those out. For more information, go to the shiftwellnessrally.com and click on resources.
Yes, no matter who you are, where you are, we have those resources. Plus, you can take a picture of the screen. There are so many options here to activate your inner advocate and your well-being. So right here, you can get involved. You can also spark your passions and connect with your peers, mentors, and new possibilities. There's a couple other things coming up. The Chicago Mayor's Youth Commission is hosting a focus group, and you can help generate ideas and feedback on how the city invests in youth mental health. So that's awesome. Follow on Instagram at Shy Youth Commission. They're also presenting with Family Action Network, Life as a Quarantine, a youth-led virtual conversation on May 25th. I love that.
Yes, I want to do all these things. And you know, this Thursday, May 20th, it's the first ever Mental Health Action Day. And you can take one action for your mental health and image. We're all making, imagine we're all making that small shift, right? It's huge. Mm-hmm. Plus, XRE and NAMI West LA, who are a big part of our first LA rally, they're both part of that day, and they both have online events all through May for mental health. And NAMI Chicago's hashtag just checking in is another way to doing and make it okay to ask for help. And that's something we can all keep doing.
Yes. That's so good. And please treat yourself to something nice for being here with us. We have well-being product sponsors, Aura, Centered, which I just got sent something from and I'm obsessed, and Dynamicos are each providing promo codes on our website. They're free and discounted offers, and we want to make sure you guys take advantage of all of them. So you can go to the shiftwellnessrally.com and click on our product partners page. Highly recommend.
Yes. That's amazing. And we're sending a big thank you to Rincon Family Services and Recovery International for inviting this conversation, for elevating access to mental well-being, and for all the work they do every single day on the ground in the community. And of course, to all of you young people who submitted and shared your voice today.
Yes, I love hearing from so many people. And we look forward to hearing where the conversation continues to go from here. And where will the Shift Wellness Rally be next time? You should tell us. Share what you got out of this rally on social media. You can like us, follow us, and share with us what really made a difference for you, what this rally did for you. We really want to know. It means so much to us.
Yes, it's so fun. Let's keep this conversation alive.
For sure. Thank you so much, Paulina, and everyone for joining us.
Thank you. Let's all do this again and just help each other live our best lives.
Right? Yes. Rallying and speaking up about your mental health and the well-being of those around you. All right, everyone. With each other, and stay safe and stay shifted.
Yes. Stay shifted and stay safe, Chicago.
Mental health is never anything fun to talk about, but when we collectively break that stigma surrounding our own hardships and our own well-being, it becomes a much less scary topic to talk about.
If you know someone who's struggling with their own experiences with trauma and they're in need of support, one of the most helpful things that we can do is just listen, come from a place of wanting to understand, and try to build collective supported.
It's been a really tough year and everyone's experiences are different. Everyone has something different that they're battling. You should know that you're not alone. You shouldn't tell yourself that, oh, I shouldn't need help.
We might not know how to get there, but we have a plan and it's all about starting it. So we got this, guys.
Go out there, express yourself.
Let's openly talk about mental health as it is part of our overall health. Don't be afraid to ask for help when you need it. We see you, we hear you, and we are here for you.
I think it's also important the community that you have around you, people that you feel safe and supportive to reach out to.
Thank you for listening, because listening goes a long way when it comes to mental health.
Whether you're a young adult, you're 13 years old, or you're a parent who is trying to better understand where your child is coming from. If you think you need help beyond your control, to know that it's okay. It doesn't make you any less of a person. It just makes you more human. If we all work collectively as a community and society to break that stigma, we can all confidently walk forward in our future and have a better, healthier life for ourselves.
We wish you a great journey and thank you for joining this wellness rally.
Hello everyone, I'm Adrienne Finch, a mental health activist and ambassador for The Shift, and I'm also the CEO of Self-Made Mastery and a longtime content creator across all platforms. We've been talking today about Mental Health Action Day that over 1,000 companies are taking part of, and the continuation of Mental Health Awareness Month. There are so many things that you and me and we all can do and are doing to galvanize around mental health and start a conversation that makes an impact in your life or someone else's. Speaking of which, after this, stay tuned because we are restreaming the Shift Wellness Rally Los Angeles, which you'll hear more about shortly. And remember, hashtag ShiftStarter conversations are all about mental health. And if you or anyone you know is struggling, please now you can always text the word HELLO to 741-741 to be connected to a live crisis text line counselor 24/7, free and confidential. Screenshot this so that you always have it handy. You can also go to our website, shifttheshow.com, where we have more helpful resources. Awesome. So now I am joined by Annie Solange, an artist debuting her new song that intentionally points to mental health and what's going on behind the curtain when people start behaving outwardly in certain ways. Annie, thank you so much for being here as part of Mental Health Action Day and Mental Health Awareness Month. Thank you for joining me in this conversation. How are you doing?
Thank you so much. I'm doing great. This feels very special to be here today and to release my music video on a Mental Health Awareness Day. it's just everything came together and aligned perfect without me even planning it this way. So I believe in, you know, divine intervention,
Yes,
divine timing. So I feel like this was exactly that, and I'm extremely thankful.
Good, good. So tell me about your background as an artist, first and foremost. What brought you to be a performing artist, and especially, you know, what brought you here to Los Angeles?
I was born and raised in Russia, Moscow, and pretty much I was known as the singing kid because my parents made the mistake of buying a karaoke mic when I was 5, and then I screamed every day Whitney Houston songs before I even knew English. I wouldn't even read lyrics and just sing on her instrumentals. So basically I performed at all school events and theater plays, and then before I was even old enough to be in clubs, I started performing in clubs, and then I made the decision to move overseas, and it felt extremely liberating to me because now things are a little different, but back when I lived there, Russia was kind of known for not having the same artistic freedom. So people are not really open about mental health or things they go through in terms of family abuse. It's considered almost more appropriate to not talk about these things and keep it quiet. And I was affected by that as well. And I had that mentality. So I felt like I'm not going to make it in my country because it's, like I said, not the same artistic freedom, and music industry is very different. It works different. It's not a regular label type of business model. And I basically didn't see myself making it there. So when I made the decision to move overseas, it was a very mind-bending, liberating thing for me. So first I moved to London because I found an interesting music program at Music Institute for a few months, and I've done more shows. And then after graduating that, I flew straight to New York and started my music career. And I used the old school way of just going door to every performing venue with my CDs and USB drives and press kit, just saying, "Hi, I'm Annie, I would love to sing here." And people were like, "Oh my God, like really?" But it worked, and you know, it worked out because I played so many shows that I'm thankful for, and so many people gave me a chance. And I think it's an extremely important factor of just not giving up and just keep doing it. And each time you get rejected, there's going to be a time when you're not going to get rejected. Mm-hmm. So then next thing I know, I started coming out to LA for songwriting sessions, and I attended this Berkeley College songwriting program with these big songwriters from LA, and it really inspired me. And then suddenly I was auditioning for American Idol in front of Katy Perry and Lionel Richie, and all of them said yes, and I got the golden ticket, and it was mind-blowing experience. And when I got out of American Idol, I signed my first song because I kind of took, like, me not making it to the finals, I took it as a fuel and opportunity to grow and become better, because it wasn't about like me thinking, oh, I'm not talented enough. It was more like I got nervous, and you know, it's an extremely stressful environment to be at, but I'm also really thankful for it because I feel like after that I'm not scared for anything. So yeah, I've gone through that. So I basically signed my first song to the EDM label, and it hit my first 1 million streams on Spotify, which was like the dream of mine. Yeah. So that's how I ended up staying in LA, and I think it's an extremely challenging place, even mentally, and I think it really makes you a better person if you do the right things with those challenges. So I'm thankful for that. And here am I today.
Yes, here you are.
Yes,
and
here I am.
What an incredible story.
Thank you.
That's amazing. And today, actually, you're debuting a new song and a new music video. And you've said that you wanted to bring, you know, attention to what's really going on underneath it all, or like behind the curtain that keeps us separate. I want to hear more about that. How does this song specifically speak to that?
So yes, thank you very much. I am debuting a new song as a part of MTV Mental Health Action Day, which is incredible how everything just aligned on this timing, because I found out about it recently and I was just like, oh my God, I couldn't have had a better chance to debut the song, because the video and the message of the song is about how people are disconnected in many ways. And the song was written before pandemic started, but throughout the pandemic, I really got a taste of what it does it feel like to be extremely disconnected and separated from each other. So the song, you know, the title of the song is Touch Somebody. So it's ultimately about how can we touch people's hearts? How can we connect with each other? Which is the main message of my video, is basically, you know, to stay connected and stay in the moment. People should be reaching out to each other to touch each other's hearts and emotions. And despite us having different issues and conditions, regardless if it's depression or anxiety, we all need to be connected, because this is what matters. And this is what helps me heal every day from my past traumas.
Yeah, oh, I love that. So what made you decide to kind of fold this more personal message into your artistic work? Was that a difficult decision?
It wasn't a difficult decision because it was very personal for me, because I could spread an important message to people. Especially being from Russia, in my country, it's not common to discuss your issues like depression or anxiety, and it's especially not common and almost not appropriate to discuss family abuse that happened to you. And I come from that background, and that's why when I was in Russia, at times I felt really isolated and depressed as a result of that entire trauma. And then knowing that I can share my story and that people who've gone through the same are not alone is ultimately my way of touching somebody with that message. So I felt that's why it was, you know, when I came up with that idea, I was like, this is perfect. I just have to put it out there.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Thank you for sharing that with us.
Of course.
You know, I can relate to when you have a platform to reach people and you are really the one who can decide what you want to do with that, what you want it to accomplish, and the message you want to share to people. What's the opportunity for artists like yourself to connect more with people? You know, even with all the glitz of the music videos or so-called influencer and celebrity status, what's the opportunity for artists to connect more with people?
That's a great question. Being a singer or any kind of performer at any level, you ultimately have a platform. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how famous you are, but all of us are same people with same emotions and same traumas and same insecurities. And we have the same needs at the end of the day. So if you can reach someone, it doesn't matter how big your platform is, if you can reach someone through your platform and make a difference for them, that's what ultimately makes me happy.
Yes.
I feel like that's the entire purpose of having a platform.
I totally agree. You know, yes, it is so awesome to be able to spread positive messages.
Awareness.
Also just awareness to also just relate. Be like, hey, you're not alone going through this. I went through this too. And maybe that encourages people to open up as well. So that's awesome. So speaking of influencers, your new video features about a dozen influencers who have really large audiences, almost 30 million combined. That's awesome. Tell us about that, and how and why did those influencers choose to be involved with your video?
To cut a long story short, when pandemic started, I lost all my shows. And up and coming touring, and of course I got depressed because it was my career was really taking off right before COVID. I was scheduled to play in Canada, Japan. I was scheduled for radio interviews with major EDM stations in Miami Music Week, and then everything just got shut down. But what helped is that I knew that the whole world is experiencing similar situations, but it was still extremely hard on me. And I watched my friends, singers, musicians, and songwriters leave LA one by one and quitting music and going back to college and doing crazy stuff. And it was extremely eye-opening experience for me. And I just said, I didn't move to this country to quit now. It's not going to happen. Yeah. So it was a very, it required a lot of mental strength and encouragement from friends, and self-encouragement and meditations and focus. And somehow I got involved with TikTok because what else was there to do,
I know, me too.
Yes, so a lot of people started, and I said, I'm not going to just start it. I'm going to treat it like a job, I'm gonna go all out. So I started doing popular trends. Couple of videos went viral, like 2 million here, 2 million there. So I grew to like 40K. And then I connected with some people, ironically on Facebook, that were TikToking, and they were doing like educational videos for other people who want to be TikTokers/influencers and creators is a better way to describe this career. So I thought how nice that they're using their platform to educate younger generation. And I connected with those people. And basically they brought me on board with comedy skits. And I love comedy. It's like my second passion after music. So I started working with them consistently and built friendships and relationships. And when I told them about my music project, it honestly blew me away because, like you said, they have huge platforms of influence. And when I told them that I'm trying to raise awareness and make this, you know, to like really impact people, like they said, all of them said yes. And it was like, it was just an incredible time of my life. I'll always be thankful for that because I think I didn't even expect so many people come together for this project. That's why I feel like it's bigger than music. This particular project of mine is not just about music. So I'm extremely thankful. These people, yeah, they have 12 million followers, 8 million followers, but ultimately they're just like everybody else. And while working with them consistently and seeing them every day and getting to know them on a personal level, I saw the insecurities and things they're going through. I saw the depression, I saw the anxiety, and I saw it on a daily basis, and I saw how frustrated they would get with certain things, and I really related to that. And I realized that, oh, I thought at that point, because in my head, once you're in 100K, when you're at 1 million, you'll be happier, and numbers, you know, it's satisfying, it's fulfilling, and it's not at all. These people, like even people who are 10 times bigger than me, with 10 times bigger following, at times they're 10 times more frustrated than me or 10 times more unhappy, and they can't be happy with small things. So I really watched it, and it just impacted me in such a big way because I think their fans don't know that they're just like them and that they go through that stuff, maybe even worse than the average person at times because they have more pressure.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted them to share their stories, and ultimately we're showing messages on a screen of traumas and things that they're struggling with in regards to mental health. So I questioned them and I said, what's your biggest challenge? What's your biggest struggle? And they came up with a list for me of things that they experienced the most, that they wanted to other people to relate to.
Wow. First of all, that's amazing. You know, them
Thank
all
you so
getting
much.
on board. It just shows how
it truly is that they care. Mm-hmm.
Yes, that so many people relate, and so many people, like you said, we don't always see from the outside what people are struggling with. And
Exactly.
I love that you gave them an opportunity and a platform to be able to kind of share that. And, you know, speaking of kind of all of that, you know, what you see versus what's going on, obviously you look amazing in the music video, I have to say.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
How do you see your physical appearance or visual kind of image playing into your messaging?
Thank you. We did want to show a glamorous side at the start of the video. And actually, I'm really influenced in fashion sense by Gaga and Madonna. And in the beginning of the video, I'm actually trying to channel the fashion icon Madonna when she was in music video, the music, because she was wearing all this denim and sparkles. And the jacket is right behind me with the sparkle tassels. I was sewing it on for 4 hours right before the shoot. And I had this curly wig and the cowboy hat. So I basically portraited Madonna in her music era of the, you know, that era, the cowboy era. And it was shot in a Mercedes car from 1958, I believe. And it's the same car that they're using at a Super Bowl commercial. Weeknd is driving that car. And we shot it in Beverly Hills because I feel like a lot of people who made it are truly unhappy on the inside. And despite living in Beverly Hills and having that luxury lifestyle, they're frustrated and empty. And the success doesn't fill in the gaps. So that's why I wanted to start the video of me, feeling frustrated on a cloudy day, which never happens in LA, but happened that morning. Again, synchronicity. So we started with the glamour, me looking glamorous with blonde hair, looking like Madonna in that luxury car. But then as I'm drawn into the neon world, which is kind of like Alice in Wonderland concept, and I'm kind of like, the point of the video is that I'm a superhero and I have a superpower of helping people and curing them from depression or whatever they have going on. And the point behind neon hair is actually that it's not attractive and it's not sexy, but it's fun because it actually makes me look not sexy comparing to the other blonde or pink, whatever. So it's a fun side, but I'm actually taking away the attractiveness. So it's more of like cartoon, fun, action side. And also on my bridge of the song, I'm trapped in a plastic box that says Vogue, which is an art installation at the Museum of Illusions, which, by the way, sponsored location when they found out about the mental health awareness project. So I'm so thankful for that, because it literally looks like Alice in Wonderland, and I could have not shot it in a better place ever in my life. So I'm trapped inside this glass box of like in the cover of magazine. So I'm wearing all this like glamorous outfit, but then I'm off the cover. I'm dressed on my last chorus in more regular fun clothes. So, and this is when I'm having the most fun with everybody. So it's kind of like a nice fashion message, the hidden, what do you call it? Easter egg.
The Easter egg, yes.
Yeah, Easter egg, more Easter eggs.
The outfits in the video are definitely fun. I can't wait for everyone to see.
Alright, so I'm recording.
I have a cat joining me. You may hear her. She's so cute.
I suffered for many, many years, not really knowing what was causing me all these problems and all this pain.
I thought mental health was something that was just going to go away eventually.
You just kind of grit your teeth and you don't bother anybody else with it.
I was so embarrassed about feeling depressed and feeling anxious.
The guy's supposed to be tough, right? That's the whole stigma with mental health in general. Like, guys shouldn't be emotional or express their feelings.
People are so used to hiding their symptoms.
I would kind of just push down my emotions and be like, oh no, everything's fine. I don't have to deal with anything.
I'm 25 years old and I'm over here thinking that it's too late and there's no time.
It was scary as heck to ask for help. I had straight A's in high school. I tried to be funny. I tried to be confident. I tried to be
I've been
nice.
so good at being like a cookie cutter pretty girl for mental health advocacy, and it's like it's not pretty all the time.
I had no idea that what I was experiencing was something that I could have gotten help for.
I am so excited to be part of this conversation, to see other young people joining in as we destigmatize mental illness as well as conversation about mental health in general.
I'm still working on it, but I've gotten to a point where I realized I need to make a shift.
What is a shift? A move, especially over a small distance. It's a slight change in position, direction, or tendency. It can be a small step, and it can have a big impact. What does it look like, or sound like, or feel like for you to start a shift?
Hello, shifters.
Hey, shifters.
What's up, LA?
Hey, Los Angeles.
Let's rally.
Let's rally.
What if it starts with a conversation?
Wow. Hello, LA.
What's up, Los Angeles? We're here.
It is so wonderful to be here with you wherever you are, from wherever you are tuning in from. I'm right here. I'm Adrienne Finch.
Yes, you are. And I'm Devon Werkheiser. We're here.
Yes, we are. And we are here to welcome you to the very first of its kind, the Shift Wellness Rally Los Angeles, presented by NAMI Westside LA.
And the question is, why are we here on your screens like this?
Well, we're here because there's really something to talk about. So let's get to it, right? We've seen the headlines, we've seen the numbers, the breakdowns in mental health, our mental well-being.
And specifically how young people are being affected.
Yes. And you know that there's no time like now to have a conversation with ourselves and with each other. But before we do, we want to let you guys know that today we are going to be talking about mental health, and some of it can feel pretty serious. We're not mental health experts, but we do want to make sure that you guys have resources on hand throughout this event to take on these types of conversations.
Yeah, so we're going to put some of these numbers on the screen right now. If at any point during the rally you experience emotional distress, you can text HELLO to 741-741 to connect with a live crisis text line counselor 24/7, or call the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline, which is 1-800-273-8255. Deaf and hard of hearing can use text telephone at 800-799-4889.
Yeah, so take a picture right now, take a screen grab. It's always good to have someone to talk to. And we're about to hear from some incredible, just really awesome and courageous young people, plus also experts and mental health advocates who are sharing from their own experiences. What has it looked like to start the conversation?
Yes, what are the conversations that are needed to bring well-being into a space that lately has been a little less than? That's what we're here to do today, to normalize this. You know, how do we start these conversations? What does mental well-being even look like? And speaking of which, throughout the rally, one of the things we invite you to do is share your voice, add it to this conversation right here. We're going to have poll questions coming up throughout this hour, and we want you to answer them. We want your feedback. We want to discuss it and see what our peers are saying as well. So please participate by voting on our website. When you see the little surveys change right below your screen, if you're joining from social, you want to go to the shiftwellnessrally.com/vote to join on your phone. So it's the shiftwellnessrally.com/vote to join on your phone. What kind of questions are we going to be asking, Adrienne?
Yeah, great question. And actually, there's one on the screen right now, as you can see. So definitely go over and vote. But we're going to be talking about and answering the kinds of questions that sometimes are easy to avoid, right? About mental health and our well-being, things that sometimes we shy away from, depending on whether you even feel comfortable, asking for support or help when you feel you might need it. So that's actually kind of leads us to our very first question is, have you ever asked for mental health support? Yes or no? Go ahead and vote, you guys, online. We want to hear from you. So far, we're seeing a lot of yes.
A lot of yeses.
A lot of yes.
Which is great.
Yeah, we like to see that. A couple of no's, and don't worry, we have so much in store for you today, so many resources. I know for me, personally, I consider myself very lucky. I come from two psychologist parents, which, as you can imagine, was incredible to have that type of support where I could tackle the issues I face, my anxiety, my ADHD, cyberbullying. I had kind of that support system right there built in. And, as I got older, I realized not everyone has that, and not everyone feels comfortable being able to talk about those kinds of things. So I do feel very lucky. I have asked for mental health support. What about you, Devon?
Yeah, I mean, life is a lot, right? And I played someone giving survival advice for middle school, but as we grow up, life just gets so much more complex. And even I found, like, even with great tools for mental health, it's still hard to pin it down. It's still hard to know when to ask for help, how to ask, like, how much do I take on myself? How much do I open up to others? It's it's hard to navigate. And that's what we're here to talk about.
It is.
The ways it can be tricky and the ways to kind of smooth that out. So having the ability to ask for what you need and then having the ability to get it are kind of the two things that are sometimes disjointed. But it's really what can make a difference. So I want to ask you guys, maybe if you haven't asked for help, have you still felt, I'm asking you guys at home, have you still felt that you needed it? Have you ever felt like, I can't handle my mind on my own? Have you ever felt you needed help from outside of you?
Yeah, and we saw a lot of you did say, no, you haven't asked for help. So yeah, have you felt you needed it? And I personally have needed it, and I have needed help, and I have asked for help. But yeah, we want to see, because like Devon said, it's really important to not only be able to identify, hey, I think I need some help, but also actually asking for it. It's tough. So have you guys ever felt you needed help? Go ahead.
Yeah, we just put that question up on the screen. Mm-hmm. Some yeses coming in. I've definitely asked at different times, and it's different who I ask. There have been times where I needed to go to a professional therapist, and that was the way I asked for help. Sometimes it was just reaching out to a family member and saying like, hey, I'm struggling right now, and I just need someone.
I know, me too. That's a good point. It depends for me as well, kind of who, because I think I'm kind of an open book. Everyone sort of knows about my issues and things I'm struggling. I talk a lot, but at the same time, I think sometimes I haven't been able to identify the differences, when I really actually need like more specialized help or a different kind of help. And I feel like, it's been kind of hard to navigate that. And it looks like from you guys, a lot of people see this is why, the shift and everything, mental health awareness is just so important. Like, look at how many of you have said, yes, you have felt like you've needed help. 93%. I mean, that's major. Mental health affects everyone.
Yeah. And recognizing when you need help. I think we grow up becoming self-reliant. We say like, no, I'll handle it. Mm-hmm. I can do this. I can do this myself. I don't need help. I got it. And it's good to recognize at a certain point when like it's time to open it up and ask. Definitely. So thank you for answering in our polls. Remember, these are going to be coming up throughout the rally today. Go to the shiftwellnessrally.com/vote to join and be able to add your answers to this conversation. This is an ongoing conversation we're having with you. Mm-hmm. So if you felt like you could use some extra support, you are definitely not alone in that. And we're glad you're here because we know of at least one place to start here in Los Angeles.
Hey shifters, I'm super excited to be here and I really can't wait to hear your point of view. Let's start the conversation, Los Angeles.
Hi everyone, I'm Erin Ryan, Executive Director of NAMI Westside Los Angeles. We're thrilled to welcome you here today to the Shift Wellness Rally LA, presented by NAMI Westside LA, NAMI California, and the Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission. NAMI Westside LA offers free education programs along with support, guidance, and hope for the growing number of Angelinos living with mental health conditions. The average delay between the onset of symptoms and intervention is 8 to 10 years. Now, can you imagine if you have the symptoms of a broken arm, would you wait 8 to 10 years to receive help?
Hey everyone, my name is Brooke Johnson.
I'm Juan Acosta.
My name is Britt Turpak. I'm a mental health advocate, motivational speaker, and representative of NAMI Westside Los Angeles.
I am a mental health and LGBTQ+ advocate and a New York Times best-selling author for a book co-authored with Lady Gaga. I also currently serve as one of the regional managers for the CalHope Warm Line.
I became a mental health advocate because I've been dealing with mental health since I was 13. As I was getting older, no one really had the resources or the know-how to truly give me any coping mechanisms for what I was dealing with. So I truly struggled for most of my teenage life and mostly through college.
When I was in high school and even transitioning into college, I had feelings associated with anxiety and depression, racing thoughts to the point that they would debilitate me from going about my day or completing adult responsibilities or schoolwork, feelings of hopelessness associated with depression. But I didn't have the education or awareness to know what a mental health condition looked like.
I didn't know where to go or who to go to, and I didn't want to share what I was feeling with my parents because I didn't want to be another stressor.
The truth is that we're all susceptible. We're all under a lot of stress right now. Jesse Zookman here, mental health patient, advocate, suicide survivor, and now I am training to be a mental health care professional myself. We were already in the middle of a mental health epidemic, a mental illness epidemic. And now we have COVID on top of an epidemic. We've got double epidemics. And then we have the stigma that tells us, don't talk about mental illness. We can't not talk about it anymore. This is a social justice issue. Talking about it will save lives, and now is the time.
What stressors are currently impacting students' mental and emotional health?
What's the biggest stressor? Like, it is school, it is family, it is, friend issues and all those kind of things, but it's now like worsened through being stuck at home.
These social injustices, the police killings, a lot of race-based trauma, the impact of COVID on mostly our communities of color, for families who have been drastically impacted financially, worrying about food on the table. I think that's been a reality for some of our students.
I also feel like a lot of students are struggling because they don't know that the school gives like free therapy, or they don't know that they have the resources. For me personally, like, my anxiety increased a lot, and a lot of people have worries about going back, but they don't know that there's these free resources that they can find.
There were already some concerns about youth mental health because of schools being closed. And so there was like a big kind of rallying cry of like, open the schools immediately because it's affecting all of our kids' mental health. A rushed reopening is also very stressful.
I guess the age stigma was something that I experienced. I started to try to get help for anxiety and depression when I was in 7th grade, and it was something that I knew that I needed, but the people around me were not listening. They thought I was too young to having these problems, to being knowledgeable that I needed help. I was not able to get help until I was in high school.
People assume that they're being dramatic, or people express they're struggling in different ways. Mental health is just stereotyped into a certain box of what it looks like, but there's just such a wide variety. It's different for everybody.
Mental health looks like this. I look completely fine, but you have no idea that I might or might not have had a panic attack this morning. To constantly be putting on a mask every day and not staying true to what you're feeling or what's going on with your body, it's an issue that people feel like they're scared to even show that side of themselves.
At first, I was uncomfortable and scared to share it. We live in an age of technology where, everything has to be so perfect.
Everybody just believes that social media is the way of showing that you are succeeding or that you have to look a certain way. I think it's made this a stigma of having to be perfect, when at the end of the day, it's harming our mentals because we're not accepting ourselves.
Everyone's journey is different with their mental health. I think the feelings of being alone, being scared, feeling lonely, not knowing what the future holds, feeling desperate, feeling not good enough, feeling overwhelmed. I think all those feelings are commonalities between everyone.
Hey everyone, my name is Kelly Davis with Mental Health America, here to share a quick tip about dealing with stress. So if you can imagine, this is your brain. This part right here, your prefrontal cortex, also known as your rational or thinking brain, helps you make decisions about what to do and what to do next. This part right here, if you can imagine, is your amygdala. And your amygdala is what in your brain releases stress hormones when you're freaked out. So when something stressful happens, your brain goes like this, and you flip your lid. What happens next is that if you can just remember that this part of your brain is trying to help you out by making you more alert to what's going on, you can slowly take enough breaths to where you can bring your thinking brain back home with you.
What's up, guys? My name is Ryder Davis. I'm a 21-year-old sophomore, and I'm also a mental health advocate with NAMI West Los Angeles. I'm a presenter as part of the Ending the Silence program.
And my name is Tim Davis. I am the father of the young man that I am speaking to this morning, and the program director for NAMI Westside Los Angeles.
I got an opportunity going into middle and high schools and talking about my lived experience. I realized that I could help even a little bit with ending that stigma, ending the silence around mental health conditions.
We want to help young people in our community learn how to have conversations around mental health so they can support themselves and their friends and their family members if and when mental health conditions surface in their lives.
What inspired me to become a mental health advocate was my own diagnosis of bipolar disorder. When I was diagnosed, I felt stigma from all around me and also from within myself, and I didn't like that.
Every time you tell a classroom of students that you live with bipolar disorder and you talk about all the things you do to manage and to live well with it, you're a hero to me, but you're a hero to these kids, and you are making it easier for people to talk about having bipolar disorder without feeling stigma.
Every time I present, it really helps me come to terms with my story, and it's also helped me become a much better speaker. So it's been an amazing process, particularly before coronavirus. My dad and I would go out to these schools together, and it was a really great bonding experience.
Being the father of someone with bipolar disorder and tracking that part of my mental health journey of when I had awareness that my son had bipolar disorder and what that meant, and what has become worth it to me is really connecting with you so that you know you're not alone in this journey.
NAMI has totally strengthened our relationship, I think.
As your father, I've seen kind of times in your journey in the last 3 years where you hit a little bit of a wall, maybe get a little stuck. And that happens to all of us.
It does happen, not just people with mental health conditions, but also everyone. But I feel like those, at least in my own experience, those with mental health conditions, when you get stuck, it can be a little harder to get out of that situation. And for me, stuck means isolating, not doing the things that I usually want to do. Eating badly also is a definite marker of being stuck. Generally, just bad habits tend to rise up. And I feel like the best way to get unstuck is by talking to someone whose opinion you value and who you can sort of lean on.
The first time I asked a friend, I kind of asked them what they went through. So I was going through a lot of anxiety, and my symptoms with anxiety is I don't really eat much. I have like an anxious stomach, like butterflies in my stomach that make me kind of feel sick most of the day. But the fact that I acknowledged it after 6 years of feeling this every day of my life validated myself.
Just being able to own where you are and accept where you are, it makes a big difference. In the past, I would just blame myself for feeling bad, and then I would get stuck in that emotion. I would get stuck in the experience. I would try to will myself out of depression, which would make the depression stuck. So I found that doesn't work. And the more that I can accept, the more that I can be with, even the bad days, just the more progress I make and just the easier life is.
Wow. We just heard from just so much there from some really courageous starters of conversation. You guys are seriously my heroes. And what young people are dealing with overall, I mean, there's a lot going on. So what did you guys say your biggest stressors are between?
Yeah, let's see that poll.
School, family, friends, COVID, social media, safety. Let's see. Okay, yeah. Family, safety.
Friends, family, safety, and COVID. That's the state of our year, right?
Yeah, I can relate. I think that definitely added a big stressor this past year.
Yeah, I mean, it's like there's so much normally that can be a stressor for your mental health previous to a year of a pandemic that changed everything for us.
Yeah.
So it makes sense that these are the answers. We see school, family, friends,
social media,
COVID, social media.
Yeah, I definitely think social media, I feel that sometimes, the pressure of, you know, what we say there, or should we say things there, or am I weird if I do say things there, or how can I, you know, talk about what I'm going through? I I see social media being a big stressor for me.
Yeah, well, and how often am I on it, and what am I seeing on it, and is everyone living these lives that I'm seeing on there, and is my life less than that? Like all of this is what we're dealing with. And I think what's beautiful about what we just saw shared was we all need this reminder that we're not alone in feeling overwhelmed. We're not alone in feeling stressed by this. We're not alone in being triggered by this. This is something we're facing as a generation, as a nation, as a people. Like, this is all of us. So when you get stuck in an emotion or a space, one of the questions we asked was, do you feel comfortable asking for help? And let's see the answers to that poll.
Yeah. This one is definitely a tricky one. I think, as we're seeing now, at least majority is saying no, they don't feel comfortable. Some people saying yes. And I think, that's majorly telling.
Yeah, that's so telling.
Of just we need to be able to feel comfortable to ask for help. And that's what we're here to help you guys do as well. And go ahead.
I just want to say, like, it's also okay if it's uncomfortable. Like, yes, it's not 100% comfortable feeling this way. It's not 100% comfortable reaching out to someone else and being vulnerable and saying, like, I need help. Like, I'm not figuring this out on my own, and I'm not doing well. It makes sense that it's a little uncomfortable, but you want to make sure you're able to when you need to.
Exactly. If you're not comfortable, the question is then where do we even start, right? And how do we talk about it? Because that's kind of that next step.
Exactly. So let's start at the start. How do we express ourselves enough to find out what we might need? It starts with language.
So all those feels you tend to feel? Well, being able to put words, actual vivid language to it, can be a big part of reducing the negative impact on our mental state. For example, if you're feeling sad, it actually helps us manage this emotion when we can be specific about the kind of sadness that we're feeling. Disappointment, grief, empty, isolated, powerless. Coming up with words for our emotions isn't always easy, especially when we're feeling out of it to begin with. This online tool can help us find words we didn't even know we were looking for. All the Feels is an awesome free app that helps you identify and track your emotions. It helps you name your feelings with expressive words that you can relate to, creating a catalog of your emotional vocabulary. You can use it as a tool to really see where you're at, and you can share your weekly or monthly graphs with your therapist. Who has time to remember how you were feeling last Tuesday? All the Feels is a really simple way to put the right words to what we're feeling so that we can better manage how we're feeling.
So people ask me all the time, what are some things I can do for my mental health? And I am here to tell you that self-care really works. Self-care is not just bubble baths, sunshine, and rainbows. Although sunshine really can make an impact. Things you can do on your own. Number one, get some sleep. Your body needs sleep. Your brain needs sleep to make those brain chemicals. We process emotions in our dreams. So making sleep an absolute priority is a big deal. It can take a little bit of discipline. I struggle with it too. The other thing that can give you brain chemicals that you need to maintain mental health is a nutritious diet. Your body needs the basic building blocks to make the dopamine, to make all of the things that make you feel good, that make you feel in general. Less things that come in bags, less things that come in boxes. You just do your best. If you can cook, cooking can be a great thing. If you can get some help cooking, get some help cooking. It all makes a difference. It all adds up. Being social. Being social is so important to our emotional and mental health. Our evolution is not like a solo creature. We have always existed in tribes. We have always existed in groups. And when human beings aren't in a group, that sends a signal to our whole nervous system that we're in danger. So in order for us to feel safe, supported, for us to feel like we can let our guard down, which is so important to mental health, healing, and emotional healing, and healing trauma, is finding that community. That maybe is a spiritual community, maybe it's your synagogue, maybe it's your church, maybe it's your mosque, maybe it's a sports group. But having that camaraderie, having that support, it's so crucial to maintaining your mental health.
Hey, my name is Nico Craig. I'm a DJ and producer. I am a transgender man. I have much experience in the music industry, and navigating through that as a black, queer, trans man can be something very challenging. It can just require a lot of energy. Some of the things I do to maintain my mental health as a creative, as a musician, and just as a human, and as Nico. I read, whether it be books about DJing, about trans resources, and trans advocacy. I cry. That is another thing I do. Projecting, releasing that is very healthy. I drink lots of water. I try to drink water. Every time I am experiencing something, it's a good way to listen to and respond to your nervous system.
Hi, I'm Brenda Sorez-Zuniga. I'm a comedian, I'm a mindfulness coach, mental health motivational keynote speaker, singer, dancer, pianist, and I have ADHD. You know, the works. So, one of my favorite positive coping techniques that I love to share with others, and I do this every single day, it's called self-compassion hug. I love just giving myself a nice snug hug. I like to put my hands up here on my shoulders. They may look silly, they may look weird. You're probably like, what is she doing? But trust me, it works, and I'll explain why. This activates the mammalian care system. So this takes us back to when we were first born and being held. The message that we're sending to our brain is that we are safe and we are comforted. And our brain doesn't know the difference, it just knows we are being held. When we hug ourselves, we're telling ourselves, hey, we are allowing ourselves in our personal space. You are calm, you are safe, and this is a wonderful stress reducing, positive technique that's easy. It's a great way to ground yourself, a great way to be there for yourself, a great way to soothe. It's wonderful. And it's easy. Now you know how to do it. Good job.
When our emotions spin out of control, our minds and bodies can feel like they're not our own. We might know we need help, but for what exactly? Mental Health America has developed a screening tool that can help you figure out what you're dealing with. So when your trusted adult or your doctor or your therapist asks what's wrong, you don't have to say, I don't know. Understanding what's going on with your mental health is the first step in getting the support you need ASAP.
My name is Nikki Lynette. At this point in your life, I'm sure you've heard people say it's okay to not be okay. And that's true. When I was suicidal, hearing that statement helped me realize that I didn't need to beat myself up for feeling bad. But the thing people don't tell you is there is a life after not okay. You know that, right? Like you really can have a life where you have your mental health issues under control. And yeah, it might suck to feel depressed or feel anxious or feel helpless sometimes, but it ain't nothing to feel shame about. Having depression is literally more common than having diabetes or asthma. Do you think it's okay to judge folks for having that? No? Then why judge yourself for being depressed? And think about it. What if our traits that we are the most uncomfortable with actually contribute to who we are? What if they make us a little more sensitive and humble and compassionate than others? I tell people all the time, you don't get to separate out the parts of me you don't like. You take all of me or you get none of me. Accepting myself is what helped me get my control of my life back after being diagnosed with complex post-traumatic stress disorder. If you ever feel like you need a little help, go get it. Don't feel shame. Ain't nothing wrong with having mental health needs. Mental health is just as important as physical health. So get help if you need it. I promise it's okay. Everybody want to be cute and look great on the outside. But y'all, you deserve to be great on the inside too.
Becoming a mother really motivated me to get involved with the mental health conversation. And I really wanted to change that for my two daughters and the next generation, to really shift the conversation and to let them know that it's okay to talk about your mental health. It's okay to not be okay. It's okay to help a friend. It's okay to have these difficult conversations because you're not alone.
I know that I'm privileged to be surrounded, and a lot of my friends are really educated about mental health or really passionate about the issue, but that's really because students are in a classroom setting, and that kind of shyness and secrecy comes from oftentimes feeling like they have to hide it from their own families.
My parents don't really understand what that is. Like, I have to explain it to them. It's kind of seen as something that's not really real or something that's not as important. But personally for me, ever since I've learned to prioritize my mental health, and ever since I've advocated for that, I've seen that I'm a lot more happier, and I'm still I'm the happiest I've been right now.
One of those big barriers is definitely finding a way to reach families across cultural differences and language differences.
I believe that the system has oftentimes operated on a one-size-fits-all. I believe we need people who represent us, who look like us, and who might have some of that shared lived experience to be a part and inform the system.
I became unstuck when I realized that we all have needs. Mental health is universal, and we all deserve to experience wellness. So how can we put a lot less blame on vulnerable communities, and how can we put more accountability on the systems around us to better listen to our needs, work with us to meet our needs, and support us?
I wanted to get involved in mental health because when I was 13 years old, I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder. And after surviving a series of suicide attempts, I turned to writing. When I was writing letters as my way of healing, I realized that I was being so kind and empathetic to people I'd never even met. And so I wanted to see if what helped me could help others as well. Our world's first Youth for Youth mental health guidebook, which we published in November of 2019, written entirely by 14 to 21-year-olds, has input from people of over 50 countries and is reviewed by medical and industry professionals. What I'm so proud of is that it really emphasizes a deep dive into the intersectional parts of mental health as well, how our different backgrounds and identities can shape us as we move forward in our various healing journeys.
Looking to connect to a community after the rally? Feeling connected is so important to our emotional well-being. And even if you're not venturing out as much, there are some really awesome online communities to lean into, like #HalfTheStory, a community encouraging healthy, whole story sharing to break the standard social media narrative of all perfect all the time that so poorly impacts mental health. The #WeWereHere project is recording and preserving the teen perspectives on the current state of the world, including how COVID-19 has affected you. And #SameHereGlobal, because everyone has mental health, everywhere. Here you can share stories, find tools and resources, and locate experts to connect with from around the world. Look for your community. No matter where you are, no matter what you're going through, you don't have to go through it alone.
I know that having a good support structure and definitely a very, very well-trusted adult is extremely important. It was extremely important for me.
I grew up in a family where mental health advocacy was strong. I could talk to my parents about it. I could talk to my siblings. I could talk to cousins. I could talk to uncles, aunts.
I think a trusted adult is someone that you can trust, but I think that it's very interesting to be able to talk to them at ease and to not feel like you have pressure on you or like you have to say something to please them. It's having that safe person, that safe space, that safe haven almost.
So that might be someone at your school, that might be your counselor, that might be your best friend who then asks their parents to help you. I've had to truly work on my support team, and that also doesn't stay the same because someone who was supportive a year ago maybe not be supportive of me now.
I've never ever doubted that I can trust my parents, and also my grandpa, my grandfather. He definitely deserves a shout out and a call from me.
It's really about listening a lot of the time, and how that is an action. Sometimes people think listening is not an action. But it is.
I think friends make a huge difference. When you find the right friends, it can really be a life changer.
The two people who really made a huge difference in my life went to my counselor to say, Ryder needs help, he's struggling, and maybe even saved my life. So thank you to them. They'll never see this, but thank you to them.
One of the topics that we talk about in our Ending the Silence presentations is suicide. And I talk about it personally in my story. And
Typically, this is the first time that a lot of students have heard suicide talked about so candidly, and the first time that they've really been able to see the warning signs of suicide and what they can do if they see it in a friend or what they can do if they're experiencing it themselves. I know for me, when I was experiencing suicidal thoughts as a symptom of my depression, I felt so alone, and I felt like that I was this burden and that no one would understand. And one of my close friends asked the question of if I was considering suicide. And that's the question that we actually tell the students that you need to ask. That is a really important question, and it can be a really scary question. And she helped me reach out to the counseling center at my school. So she was able to help get me to a resource that at the time I really wasn't feeling up to finding and getting myself.
We have a lot of families, who maybe wouldn't want their child to be in therapy.
The number one question that was asked in that was, can I do this without my parents' permission? Is there a way for me to get this help without bringing it to my parents? Am I able to do it?
For us in the hospital, unfortunately, by the time the patient gets into the hospital, they're already at their worst. Even at that, family members are still in denial of, that this is happening to their family.
Depending on the age, until you're 18, right? Like, you're not even adults, so you're relying heavily on your parents. So that's where it's kind of tough. The response by my parents, it ingrained in me to never open up about those feelings or share them or talk about them when you'd feel depressed or down. And so ever since then, I never quite knew how to talk about it or open up about it. I traveled to 30 countries in 30 days, ending on was to raise awareness about children's mental health. And it was through that experience that I discovered that this was going to be a lifelong pursuit to have an impact in the mental health space, specifically children's mental health. I feel like we can kind of resolve a lot of global issues, right? If people's mental health were to be taken care of at a young age.
Sometimes when we're at our lowest is when life chooses to challenge us the most. And if you live with depression or bipolar, well, those challenges can be isolating and sometimes feel never ending. With our new podcast, I'm Living Proof, a letter to my younger self, you may discover that you're not alone. Join us as we listen to young adults living with depression or bipolar detail their first brush with a mood disorder and a letter written and read to their younger selves. In each letter, we explore their journey, learn how they face the challenges of living with a mood disorder, and find out what makes them living proof.
I had a very, very difficult time telling my parents that I'm gay, but I started going to therapy, and my therapist told me to write them a letter. She told me to tell them all the things that I was too afraid to tell them in person. And it opened up the conversation between my parents and myself to really talk about what was going on. Ever since then, I have been closer to my parents than I ever have been before.
And hey, if you need someone to talk to, check out this list of NAMI warm lines. You've heard of hotlines. They're typically for when you're in crisis. Warm lines are for times when you just need someone to talk to. The warm lines on NAMI's list are free and confidential. They're staffed by peer counselors who have their own lived experiences around mental health conditions themselves, so not trained therapists. Mental health care can be expensive, but there are places to look to find free or low-cost services and support. NAMI Westside LA has a full list of mental health resources in Los Angeles. The Social Work License Map has a list of 60 mental health resources that you can access anywhere in the U.S. And add this to your list. You can call 211 no matter where you are. 211 is a 24/7 free and confidential service supported by the United Way that helps match people with resources like food, shelter, and mental health services. Look for more resources on our website, www.shifttheshow.com.
Wow. Those are some powerful conversations and a continuing conversation we're having with each other. Remember to go to the shiftwellnessrally.com/vote to answer these polls and this conversation we're opening up. What gets in the way is different for everyone. We ask the question, what stops you from asking for help? Finances coming in as the biggest reason. And I get that. That has been a barrier for me, seeking therapy before, or stopping therapy, because of the financial burden it places on me when I didn't have any money. So I understand that.
I'm also seeing some trust in the system. And I think that's definitely what I hear the most from my peers and my friends. Fortunately, since my parents are psychologists and I know the work that they do, I feel like I trust the system. But I understand that, you know, even if you do have insurance and you do go start looking for a therapist, it can be hard. It's you know, it's like dating. You have to find the right match. And, you know, there are so many resources out there. But I understand people thinking that, you know, this will never work for me. Maybe they go to one person and they're like, this isn't working. And then another thing that does come up, as we've talked about before, is, you know, if you are asking for help, are you able to get the help that you need? So you guys, when we ask, have you gotten help when you've asked for it?
100% of us answer. Oh, there we go. Okay, now it's shifted. It's 100% answering at times, which was my answer, is like, sometimes I've gotten the help I've needed, but I don't know if you've had the experience, Adrienne, I have, of going to a therapist or asking a friend or family member for some support with something and it not really doing what I needed it to do, it not landing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think when you're in that point too, where you are struggling, that's the last thing you want, right? To be like, oh, like I actually put myself out there. I actually asked for help. And now I feel like this isn't working. And, you know, it shows with the answers with that. Yeah, sometimes. And hey, sometimes is better than never, but you know, we want to get to the always.
Yeah.
And going back to
that's a lot of the resources we're sharing, and that's what NAMI is doing, is we have to realize there are resources that if finances are getting in the way, there are places you can go to get help. And you know, whatever's in the way, there are places, there are resources for mental health support, and that's what.
And I can only hope there will just be more and more and more coming, you know, in the future too.
Exactly.
Hopefully we're starting this shift right now. And speaking of kind of those tools and resources, which tools are you guys using to manage? You answered that question. We got a lot of trusted adult and friend. That's awesome to hear. Self-tips, peer groups.
What are your major self-care tools for your mental health, Adrienne?
Yeah, I think for me, especially this last year, what it really showed me is that I need to slow down. I think when I was forced to slow down and pause and just kind of be in the moment and not thinking so hard about the future and kind of letting myself relax and not be overwhelmed with work all the time, that's when I felt the most at peace. So it's almost, you know, the silver lining with COVID and quarantine was realizing that my method of self-care, I think, is, you know, having some time to myself where I just slow down and just, you know, like whether that means relaxing and watching movies one night and, you know, doing my work tomorrow, or whatever that is, I think for me, that's the best.
Yeah, taking that time with yourself. One of the biggest things I've learned in the last few years about like foundational support for my mental health has been exercise. I see right now we have 18% answering exercise.
That's a great
It's crazy how much our physical health is influencing our mental health as well. So that's just like foundational. That's just maintenance.
No, that's a great point. And even just a little bit, we were talking earlier, like 5 minutes a day, if you do some jumping jacks, get that blood pumping. I definitely agree with you, Devon. Exercise has made a huge difference as well.
Yeah. And then I love that so many people have, and I guess I agree, trusted adults and trusted friends, trusted people in your life, because that makes it okay to talk to them about maybe these things you're holding in or these things you're struggling with.
Yeah, feeling that's someone, that's awesome. Good to hear.
Yeah. So thank you guys for continuing this conversation with us. What works for one of us can be really different for another, which it helps to be mindful of.
Yes.
I like to go on walks, anything, meditation, yoga, tai chi, as well as reading. I love to write, so I love to journal. Journaling allows for me to just be in the present. This is my journal. It has an It Gets Better sticker on it. Shout out to the It Gets Better project. This is my form of projecting. I also meditate, which is like a no-brainer, no pun intended. Wellness requires stillness. I feel like stillness is really important because when you practice stillness, you're able to become aware of where your pain is, and that can help you realize where you need to do work in so that you can heal and grow and evolve as a person.
Being mindful is about being metacognitive about how you interact with yourself, and by extension, how that translates into your interactions with the outer world, like your family, your friends, or your responsibilities like school, work, or more. To be metacognitive simply means thinking about your own thinking about your actions, or thinking about yourself as an individual. Mindfulness is significant because taking time to sit with yourself and reflect on how you are mentally can be refreshing. It allows yourself to pause from the multitude of things your mental state may be experiencing. We have a countless, never-ending stream of thoughts flowing in and out of our brains, which can result in overwhelm, confusion, and then irritation. So being mindful is a way to comprehend or react to these thoughts in a more proactive and positive manner. It can be something simple, like looking up guided meditations online. Body scans or breath exercises can be beneficial in terms of allowing your brain to calmly be metacognitive, because our brains function best when they're in stress-free environments. All of this has the potential to help you define your day on your own terms.
Hello, shifters. My name is Dr. Broderick Sawyer. I'm a clinical psychologist, educator, consultant, as well as a meditation teacher. And I'm going to teach you a very brief mindfulness meditation exercise. And I'm going to teach this to you because mindfulness meditation saved my life. I struggled with mental illness, and mindfulness meditation really helped me in just learning how to feel safe, how to feel present, and how to not worry so much and let my thoughts carry me into darker places. So all we're going to do is find a comfortable position, close our eyes, and begin to take very deep in breaths. So breathe with me. All the way in, and then a nice full release of the out breath. Now we're going to keep breathing in this way. So we're going to breathe all the way in. And then breathe all the way out. It's almost like you are inflating your lungs all the way. And then you're deflating your lungs. And then breathe in, and on the neck, you to push all of the air out of your lungs, and also try to relax your shoulders a little bit on the out breath. Relax your jaw muscles. Maybe your eyebrows are crunched. Relax those. Relax your body. And when we breathe out, when we exhale, we're releasing all tension. So we're breathing all the way in. All the way. And that's all we need to do to really practice what it feels like to feel safe. And one little bonus for you. Now what I want you to do is let your breath resume at its natural rhythm. So no more deep breaths. But what I want you to do is allow your thoughts to run without saying anything back to them. So just allow your thoughts. Just move wherever it is you want them to move. Wherever it is they're going, just allow them to move. It's not important what they're saying, What's important is that you are aware. It's almost like your thoughts are clouds in the sky, and your awareness is the sky. The clouds can do whatever they want. They can shift, they can move. And some can be dark, some can be light, but the sky always remains. Just in our last few moments here, I want you to let your thoughts run. Just allow them to run. I want you to see that you don't have to chase your thoughts if you don't want to. Just like sounds come up and they appear, and then they disappear. And we allow our thoughts to run, appear, and they disappear. Let's take one more nice full in breath. And breathe all the way out. And open the eyes. Come back to your surroundings. Any mental illness sufferers, you got this. Stay present. Focus on the day-to-day. I appreciate you all. Signing off.
Did you know there are a lot of apps that help with mental and emotional well-being? Of course you do, because there's an app for everything. Just look at all these well-being apps. Apps that match you with a therapist or a coach for low or reduced cost. Apps that specialize in connecting people with culturally relevant counselors. Apps that have guided meditations, stories, music. Try adding an app or two to your well-being toolbox.
Mental health matters to me because I have friends and family members who have struggled. My mental health has been affected by the global pandemic because isolation is hard on all of us. I'd like to shout out my English teacher, Miss Rosenthal, for sharing her own struggles with my class. It was brave of her and I appreciate it very much.
In 2016, UCLA asked me what would I do if I got to start my own school. So I became a founding faculty member of Devon Academy at UCLA. And I always joke with people that you don't get to become a mental health advocate because you had this perfect life and then you wanted to tell people about it. I do have my own personal journey with mental health. I was diagnosed with bipolar disorder when I was 16. When I was 17 and a senior in high school, I was hospitalized for attempting to take my own life. And at the time, I wasn't on anyone's radar. I was president of my class, a varsity basketball player, had this huge external life that everybody saw, and an internal life that was completely different. The program that we have at Devon Academy at UCLA is a wellness class for all of our students in grades 6 through 12, where they learn about their mental health the same way they would learn about their physical health. And you can't really talk about mental health if you're not talking about the systems that make people's mental health harder. So we do anti-racism education, we talk about identity, and we talk about all the things that can impact a young person's life.
In high school, everyone is searching for their own identity. So to have lessons geared towards helping students do that and how to do it safely is great.
My growing self-awareness with regard to my mental health has helped me during stressful situations and preventing burnout because I know my own limits and know how to take care of myself.
I know that I can use coping mechanisms to relax. I can use mindfulness to put things into perspective. I can use good stress to be productive.
To have a class that focuses on behaviors that really shape our teenage years, these are also concepts and ideas that will be with us for the rest of our lives.
If you are a student who's really devoted to wellness, you may start balancing your life better with stress. You may start getting better sleep. You might start understanding your identity.
There's a shift that happens going from having a stressful class or having a test to next block. But you shift into the wellness space where you can be open, you have mindfulness in the beginning.
It is also the one period in the week where I feel like I can relax and take a step back from the stressors that schools bring.
Bring, 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 bring. Hello? Oh, it's anxiety calling. I thought you went away. Oh, and you're here to tell me that I have so much to worry about? That there's doom ahead? Well, you know what? I don't have time for you today. So peace.
Hi there. Start here and go up. Sometimes when I'm feeling stressed or I can feel my heart beating a little bit more or I'm feeling tense and I know that I need to take a break, I do something that my 5-year-old daughter in kindergarten taught me, starfish breathing. And it's just a series of 5 breaths. So you start from the bottom and you go up. And it's just deep breaths and it just gives you 5 seconds of pause to reset. Thanks. I know I'm feeling a little better.
The starfish. I also love the name of it. And I actually too.
I love whoever that kindergarten teacher is that's teaching that, because honestly, it's teaching you to slow down. And what a simple way to access it through your hand is take 5 deep breaths. This is fantastic.
I need that in my life because I don't ever breathe. I just talk. My speech therapist says I need to slow down. So I will be using this. So
remember the starfish. Slow it down, Adrienne. Slow it down. Yeah, this is a great reminder. I'm going to use that in my life for sure. And that was really cool, seeing how many different ways there are to get started on this wherever you are in your journey. And that's really just the beginning, because the tools and the ways to self-care are not limited. And you guys know because you told us.
Mm-hmm.
When I became an adult, I realized that I really needed to start prioritizing my mental health so that I can be a fun person for myself. I started going to therapy, and it was the best decision I made.
Cognitive behavioral therapy has been interesting for me because I've actually been doing it since I was in 6th grade, dealing with anxiety and different issues.
The practices and mental tools that have helped me, I read and I watch things that are going to motivate me and feel good. I go on walks, I take a breather outside, and I get that vitamin D.
Biggest tool for me is working out. I cannot explain how much working out makes a difference.
I love roller skating, playing with my dog Lana. Sometimes self-care is sleeping in.
If I text my friend and I'm like, just starting a conversation about anything, about their day, about their life, or the weather, just anything to get me out of my head, it's so helpful.
My family and friends help me get past my mental health struggles whenever I have them.
One of the coping mechanisms that I use today is that a fact or a feeling?
When I go on social media, I, first of all, filter out the bad. The things that you see and it makes you feel ill, you don't need to be following it.
Balance is a huge thing. To balance out work and giving back to yourself, giving the time you need to meditate or go on a walk.
Sometimes the way to wellness is through art, whether it's music, a drumming night, art therapy night.
Music is a really, really huge part of my life. Anything involving music helps me feel grounded.
Singing, dancing, playing my piano, performing comedy.
I love to use the arts as a way to engage people in conversations about mental health and making this wellness space a lot more fun and creative than what we were offered when I was growing up.
You know, whatever it is that kind of fuels your soul, different kinds of ways into getting more in touch with ourselves and our true spirits. I think that's maybe the future of advocacy, broadening our perspective on what help looks like, or what health looks like, or what wellness looks like.
Hey LA, I'm excited to rally with you. Hi, I'm Asal. I am a coach, and I am someone who is committed to inspiring you and others from all parts of the world to practice gratitude with me. Why gratitude? Studies have shown that practicing gratitude reduces anxiety. It helps you have a more positive mindset. It increases your self-esteem. It improves your sleep. It improves your connection with other people and your overall outlook on life. What you can expect from taking gratitude on as a first-timer is, there's a lot of things actually. You might get stuck and nothing may come to mind, and that's okay. You may experience some euphoria, like, wow, I didn't think about this point, and I am really grateful. You may experience human connection. You may experience just being in a state of gratitude. It's this happy-go-lucky feeling inside where you're at peace, regardless of what's going on the outside of your life. Some of you may have never done this before, and that's totally okay. Some of you might be asking me, well, what does gratitude even mean? Gratitude means thinking about what it is in your life that you are grateful for, that you're thankful for, when you give thanks to a person or things, or even for yourself. Now, practicing gratitude, there's no right or wrong way of doing it. Remember, You can practice in the morning, you can practice in the afternoon, or you can practice at night. It doesn't matter how long you practice. It could be short as 30 seconds or as long as 10 minutes, whatever feels right for you. Now, before we get into this practice, I think it's best to get centered, to get grounded. And we're gonna do that by taking a couple of deep breaths. So let's inhale through our nose and exhale through your mouth. Inhale through your nose and exhale through your mouth. Now, for the next few moments, I want you to think about and possibly write, what are you grateful for about what's in your life and in this moment?
Every day, I like to write down 5 gratitudes. Today, I'm grateful for my girlfriend, Anya, sleeping well last night, because sometimes I am an insomniac. And I'm grateful for my family's health. Even though I miss them so much in Canada, they're healthy and well. I'm grateful for all the friends in my life that keep me happy and support me. And I'm grateful for food, because I love to eat food. Those are my gratitudes. What about you?
Hello, my name is Ifacho Okeke. I'm a pianist, singer, and certified laughter yoga leader and teacher.
I have never tried laughter yoga. Oh my gosh, is that even a thing?
Laughter yoga is a unique concept where anyone can laugh for a prolonged period of time without comedy, humor, or jokes. The body cannot differentiate between real or fake laughter. Whether I go ha 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 ha, or if I really laugh like ha 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 ha, the body still gets all the wonderful health benefits. It lowers the blood pressure, decreases the stress hormone cortisol, increases your endorphins. You elevate your mood and bring more joy to yourself.
I have to try laughter yoga. I feel like I'm pretty funny, so if I can make myself laugh during yoga, then
the laughter must be long and prolonged for a good 10-15 minutes, and a good belly laugh from the diaphragm. Ha 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 ha. Number 1, clapping and chanting. The way we clap is finger to finger, which gives you good acupressure points, energizes you. We're gonna chant like this. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. And we're gonna add ho, ho, ha, ho, ha, 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 ho, ho, ha, ha, ha. Yay! Now, number 2 is breathing and stretching. So, breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, and breathe out. Let's get a nice stretch. Stretch arm over. And the other side. 3 is meditation. We like to do meditation towards the end, just to focus you in. We start with a little laugh and becomes bigger. We crack the code for laughter. How do we get more laughter in our lives? Laughter yoga, that's the key.
The message that I have for all you youth out there that are dealing with mental health conditions or want to start the conversation.
Look inward first and ask yourself, what are you needing right now? What does wellness mean to you, and what do you need to reach that image of wellness that you have in your life?
Give yourself grace. What you're going through is real, and it is extremely serious.
If you're just starting out on your mental health journey, the one thing I will tell you is to have compassion for yourself. Progress is not a straight line.
It's not going to be the easiest thing, but it's going to be the most rewarding.
Starting the conversation around mental health is not easy, but what I realized is those around you want to talk about their mental health.
I think the first step is like acknowledging that you need help, reaching out to your friends and family, talking to the people you love, and finding ways to really deal with that internally.
I just think it's so important that people start having that conversation with themselves, hopefully before they hit rock bottom.
Don't wait. Don't wait until your depression, your anxiety, your inability to focus becomes so overwhelming.
That could be the difference between life and death.
Going to the hospital may not be rock bottom. It could just be a check-in or
a stepping stone towards.
Starting the conversation is incredibly important. It can be hard, but it's a conversation that needs to be had.
Sometimes it's jarring to go back into other parts of my life where mental health isn't talked about as much. And I hope that in those rooms, someone out there feels less alone by hearing someone talk openly about it.
You will feel better. Just give yourself time and love yourself.
Yes. All right. Shift today, and I've definitely learned some things hearing from all these incredible people sharing with us. What did you get out of it, Adrienne?
I mean, me too. Just hearing everyone's stories was incredible. And honestly, I personally like the self-hug. It's a good one.
Self-hug's great. I mean, listen, I know we're talking about serious things, but I use humor to process my emotions. And there's a great thing about the self-hug is from behind. You know what I'm saying? It looks like...
We know what you're saying, Devon.
Okay. All right. Yes. But that was a great reminder. I love the starfish. And I definitely appreciated some of the reminders about just being a caring person to yourself, just being more gentle with yourself.
Yeah, that's so important. And it's evident that teens and young adults want mental health, mental well-being. And there are those advocating for it. There are those being advocated for. And we all want to break, past these challenges that we see on multiple levels. So it was really awesome.
Yeah. Let's check in with the shift that we hope occurred today.
Yes.
Let's see. Which approach will you be trying next? I see up on the screen from our first ask of what people are using.
It's true.
Free resources. Love that. Exercise and mindfulness. Yes, guys, that is foundational steps to your well-being. Peer groups.
Advice. All right.
Cool. Yeah, this is great. And apps, some of those apps sounded amazing. The one about language, I think is so important because it's hard to navigate this. It's hard to label it. Sometimes you don't know what you're feeling. And I'm definitely going to try out that app that helps you create a vocabulary for your emotions.
I was thinking that it's so cool that there really are really love that. I'm definitely going to try that. It looks like they took your exercise advice, Devon. Too.
Yes. Exercise and mindfulness. It's a great foundational tools, man.
I think the most important thing to remember too is just supporting our mental health really can start with a small step, right? It's not, you don't have to, my favorite quote that I always like to use is you don't have to see the whole staircase to take the first step. So it really can just start with a small step, and everyone's steps look different. So you can try different things out.
I love that. Everybody's path, right? From your first step to your 50th step. Yeah. Everybody's individual journey looks different, but what's important is that you're on it, that you're taking those steps into caring for yourself, into taking care of yourself, into growing, into integrating yourself. So be sure to journey over to our partner resource page to connect with some of the tools and programs that we featured today.
You can also take steps to get involved for yourself with NAMI Westside LA's month-long events for Mental Health Awareness Month. You can learn all about that on our site or at namila.org.
Yes, including events with artist X Ari, who we heard from a few times in the show, who's incredible. Those events are going to be really fun.
Yes, X Ari, put this on your calendar. She and the good people at NAMI Westside LA will also be part of MTV's inaugural Mental Health Action Day on May 20th, which we can all take part of as a global community, which is awesome.
That's right. And there are dates all through the month and beyond where you can use your voice from Capitol Hill to the classroom.
Oh, yeah. And for a treat to yourself, visit us for a few special well-being product offers for shifters like you and me from some of our sponsors.
Yes, this has been fantastic. We've heard from great people. We've opened up this conversation with ourselves. I think that's the most important thing, is normalizing conversations like this around taking care of ourselves and each other. So we're sending a big thank you to NAMI Westside LA, the NAMI family, the Mental Health Services Oversight Accountability Commission, and all the presenters and partner organizations. To all of you who submitted and shared your voice here, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Even with the anonymous polls, like, thank you for being brave and sharing with us your journey. It's really awesome. And also you can join NAMI's listening session, which is immediately following the show here. You'll see the link to join below. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for starting this conversation with us and rallying around your mental health and the mental health of those around you. It's so important. Thank you so much. Be sure to join us for another wellness rally in Chicago on May 15th. And until then, you guys, stay safe and stay shifted.
Keep shifting, babies.
Yes. Yay. Thank you guys so much.
The future of mental health advocacy is in very good hands with these students today.
I can feel all of the mental health advocates on this call who are so willing to have this conversation and normalize mental health.
If we just keep the conversation going, we'll be able to keep that momentum.
There are so many resources waiting for you, like peer support groups offered by NAMI.
Online therapy, getting online prescriptions, being able to talk to your doctor online.
Building collective vision with your fellow community members to think of ways that you can achieve wellness together.
I hope this reminds young people of how important their voices are.
That you can have a life worth living, that you deserve, that you can be in your family, contribute to the people you love, and just be out in the world and make a difference in the world. And that's a beautiful thing.
We all have a unique perspective and a story to tell.
Be a voice that defines wellness and pushes and advocates for our needs in the community.
Because at the end of the day, like RuPaul says, you can't expect anyone to love you unless you love yourself first.
I'm so proud of you. So proud of you. I love you. You are heard. You are acknowledged. This is me starting the conversation, stopping the stigma, and feeling the shift.
Hey, my car broke down. I'm stuck in Beverly Hills. Can you come help me?
No, I can't. I'm busy.
Happiness is a choice.
Open up my heart, I'll show you the way. I'ma take you far. Got no time to waste. When I reach the start, it's all in your hands. You coming? Tell me, are you coming? I need to touch somebody. Yeah, 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 yeah. I need someone beside me. Yeah, 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 yeah. You may need a girl like me. Show you what it's gonna be. You need to touch somebody, someone like me. Oh, 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 oh. Gonna raise the bar. I know what's at stake. Wanna heal your scars. Tell me you got faith, no matter where we are. Can't be a mistake. You coming? Tell me, are you coming? Oh, I need to touch somebody. Yeah, 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 yeah. I need someone beside me. Yeah, 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 yeah. You may need a girl like me. Show you what it's gonna be. You
uncomfortable, like a lot of us are. It's time to talk.
It's time to talk.
It's time to talk.
It's time to talk.
Let's talk mental health, baby. Let's talk about you and me. Let's talk about all the good things and the bad things they don't see. Let's talk about mental health. Let's get comfortable being uncomfortable. It's time to talk.
Hi, welcome to Awareness Talks. We're your hosts, Jack and Allie McGuire, founders of Awareness Ties. Thank you so much for being here.
We're really glad that you're joining us. Awareness Talks is where we get comfortable with being uncomfortable. We do three things. We identify and demystify stigmas surrounding social causes. We get personal with stories. And we explore ways to move forward. Tonight, our subject of discussion is mental health. We start the evening with a pre-show to set the tone for our conversation ahead with music, poetry, and stories.
Now, when it comes to mental health, there are many who, like Isabella says, try to put up a good fight, but struggle in the dark at night. Isabella Blake Thomas wrote the song Blinded and performs it for us now. Hear just her and her piano in this exclusive performance. Isabella.
Every single day, I do my best to stay on my way, but I'm blinded by the light. Oh, I'm trying to put up a good fight. But I'm struggling in the dark tonight. I try to tell you it all, but it's not easy, makes me feel small. Every single day, I do my best to stay on my way, but I'm blinded I'm trying to put up my best fight, but I'm blinded by the light. Oh, I'm trying to put up a good fight, but I'm struggling in the dark. I'm struggling in the dark. I'm struggling in the dark tonight.
Thank you, Isabella. That was beautiful. Not only is she a singer, but she's also an actress, having just released her most recent film, playing the role of Princess January in Disney's The Secret Society of Second-Born Royals. In addition, she also serves as Awareness Ties official ambassador for suicide awareness.
You know, so often, so many of us get tired. Tired of the struggles, tired of the pain, and what do? I'll tell you what Brianna Walker did. She expressed her frustrations in song. This 13-year-old from Compton wrote an original piece that she performed as an anthem of her own with a very strong call to action. Listen to this.
We must rise up. We must control this. We must end suicide and bullying. Your father seated you. Your mama tried to get rid of you. Your mama hates you. Your father disclaimed you. Your self-esteem is low, so you act so cold. Thinking it's cool to target the weak idea at your school. We must rise up. We must control this. We must end suicide and bullying. We must rise up. We must control this. We must end suicide and take a stand. Show 'em love, give 'em hugs, come understand. Bullying must come to an end. Yeah, love and unity is what we need because kids are dying behind bullying. Let's come together as one race. Take a stand, a better place. I'm a survivor. I got more life to live.
Super powerful.
Absolutely.
You know, from Isabella on the piano to Brianni on the stage, we now shift gears and hear from Joel with a video posted to Instagram. It takes so much courage to share how you feel. It takes hope to believe that you can heal.
In Joel's words, he says, "It's a song about feeling like you're drowning, but when there's someone to hold on to, things get more manageable." With courage, he sings and shares the song, City.
There's a harvest each Saturday night where the bars fill up with perfume, hitching a ride. A place you could stand for one night and get gone. But it's clear this conversation ain't doing a thing, 'cause these boys only listen to me when I sing, and I don't feel like singing tonight all the same songs. Here in these deep city lights, girl, I could get lost tonight. And I'm finding every reason to be gone. There's nothing here to hold on to. Could I hold on to you?
Thank you so much for sharing, Joel.
You know, so far we've heard three very different voices. Each expresses the importance of acknowledging feelings and intentions. Earlier, with one voice, it was Briani, stating, "We must rise up." Now, with many voices, we have "Time to Rise." This is written and performed by Aura and Rebecca Fitch, and featuring Northbourne Park School Choir. It's produced by O.M. McGarry, and video is created by James Hastings.
Here it is now, the anthem just unveiled for the Phoenix Rising Collective.
Under skies older than the sands of time, I wonder, can you hear my cry for shelter? Over time, there has been a misaligned symmetry of pure design. Oh, Father, we will rise, we will rise, we will rise. Oh, we will rise, we will rise, we will rise. Oh, we will rise, we will rise, we will rise, we will rise. Oh, we will rise, we will rise, we will rise, we will rise. Oh, we will rise. Feel a change in energy as we rise from the ashes, bringing peace and compassion, waking the love inside, liberating the masses. We restore the imbalance, breaking free from the silence, waking the love inside. Our desire to see the people harmonize, 1,000-generation choir, all singing. Time to rise. Can you see the phoenix fly, transcending our divergent tides? Oh, winning. Time to rise, time to rise, time to rise. Oh, we shine. Time to rise, time to rise, time to rise. Oh, we shine. Time to rise, time to rise, time to rise. Oh, we shine. Time to rise, time to rise, time to rise. Oh, we shine. Feel the change in energy as we rise from the ashes, bringing peace and compassion, waking the love inside, liberating the masses. We restore the imbalance, breaking free from the silence, waking the love inside. Freedom, unity of people, power and unity, strong and free. We live and breathe this love will be our peace. Yeah, no longer defeated, strong and free. Time to rise, time to rise, time to rise. Oh, we fly. Time to rise, time to rise, time to rise. Oh, we fly.
What an inspiring performance. You know, there are songs that you can actually feel, and I could feel that.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
You know, each of the songs we've heard makes a statement. Statements are made in other ways as well. Poetry, for example.
So, this next piece, it's one that I wrote while being very honest with myself, about myself. Sometimes the person it's the hardest to be honest with is yourself.
As hard as I've tried, I can no longer hide. As hard as I've tried, I can no longer hide. As hard as I've tried, I can no longer hide from the truth. No amount of gin and vermouth can conceal what I feel. Time to deal with what's real. Time to heal. Because
Is what is I've tried, I can no longer hide. It's eating me up inside. From within I sin against me, daily. Truths denied or justified as pride maintains, despite these refrains of is what is I've tried, I can no longer hide. Sooner or later you find the traitor you sought to find within your own mind. Who knew it was you? Who did you wrong all along? Truth I spied is now I confide. Is what is I've tried, I can no longer hide.
Allie, thank you so much for sharing your words.
Mm-hmm.
So, music, poetry, there are many ways yet to cope with mental health issues. Books, art, books about art.
Right. So, what we're going to share with you next is a conversation. It's a skit that leads into a book, where coloring inside and outside the lines is not an option, but a requirement.
Your Therapist is Anxious, too, is a workbook written by Dr. Jen Martin and illustrated by Kristen Martin, where you can beautifully battle anxiety with artistry.
Mm-hmm.
Take it away, girls.
Hi, welcome. How are you feeling?
Hi, yeah, I'm doing all right. Well, I mean, the planet is literally burning alive, and I know I'm not doing enough, but other than that, I'm doing pretty well. Like, recycling and metal straws aren't cutting it. The rainforest is literally being destroyed, and I've only managed to plant 2,787 trees. Taking 30-second showers, but I know I should get it down to 15. I went vegan, and I love cheese. Ride bike 67 miles to and from work every day. Okay, well, last week I did drive in once, and I haven't slept since. I'm the president of the neighborhood park cleanup committee. I chained my naked body to the front of a nuclear power plant. It's not enough. Renewable energy. Carbon emissions.
Well,
greenhouse gas.
Oh, okay. Let's just take a deep breath.
Okay. Oh, sweet oxygen, I don't deserve you.
Okay, I think I might have something that could help here.
Hi everyone, I am Kristen Martin.
And hi, I'm Jenny Martin, and we are sisters, and we are creators of the book, Your Therapist is Anxious Too.
There are so many things that trigger anxiety, and what you just saw was just an example of one. Never feeling like we're doing enough, never feeling like we are enough.
That's right, and I see it all the time now. Being a psychologist, especially in today's world, so many of us suffer from the same things, but we feel so alone. And I think we become more siloed into our phones, and we are so competitive and so comparative that it's really hard to remember that these things are very natural human concerns. So we want to bring light to that.
So about a year ago, I was suffering from my own anxiety, and I printed out a picture of my face, and I started literally painting my brain and what I was feeling in my mind, because it was just feeling like absolute chaos, like I couldn't get it under control. And after doing that, I actually felt better. I had released a lot of the tension that I was feeling inside. I didn't share this with anyone, but I did show it to my sister because she's a psychologist, and I was like, oh boy, am I okay? She actually thought it was a really cool exercise that we should try and use, which leads us to the book.
So that's right, this book was totally inspired by that one piece, Kristen's drawing of the brain. I saw that and I thought, oh my gosh, so many people would resonate with that. Talk therapy is one way to get to our struggles and to our worries and concerns, but there are so many other creative mediums that help us understand what we're going through. And I think one of the main parts of anxiety that can be so difficult for us to manage is the sense of being so overwhelmed that we don't know where to start. It becomes so snowballed into something that's bigger than ourselves that breaking it down becomes almost impossible. So I saw this piece of art and I thought, why don't we create something that gives some structure and allows people to engage with their anxiety in a fun, creative way, but also helps provide education about managing it better in the future.
So this isn't just for artists, this isn't just for anxious types, this is for anyone who wants to push themselves outside of their comfort zone. You will need markers, colored pencils, crayons, paints, whatever to do some of the projects.
Sometimes art unlocks things within us that maybe we're not conscious of. And we think that the combination between the education and the visual artistic pull offers a really unique way to engage with your own experiences. And every chapter comes with its own particular art. So if there's a piece that really speaks to you or symbolizes the mission that you're working on personally, those are available for purchase too.
In creating this book, something that was really important to my sister and I was to donate some of the proceeds towards suicide awareness.
Suicide awareness is something that we are both very passionate about, and it's touched me on a a very personal level, which is part of why I wrote this book in the first place. On the professional side of things, we are seeing an incredible rise in both attempts and completed suicide rates. This is something that is a major problem, and often it's addressed far too late. So in creating this project, we want to bring awareness to the steps that can be taken before it ever gets to that point, and managing anxiety and mental wellness is essential to that. We hope that the proceeds that we can donate will be part of the fight for overall health and wellness.
Also, if you purchase one of our books, inside the book we have a discount code for the artwork that you can purchase on our website, www.youranxioustherapist.com.
It was very important for us to preserve the integrity of this project, down to the paper, down to the size, everything. We wanted to really keep the integrity whole. So we rely almost entirely on word of mouth. If you believe in this project, if you loved it, if you support it, please, the best thing you can do is tell people, share, tag us on Instagram, just spread the word. You can follow us on Instagram at Your Therapist is Anxious Too.
Yeah, and thank you so much to everyone who have already been supporting us. It means the world to us.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Thank you, Jenny and Kristen. That skit was seriously hilarious. And the book, both brilliant and beautiful.
You know what else is beautiful?
What?
People sharing personal stories and making statements.
Yes.
Inviting others to have the courage to do the same.
Absolutely. And here are a few examples that we'd like to share.
It is important that we are kind and we listen to people we come in contact with, because we truly don't know what they're going through, mentally, emotionally, or physically. I have lost people to suicide. I love you, Hunter. And me and my friends struggle daily with stress and anxiety. It's time to talk.
We are in a time in our society where mental health is one of the most pressing issues ever, and suicide rates are on the rise. We must talk about suicide, acknowledge it, know the risks, the factors, and engage with one another, but we must be creative in the ways that we do that. In 2020, we have written a narrative of drastic change that has affected all of us. And this sudden change needs to be talked about and how we feel and all those factors that entail. People are struggling, and it's time that we talk about it. It's time to talk.
This pandemic has affected our lives in unprecedented ways. For way too many people, it's been burying their loved ones. For others, it's been fighting in intensive care units for themselves. Others still adjusting to how they can work, whether they still have a job, whether their kids are sent to school or attempting to homeschool, whether they choose a grocery store that they feel safe in or order home delivery, whether they travel, whether it's safe to see family members. All of these things have led to increased isolation, increased stress, anxiety, depression. For many, it's caused mistrust and has led to increased anger and frustration, unclear views about what to do with the information they get, whether it's from the media, pharma, or even their doctor. For people in the medical fields and people on the front lines, there's been moral injury from dealing with the consequences of being on both sides of the pandemic. The one good thing has been that there's been a shift in how we talk about mental health, lowering the stigma, recognizing that it's just as important as our physical health, and we need to talk about it. So, let's talk.
No one has to live in silence because of bullying. No one has to hurt or be alone, and certainly no one has to die. Bullying isolates, it degrades, weakens, and silences us. It erodes our confidence and self-worth. It deprives us of the basic need of belonging to a community and to a tribe. I know, I was bullied as a youth. Although it wasn't physical, the emotional impact left a scar and changed me forever. Growing up, I always felt like an imposter, like I couldn't be who I was. And during high school, the pressures of fitting in were powerfully crippling. I never quite felt like I was enough for anyone. I simply didn't belong. You see, there was a group of popular boys, you know, the in crowd, who made me the target of their malice and scorn for no apparent reason other than that I got along really well with the girls. That's why they teased me and called me Lance Romance. They made me feel like I wasn't good enough for them, like I wasn't enough of anything. I wasn't masculine enough. I wasn't like them enough. I wasn't rich enough. And I never truly felt like I was enough for anyone. Certainly, I wasn't happy enough either. It hurt so much that I felt worthless, that life was worthless and wasn't worth living. And when I couldn't take it anymore, I tried to take my life away. But I was lucky. I'm still here. But even to this very day, I still feel a sense of shame and guilt speaking about suicide. Shame because we are made to feel helpless and weak. We're judged for trying to hurt ourselves, but really it's the bullies who try to hurt us. And guilty because the bullies will never know what they did or how they changed my life forever. Since then, I got on pretty well with my life and I did okay. I'm married, I have children, and I'm a very resilient person. But I was lucky. You see, I finally have the courage to remove my masks, to speak up, because bullying robs us of our courage to rise. It prevents us from taking flight and discovering the freedom to evolve into the best version of ourselves, to truly be ourselves. Removing the mask is empowering, and it comes with responsibility to speak up for others, to break the stigma, and to encourage victims of bullying to reclaim their courage and to remove their masks, because no one has to live in fear, no one has to live alone in pain, and certainly no one has to die because they are the victim of bullying. That is why I share my story, so that others can have the courage to speak up, to remove their masks, and to become better and stronger, and to feel like they belong. Let's raise our collective awareness so that together we can make the difference. We can save lives. We can create safe spaces where everyone can thrive and belong. No one has to die in order to belong.
Thank you so much for sharing your words. And thank you everyone for tuning in to the pre-show. You know, words, poem, music, these are all ways to show and share support for mental health.
Absolutely. And another way is with a symbol. So the screen awareness tie you see here, it is a symbol of support for mental health awareness. It's available on our website. It's a way to raise awareness and to start needed conversations.
If you or anyone you know is dealing with a mental health crisis, there is help. Please see the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline number below.
Before our conversation with our panelists begins, we would like to introduce you to Ned. We recently met Ned Stranger, a musician, a writer, and now a columnist for Aware Now magazine with his monthly feature, Music with Meaning. Exclusively for Awareness Ties, Ned recorded a special performance of his original song, Vancouver Waves.
Enjoy. It's absolutely beautiful.
Hello everybody, my name is Ned Stranger and this is Simon, who I'm looking after at the moment. So the song I want to play for you tonight is a song I wrote a few years ago called Vancouver Waves, and it's basically about the need to kind of run away from the world for a little bit when something really tragic happens, and kind of reassuring yourself that when you come back the world's still going to be there. Sort of about escapism and that need to sort of like, you know, look after yourself for a bit when something awful happens. I don't know why the idea of Vancouver sort of crept into my mind, but it was sort of thinking about somewhere right at the edge of the world, and I don't know, like the imagery of the waves and being on an island cut off from everything sort of fitted in beautifully with Vancouver being on the edge of the maps that I look at anyway. So that's where the name of the song comes from and what it's about. I'm going to play a little bit of it for you now. So yeah, thank you so much for listening. Cool. You are the calmest wave that I've ever known. You are the calmest wave. When you stop coming into shore, nobody knows, but I'll be on my way. My mood moves like the tide, a storm that edge of the map. Nobody knows, but I'll be on my way. Hibernate till I'm on form again. The world can wait another year. Hibernate till I'm okay again. The tidal waves can't follow me here. So I came here to the island. I braved the stormy seas. The air is clean and it's silent, far from such tragedies. The sun sets better than a painting. It calms my eyes with ease, and it's the saddest sky that I've ever seen. Oh, follow me here. You are the calmest wave that I've ever known. You are the calmest wave. And when you vanished off the map, nobody knows, but I was on my way. Thank you so much for listening. Now it's time to talk.
To remind America of the fierce urgency of now.
If you're uncomfortable, like a lot of us are, it's time to talk.
The luxury of cooling off or to take the tranquilizing drug of graduation.
It's time to talk.
It's time to talk.
It's time to talk.
Freedom and equality.
Hello, and welcome to Awareness Talks. I'm Jack.
And I'm Allie.
We're founders of Awareness Ties. Awareness Ties is a platform for raising awareness. We also have a monthly magazine called Aware Now, which spotlights stories and causes that need to be told. In fact, Awareness Talks was taken directly out of those pages of the magazine. And it's a cause that we dive into deeper each month. The talks consist of 3 amazing panelists each month, and we set out to do 3 distinct things.
That is right. So Awareness Talks were created to start the needed conversations to create sustainable change. And with an unfiltered format, we do 3 things. First, we define and demystify a stigma about a social cause. 2, we share personal stories. And 3, we explore how to raise awareness through action. So this evening, it's time to get comfortable with being uncomfortable in a discussion about mental health and suicide prevention. So joining us as our featured panelists, we have Isabella Blake Thomas, Johnny Boucher, and Dr. Jenny Martin. So introductions here. Isabella Blake Thomas. She and her mother, Elizabeth, were actually among the first to join the Awareness Ties family. Isabella is our official ambassador for suicide awareness. So since the day we met her in LA at a film festival, we've been in love with her light. Isabella is a singer and actress, having just released her most recent film starring as Princess January in Disney's The Secret Society of Second Born Royals. She's also the founder of Mother and Daughter Entertainment. So, Isabella.
Welcome, Isabella.
Welcome to
Thank you for having me.
Johnny Boucher. So, interestingly enough, we were introduced to Sip of Hope Coffee by Isabella and Elizabeth. With a recommendation to check out this coffee shop in Chicago that donates 100% of proceeds to mental health education. We said, well, this is something. Let's check this out. We came to find out that the owner was the one and only Johnny Boucher, who is also the founder of Hope for the Day, a nonprofit focused on suicide prevention and mental health education. So in love with his mission, with him as a person, and his coffee is really freaking good. We featured Johnny in the Life edition of Where Now magazine. Interestingly enough, the universe connecting. On the cover was Isabella. So strange how things just happen. So now in the next edition of Where Now magazine, the stand-up edition, that's where Dr. Jenny Martin comes in. Her debut column, Dear Dr. Jenny, happened with that issue. So Dr. Jenny Martin is a licensed clinical psychologist in Chicago with her private practice, Gemstone Wellness, that specializes in working with adolescents and adults touched by depression, anxiety, trauma, loss, issues relating to race, sexuality, gender expression. In addition to being a psychologist, Jenny is also an author now, recently writing her first book, Your Therapist is Anxious Too. It's beautifully illustrated by her sister, Kristen Martin. So Jenny and Kristen were recently welcomed as our official ambassadors for mental health awareness. We have three amazing panelists.
Welcome, all of you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Absolutely. We're really, really happy to have you here. So tonight we are honored to have your voices present, along with that of Lisa Bowman. So she is the founder of Marketing Mojo, former CMO of United Way, and current advisor for Awareness Ties. Yay. As our moderator for the evening, she's going to be navigating us through these conversations. She's a very special member of our Awareness Ties family, and she's going to guide us tonight. We're going to do three things.
The three things are define the stigma, share our stories, where we get very, very real very quickly, explain a solution for not just talking the talk, but walking the walk.
That's right. So we are super stoked to have this conversation, and we've said enough. So Lisa, take it from here.
Thanks, Jack and Allie. You guys know you've been rebranded, so I have to share this. So collectively, you are now Allie Jack to me. So I am so happy to be here again for our second awareness talks, and to our panelists, thank you. I'm so excited to hear the conversation tonight, because clearly we're living in turbulent times, right? We've got all of this stuff happening around us. We've got the political drama that continues to unfold on a daily and sometimes an hourly basis here. We've got social unrest, we've got economic uncertainty, and then really the umbrella over all of this is the ever-present issue that we're dealing with of COVID. We're all being impacted, right? Each of us is in a different geography. That's the beauty of being able to get together over digital, but all of us are facing this in the communities where we are. And COVID is responsible for a lot of the anxiety that's happening right now. I saw some surveys from the Mayo Clinic talking about the fact that there's been increases in the number of adults that are reporting symptoms of stress, anxiety, and depression. Right now, during this pandemic, as compared to pre-pandemic, suicide figures are up an amazing and horrifying 200% since lockdown. And experts are worried a lot about the impact of social distancing on the mental health of children and teenagers. Nearly a third of teens in a survey that I saw reported that they were unhappy or depressed in recent months. And yet we still have all of this stigma around mental health and anxiety and depression. But almost everybody either is dealing with it or has dealt with it at one time or another, right? Sometimes it's an issue, and sometimes it's transactional. Even President-elect Joe Biden has shared the fact that he endured some mental health struggles that took him to the brink of suicide following the death of his first wife and his daughter, and he's been very open about that. And I mean, for me, I'll be the first to admit, right here, right now, on this broadcast in front of a global audience, that I've had my days recently where I've been struggling. I've had anxiety, maybe depression, I'm not quite sure, but definitely anxiety, and days where you just kind of wonder, you know, when is this going to end, and how do I pull myself out of this? So I'd like to kind of start with finding out if everybody else is feeling the same. And Jack and Ellie, let me ask you guys to tee it up and then toss it to somebody else. But is everybody else feeling this way, or is it just me?
Yeah, no, I don't think you are alone in this boat. We are all there. You know,
yeah, it's
a complete 180, you know, that no one asked for or gave consent to, you know.
In fact, I think once this is all over, you can throw the statistics that were prior to COVID right out the window. I bet they just shoot up from here.
Mm-hmm. It's something that, you know, and, you know, Jack and I, you know, having a family and like all of these things, it's, you know, everyone's dealing it, whether you're single or married or family, we're all dealing with it. The thing that's comforting that I think Jack and I have found, trying to find the silver lining here, is that we're not alone. And I think that's the big problems, that so many people feel so alone. But when you step back and you can say, I'm not the only one dealing with this, I think that's where we've found comfort. Isabella, what do you think?
Yeah, I think we've all been through the ups and downs that COVID has brought, and being in lockdown, and some of us going to second lockdown again. I think there's been some highs. There's been time to kind of reboot and start again and finish up things we wanted to finish, and it's given us some time to regroup as a race and give the planet time to heal. But there's been so many lows, and the lows have been so low for everyone that it's almost balanced itself out with the great highs and the really, really low lows. I can say for myself that at the beginning of COVID, I definitely felt exceptionally lonely. I'm a very, very social person, and so to not be able to hug people or to go out and have dinner with my friends, especially now that I'm at the age that I just drive myself places, I really, really missed it and really, really needed it. It was very, very, very challenging. I'm lucky that I had some fantastic people in my social bubble that I was able to go to and to spend some time with, because if I didn't have that, it would have been a lot harder than it was for me.
Mm-hmm.
Jenny?
No, I'm an empath and a highly sensitive person, so there have been some perks to this whole situation for me. It's just reduced the stimulus input for me in large ways. Just being home, having my routine, there are parts to it that have been actually surprisingly nice to fall into in terms of a routine, but it has been really difficult to be a therapist right now. You know, typically when you have a caseload, you're dealing with different concerns. You get to go into different worlds. You interact and you offer something because you're not in it too. But right now, every single session, every single patient, I'm feeling a bit of what they're feeling. I wish the greatest thing I feel like I could do for so many of my patients would be to put them in a room together, because they're feeling so isolated, and I can't do that for so many reasons. But yes, I feel the impact of that. And I feel like at the end of each day, I am this sponge that has absorbed and taken on so much suffering, and the little sufferings. Not everyone has gone through a profound loss, you know, or loss of a job or a human being, but these little tiny things, like being able to throw a baby shower, being able to have your wedding, these moments that just accrue into this snowball that feel like the punctuation marks that make life joyful. It snowballs. So I'm feeling a lot of that myself right now. The loss of the things that make the season feel magical, the family feel connected. And I know my patients are feeling that as well too. So this has been a painful year in many ways, despite the fact that I've learned I really like being home.
Right. It feels like the little things are so heavy. The things that didn't bother us before weigh so heavy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think we're all kind of mourning the loss of just those moments that we took for granted every day. And Johnny, before we get to you, I mean, like, Jack, to your point about that, the simplest things that we never thought about for 2 seconds, meeting a friend at Starbucks for a cup of coffee. Those are the things that I'm craving right now. It's a really simple act, but just craving that ability to have that social interaction with somebody or be able to see my family for Thanksgiving, which I'm not going to be able to do. I said to my dad that I was willing and going to give up this Thanksgiving in the hopes that it would allow us to have all of the future ones. And that's a tough decision for us all to be making right now. Johnny, you want to bring us home on this?
Yeah, I feel like me personally, I've always been quite resilient, and because, after being diagnosed with PTSD in 2018, I really got a hold of what my tools were. So I feel like I've, in a sense, I've been more privileged to have those tools be ready for these moments. And also going into this, I was traveling a lot. And so I was starting to absorb it. And when I got home in Chicago, it's really when it really hit when we shut down our coffee shop. But it also put me, weirdly enough, in this like survivalist mode, because not only am I, in charge of Hope for the Day staff and now the coffee shop staff too, I'm in charge of I got to take care of myself. So it became, I really leaned into the we versus me mentality more than ever. But in order to do that, I really had to check myself to say, like, how are you doing, bud? And there were hard days, anyone who says it was easy peasy is full of shit. Let's just be honest. So I think that I think that we also need to give some grace to the fact that, COVID really allowed us to have the conversations that had been necessary for quite some time. And it's allowed us to advance, but as as we were saying, those who were struggling before COVID are having a rough go at it, and amazing individuals like Jenny who are taking on larger caseloads than ever. Even if you get to do it through telehealth and wear your comfy sweatshirt, it's still a lot because you're healing, or you're hearing a lot of people's pain. And within COVID too, there's a lot of solutions that have been put on hold as well. So it's to really wrap it up, for me, it's been empowering because I've been able to stay put in one place, which is not really how I've ran the organization for the last 7 years, as we grew internationally. But it's allowed us to really hone in what's important for us at the organization, take on a massive caseload. Our education numbers are through the roof, but also lean in to make sure that us as individuals are taking care of ourselves so we can take care of others, which is why I have a Peloton right there and I ride it every single day.
Nicely done.
Very nicely done. No, the comforting thing for me is like, good. I was beginning to think it was me, and I'm glad to know that we're all in this together. Right. And so what we've just talked about is that we're in this together because of this situation that we're in. But aside from this situation, I'd like to ask each of you to get a little personal with me, because remember, we only get comfortable by being uncomfortable. And so I'd love to ask you each to share a personal situation or a time, some incident that really caused you to struggle mentally with your own mental health. Johnny, I think I'm going to kind of go in reverse order here because I know you've dealt with this a lot. So I'd love to ask you to start, and then you can pick the next speaker.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The biggest point in time for me was struggling was prior to getting diagnosed with PTSD, because I started off 2018 on a rough foot. January 3rd, I had gotten out of my car that was parked parallel to my apartment in the Albany Park neighborhood. And I took 2 steps after getting out of the car and almost caught a stray bullet in a massive shootout that erupted. And I've been always conscious of Chicago crime and whatnot. And us as an organization, we really pride ourselves on going into neighborhoods that a lot of other organizations may not go into, just because, that neighborhood has this, that, the other, what have you. But I wasn't expecting it. And After I had my own sort of like action movie experience, I ran into my house and I just was like, oh my gosh, like what's this going to be like? You know, how is this really going to impact it? And because I'm a man and I'm stubborn, I shoved it down and I just went business as usual. And we talk about at Hope Today mental health being a soda bottle, and my soda bottle was shaking up every single day, and I wasn't telling anybody until the point that I was having struggles leave the house, and I just could not get to a place where I felt comfortable, you know, maneuvering things. And I didn't want to buy a gun. I didn't want to do any of these things. But that ultimately allowed me to say, hey, you know how to ask for help. Stop being stubborn. Stop allowing stigma to speak for yourself and lean into it. And after I did, I always say like this weight came off my shoulders because there was clarity. But then I knew I needed to further dive deep into that process to make sure I'm good, you know, because I run this organization. But, you know, all that aside, I'm a human being, and there's tools out there that we pass every single day in our communities and we overlook. And it's because of things like stigma that caused me to further, you know, spiral and struggle when I could have, you know, maybe gotten to it a little earlier. But the moment I did, I opened a lot of doors for myself as well as friends and family who were like, holy shit, you? And I'm like, yeah, I'm the guy that says it's okay not to be okay. My therapist also called me out on it too. And I was like, you're right. So, you know, that was that, but it was the first time that I truly struggled, where I felt like I was held back in a way that I had never experienced ever in my life. And sure, I've had my bad days and my good days, but I'm also like the biggest spokesman for boys needing to cry. I mean, it's fucking awesome. We all should cry. So I feel that over the years I've gotten through that, but that was definitely the biggest struggle of my life. And I'm happy to say that I'm a work in progress, and every day is, you know, in the right direction, but it took a lot of time and energy to get there.
It's a process.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, I would say, you know, Isabella, you know, you're from your perspective, which we talk about it at Hope Today, that, you know, me, I can't speak for anybody who walks in any other shoes other than my own, but I would love to hear, you know, from you, because, you know, a different point of view, but also a different age demographic going through a lot of things, you know, in similar times, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one, because I'll just start out by saying this. Being an actress, my life is on show all the time. And so I am as honest as I can be on my social media, because that's how people know me. But obviously there's certain things that I don't share because it's not other people's problem. It's not for them to deal with. It's not their information for them to know. So it's important to have these talks now, because I can also show to people who are watching that it's like, hey, you see this version of me on social media, and sure, it's me, but it's me the 99% of the time. You miss the 1% of the time where I'm struggling and I'm going through stuff. The two things that actually came to mind for me, and they're for different reasons because of the different ages I was. One of them was my parents divorcing. That was very, very difficult for me because I felt I lost control of everything. And I was trying to grab onto anything I could to kind of stay in control, whether it was organizing my bedroom, which I did that like once a week. It was like, let's put my bed here, let's do this, let's change this, let's paint this. And my mum noticed it, and so she let me be, because it was the only thing I had control of. Because at the age I didn't really have full kind of control of my schedule. I wasn't really in control of how I got to places. I just kind of went along with life. And so the thing that I had control of, which was my family and my unit, kind of disappeared. And so that was a really big moment for me. And there was definitely a lot of struggle that only recently I've actually kind of finally let go of things and finally been able to move on. But the most recent thing was actually 2 years ago in 2018, I had a best friend who was 100 years old. And she was my best friend in the entire world. And she was my neighbor. And I spent upwards, I'd say, of probably about 6 hours a day with her. Every single day, and the days I couldn't, I was like, and it drove me crazy because we just got on so well, and she got me, and she passed away in 2018. And that hit me really hard, because she had been someone I had gone to for everything, and any situation I needed help with, she was there for me. And after that, I actually went into a very, very dark place, because I had these two conflicting views of, I felt so alone and I knew what I was going through, but I also felt like what I was feeling wasn't as bad as everyone else and what everyone else experiences. And I think we've probably all had that at some point in our life, whether it's to do with mental health or just something else, is that you feel either your problem isn't as bad as someone else's, or you feel that, I don't know, for me, it's attention seeking. And those are things that I have learned now, that that was not what I was going through, and what I was experiencing was being depressed. And it's weird saying it, because having depression and being depressed are two separate things. And so many people don't understand that. And it's like, it's okay to be depressed and then be able to come out of it. It doesn't mean that you have depression. And so it's a big thing for me to say, because there's so many ups and downs in life, and we all go through it, and you go, oh, well, I'm not depressed. And it's like, actually, you can be depressed and come out of it. It doesn't have to be a lifelong thing. And so I was very, very down. And the way I explain it to people is I was just very, very sad. And I felt numb all the time. And so that's kind of the explanation I use to people, is like, when you're going through that, everything you feel is valid. Because I had my mum, but I didn't have that person, because she had been the one that had passed away, to tell me that what I was feeling was valid and what I was going through was okay. And so many people experience it. And I know that now, and that's why I try and share this information with people, because if I can share my experience with people and that'll help them go through a situation, great. If I can help one person listening to this, fantastic, because things like this, we all go through loss. I've lost so many people to suicide, and we all experience it. And I hate that I'm having to become, quote unquote, used to it, because it's happened so frequently. But we all have to learn ways of coping with the difficult things, because life isn't all fairies and butterflies and rainbows and unicorns. It's just not. And so if we can all find those ways that in our own way helps us not just push things under the carpet, because that's not healthy, but to go through things and work through them and still experience them, because those experiences and those journeys and those emotions just make us stronger people in the future.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What about you, Jenny? What is your opinion on this as a professional?
I relate, to both of you. I think I want to, I could certainly share events that impacted me to an extreme point. One of them was the suicide of one of my dearest friends a week before his 21st birthday. And that was a big part. He is a big part of my storyline and why I'm here in the first place in terms of becoming a psychologist. It was a pivotal thing, but I want to take the opportunity to answer this from the perspective of dismantling stigma within a seeking therapy perspective, because oftentimes I still hear, it's actually really common to hear, but wait, if you're a therapist, you should have, you shouldn't be sad. You should have it together, right? And that's so not true. That's not true. And so I want to really express candidly how not true that can be. There's this idea that as psychologists, we have figured it out. No, the hope is we have really gotten in touch with our humanity to the point that we are so comfortable with the mess that we find that we can sit in it and share in that with you without falling apart. And that is just a beautiful place to get to. But to get to that point, I had so many bumps along the way. And it took me a really long time to understand what was happening for me. So for those of you out there who might identify as neurodivergent or gifted or HSP or, quite introverted, I'm in your camp. I'm one of you. So life is hard. Consciousness is hard for me. I feel things on levels that are so deep and so profound. It's like layers upon layers at any given moment. When I hug someone, I can feel their energy of what they went through that day. And it's a real burden, but it's my gift. And I have to learn how to protect that and use it wisely and with boundary. And learning how to do that has been the greatest journey of my life. But along the way, it wouldn't even necessarily be a specific trigger, like, oh, this happened. And so then I felt really bad. I've had the kind of life where, you know, I remember probably the first time that I felt truly suicidal, like where I really felt it deeply. I was a teenager, 17. And since then, there have been 3 major times where that has been a real feeling. And I've seen it. I've seen that darkness and how it just wants to pull you in. And I have felt it. And there was one time that I was really, really close. And I think now that I'm on the other side, I've had to confront my own internal biases. So here I am, this doctorate in psychology, who still refuse to really take it seriously and look at, okay, how do you get on top of this? So it was an internal battle to get to a point where I finally accepted the help I needed to say, okay, you know what? I need medication. I was preaching this all the time to people, to patients. But for myself, I thought I needed to be stronger, which is such a misnomer. So I've had to really dismantle all my own stigma bias internally. And it's actually become one of the best tools I have when working with people, to be able to show you can see the darkest side of life. And I'm living proof you can survive it. You can come back. And there is hope. And there is beauty. And yes, there will be more suffering. And you might even see that darkness again. But then there will be hope. And I think that's how I live.
Wow. That's amazing.
Yeah, that's great. Jack, Allie, anything you guys want to contribute or share, an incident maybe, or something?
Well, Jen, to your point, as far as a therapist, it seems like any therapist I've known, they've typically gone into it to help themselves, to fix themselves. And then, you know, they either want to help other people or help themselves. And that's so powerful. Do you want to share anything?
You know, I think, you know, and so as we're sitting here having this conversation and I'm seeing the shirt that you were wearing, Johnny, it's okay not to be okay. You know, it's certainly a very powerful statement, a powerful anthem, a powerful belief when you can convince yourself that that is the case and actually believe it and walk that. Don't just talk it. It's actually, I think I just had a epiphany right this second, kind of getting goosebumps about it. You know, a lot of times, I used to write a lot of poetry. And I remember writing this one piece where I would say, it's okay. And words I say and thoughts I convey, I tell myself every day that it's okay. And that was the refrain of it. And it would talk about, I do this, I do that, I do that, I do that. But at the end of the day, I talk myself into saying, it's okay. When I know
you sing it.
Or I sing it.
She's always singing.
When I know.
Yeah, she should.
That maybe it's not. And as opposed to the statement that you profess and that you share and that you, you know, that it is okay to not be okay. And I think the misstep that I had personally, that I'm just now seeing actually in this conversation, is that for the longest time, I have been thinking I was saying that, but I really wasn't. Say, oh, it's okay. I'm fine. How are you? I'm fine. I'm okay.
Mm-hmm.
But not. So that's powerful. So yeah.
I think I'm actually going to take away from this, candidly, from me, that it's okay to not be okay, because you know, Johnny, to your point, I'm pretty resilient too. And, you know, I've been dealing with some stuff lately, and I've had my days where I'm less than okay. I just need to give myself a break now and then and just go, you know what? It's okay. I'm allowed to not be okay. And that's reality, right? So Jenny, you brought up the word stigma. And I want to dive into that just a little bit, because there is stigma around mental health. And like, why? Why should there be? Because in my mind, that just causes more stress and anxiety for somebody who's dealing with it. And just even by the very definition of the word stigma, which is a mark of disgrace around a particular circumstance, right? We're dealing with this. And so it can be uncomfortable being honest with all the biases we carry. And we've talked a lot lately, at least in the last the last awareness talks that we did, we focused a lot on implicit biases, but it was more about race. But we carry them about mental health too. And I'd love to kind of have some fun with this if we can by challenging ourselves to a little game, like playing word association, where I mention a word and then you tell me the first three things that come to mind. So Isabella, because you're the youngest, we're going to start the game with you. No pressure at all. So first word that I'm going to toss out there is depression, and like lightning fast. 1, 2, 3. What are the first three words that come to mind?
Sadness, struggling, and stigma.
Sadness, struggling, and stigma. The three S's. Yeah. Thank you. We all have bad days, but like to your point about being depressed or having depression, right? And them being two different things. I don't know how to tell the difference sometimes, right? How do you tell if it's transactional or if it's transactional but seems to be lasting, if it's becoming a permanent state of being that needs to be addressed? And so I would say that sounds like a perfect question for our clinical psychologist, Jenny. So can you give us kind of the textbook response to that and then the real everyday response about how do we know if we're just having a bad day or if we truly are depressed? What's the differentiation between those two?
Well, it's a really long kind of answer for the clinical side of this, but I'll try to break it down and then describe the everyday response. So if you're looking at clinical depression, it has to hit so many different markers or criteria to be really diagnosable. And the one thing to remember is it's not yours to diagnose. So you don't have to even put that pressure on you. It's not yours to ever try to figure out. So I'll offer this, but don't feel like you have to know this. This is not to be done unless it's with your doctor. So there are 8 criteria for clinical depression. They range from symptoms such as, hopelessness, sadness, thoughts of death, changes in weight, appetite, sleep, motivation. And you have to have at least 5 of those symptoms present for at least 2 weeks in the same 2-week period. And one of those symptoms has to either be sadness, real low mood, or what we call anhedonia, which is the loss of interest in things you used to enjoy. And those things have to go on for two weeks at least, and they have to cause you impairment in some sort of way. So either socially, occupationally, with school, all of that has to exist. And then there is a diagnosis of depression that can come with that. And then there are many specifiers. It can be moderate, mild. There can be so many different things with anxiety, with mixed symptoms. But really, I think what we need to know generally is just, if you're asking the question, there's probably reason to go seek support. If you're wondering, this feels just a little different than what my life has looked like so far, ask the question, reach out, see what somebody else has to say. We are not great. None of us are at assessing ourselves always. And we need a little bit of help bouncing that off. So the best thing you can do is just see. And if nothing else, especially with therapy, you certainly don't need to be clinically depressed or clinically anything to get something valuable from it. Insight, self-growth that happens regardless of your diagnosis. But the one thing I would also add to that, when you asked, Lisa, what do you look for? I like to think about sadness and depression like sadness. It's sort of like clouds in the sky. They come in, they're dark, but then they move away. And I think depression feels more like a big black sky. The sky's not changing. It's just there, pervasive. If you feel like that, it's time to reach. I was
going to say it's a really good analogy, and one that I've actually used personally when I went through a situation about 10 years ago. And the way I described it to somebody is that I felt like there was this humongous storm raging around me. And so I kind of crawled into a hole to protect myself from it and deal with it. And all of a sudden I realized that the lightning and thunder had stopped and the rain was slowing down to a drizzle, and kind of peeked my head out, and I saw that there were patches of blue sky peeking through the clouds, and realized that it was like okay to come out again. And that was sort of how I described the process of coming through this situation that I'd been dealing with. So it's really gratifying to know that somebody who's actually licensed to deal with this describes it in very much the same way. So thank you for that. And, you know, if people are struggling too, the one thing I want to call attention to is if you think you might need help, if you're not sure, there's never any harm in contacting or connecting with somebody to see that. And so we do have scrolling on the bottom of the screen a number that you can call if you or someone you know is struggling right now. And I would encourage people to take advantage of that because there is help available. And so really the first thing to do is to assess whether or not you truly need help with that. Okay, next word that we are going to play, and Johnny, you're up. You brought up PTSD. So, you know, a lot of times people associate PTSD with war and veterans, and maybe it's top of mind for me because Veterans Day was last week. So I don't know, but sometimes war has absolutely nothing to do with PTSD. So Johnny, I'd love for you kind of word association. When you hear that word, what are the first three things that you visualize or that come to mind when somebody says PTSD?
Well, traditionally, you nailed it, you know, veteran, you know, somebody like we think veteran, military, war, but I'll throw a fourth one on there that's not even a word, it's just me. And the reality of all that is that, you know, the stigmas that we've been taught are that people who only serve for, you know, in our military are the ones that can be impacted and suffer from that. But I think we're all on this call and we can all agree that that's bullshit. And I can also say that because obviously I got, as I said earlier, I got diagnosed with PTSD, and I've spoken on military bases. I had the pleasure of being with, you know, FBI agents this morning, but like, again, I'm not them, you know, and I think that one of the most discouraging things that I faced personally was thinking that, oh no, I don't have it, like a vet may have it. So like, I basically cut myself down, where the more that we talk about mental health, the more we realize we're not alone, and we do that through experience. And ironically, years ago, when I first started getting into the more educational side of mental health, and taking great courses like mental health first aid, which now I'm an instructor of, but the more I dove into it, the more I just kept thinking there's got to be people living in the southwest sides, west side of Chicago, who are all living with PTSD that aren't part of our military. They're part of our community, though, and they're the ones that are, you know, stricken with gun violence and gangs and drug sales and all these horrible traumatizing things that, you know, you got to ask, you know, how do they feel? And I think that because we are still, from a society standpoint, buying into the only people who are, you know, experiencing PTSD are vets, because you see billboards around Chicago that say, you know, that has a picture of fighting PTSD, and it's like, it's a figure of a military person. We need to dismantle that, because I think that Jenny can, you know, definitely back me up on this, that trauma is you know, so unique and personal. And the more that we put things into these jars, these categories, the more we actually isolate people from the reality that they might be impacted and they don't fit the poster, you know, of what we've been told for so long. But again, that's because we haven't taken the time in society to really address mental health until lately. So we're playing a lot of catch up.
Yeah, I would agree. I want to tee up one more question, and then we had some members of the audience submit questions ahead of time too, for Jenny to just sort of get a quasi-clinical opinion on it. So I want to save a little bit of room to get one or two of those out. But Jenny talked about some of the signs that we can look for, right? That it's this, and let me see if I paid attention here, 8 signs, and at least 5 of them have to be present for 2 weeks. Is I right on that?
Yes. But
don't worry about being that specific. So Isabella and Johnny, you both had people that you loved and were near you that you've lost to suicide. And so, you guys to some extent are untrained eyes, right? Johnny, you've made this sort of a career and you've progressed towards being in the mental health field. And Isabella, I think you've got really balanced perspective for somebody your age on some of this. So I'd love to know if, with those losses that you both had, for both of you with that untrained eye, is there something that you saw or symptoms or signs that caused you to say this person is at risk?
I can speak from my experience that, the discovery of why I started Hope for the Day was because I realized that out of I've lost 16 people to suicide, and number 9 was my boss, Mike. And I kind of put it all together. And the one thing that I realized between Mike and everyone that I lost prior to him was that no one wanted to talk about it. And that's the reason why I started Hope for the Day, was to simply start the conversation, because I knew that that was one of the biggest factors, common factors between everyone I'd lost. I don't shame them for that. I understand. And I use that as the reason why we, exist as an organization. But that's the one thing that I've seen in all of it, and the lack of communication and the lack of the ability to have those conversations is a very common trait of why we see people, unfortunately, choose to take their life instead of speaking up and possibly finding help. But again, that's just from my experience. Isabella, what's your experience been?
For me, thinking back on it now, in the past 5 years, I've lost 6 or 7 people to suicide. And like I said, I hate that I've had to get to the point where I have to just become used to it. Because if I am not, quote unquote, used to it, it digs very, very deep every time it happens. And it ranges from people aged 16 to late 20s for me. And one of those people was my cousin, actually, last year. And those moments, every time they happen and every time I hear about it, that horrible feeling of, could I have done something? Is there something I could have done to prevent that? And the majority of the time, the answer is no, because what that person is going through is what they're going through. And if they don't want to talk about it, you can't force someone to talk about it. All I can do is I can share this with other people and say, I hope you talk about it. Please talk about it. If you are struggling, talk to someone, talk to your cat, talk to your dog, talk to someone and get the words out, because just hearing things out loud make things so much clearer. And for me, the way I deal with things is I learn things. And me explaining that is, when my best friend died, I went through everything I could, deep dive on the internet. I became like the people you see in Criminal Minds and Law and Order. Like I was digging deep, finding everything I could about her and just learning all this information because it made me feel closer to her. And so when other people have passed away or I've lost people to suicide, I do the research on the mental health, and I learn new things every single time, because the world is learning new things as the world is progressing. I think if I'm sharing this with other people and talking about how to deal with it, I can say it from both sides of things. I can say I've experienced the sadness and that darkness, like you guys said about the dark sky and the storm. I've experienced that, but I've also experienced it from the other side, losing so many people to suicide. And all I do is talk to someone, because whether you're going through it yourself, whether you have just lost someone, you have to talk to someone, because you can't figure it out on your own. As much as we like to think we are very capable people, which most of us are, it's impossible to do that kind of thing on your own without talking to someone. And I just want to share that as much as I can. And I ingrain it into people's brains. I'm like, please, please, please just talk to someone. And I say this on my social media. I'm very public about it. I'm like, I don't know all of my followers, but if you need something, please reach out to me. And I talk to multiple of my followers and just help them through things, because I'm not trying to give them advice. I'm not trying to tell them how to deal with the situation, because every single The way we all deal with things is completely different depending on what we've experienced in our lives. But what I can do is I can offer an ear that's completely unbiased and unjudging, and just someone who can listen to you and to make you feel like, because again, it is okay not to be okay. And I know it's very difficult to acknowledge that, but it is okay. It is totally okay. Everyone has experienced at some point in life not being okay. So it's okay. It's not the way life is.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you. I want to leave, we're almost at time, but I want to try and get in one or two questions that were submitted from people for Dr. Jenny to answer. So I'm going to start with one. I'm hoping we may have time for two. But the first one is from Agata in Poland. And she is asking, besides going for a specialist, what is it that we can do good for ourselves during a crisis?
Probably something we all wonder sometimes. It's a great question. First of all, if it's truly a crisis, if there's an emergent situation where there's a fear for your life or somebody's life, there's no real action step other than get to a hospital or call 911. That's it. So really keep it simple. If it's a crisis, get help right away. If it's something that is not emergent, not imminent, there are lots of things that you can do. So for one, if you're in a situation where you feel like you need to take care of yourself, you have to know yourself, number one. So that's its own journey. The best thing I think we can do, all of us, is to prepare for the times when things get difficult and do some self-care work now before things get hard so that we know how to take care of ourselves when things go wrong. I would assume we all probably feel this way, that when it gets tough, the first thing that falls off is self-care. The first thing that falls off is taking care of ourselves, the things we work so hard to do. So know what works for you. Know what boundaries you need to set and keep and put into place so that when something does become difficult, you already know what your resources are. Do the work on the front end. And I think that is one of the best things we can do for ourselves. If it's okay, I would also just like to add one other piece just to this as a whole. About this question, but also in general, I don't think we can have a conversation about mental health without addressing race and without addressing the way that historically mental health has been a very racist institution, a sexist institution, a place that is not safe for diversity. And I just want to be a voice that validates that, because there are a lot of reasons that stigma exists. We ask that question, why is there stigma? If you are in a marginalized community, there is reason that there has been stigma. There is reason. We have not been a safe place. So even down to the tests that psychologists use for assessing cognition, cognitive abilities, intellect, they've been normed on white people. They're inherently biased. So I just want to send that kind of caveat too, that as we talk about stigma, a lot of it has to be respected because it has damaged people, large communities. I mean, and not just racially, it's been incredibly sexist, homophobic, transphobic, and we're catching up. We're catching up, but it's slow. So making sure that those considerations are paid attention to, it's essential when trying to get help for someone. So I just wanted to throw that in there too.
It's a great point.
So important to talk about that.
Yeah, critically important. And candidly, I wish we had another 2 hours, because I'd love you to dig into that just a little bit more. And it ties so much to the panel that we did just a month ago as well. And I think that we're all sort of really working as a community at large to address some of the systemic racism and the bias that we're seeing in our society, because it's out and it's loud. And so it never even occurred to me, candidly, that something as simple as mental health might be impacted by that. I know we're almost at time, and so I think we will get responses to some of the audience questions through another format. But I want to thank our hosts, Jack and Allie. Thank you for your inspiration, for your support of the various causes that you all do through Awareness Ties. It is such a unique thing that you all do, and so vitally important. I want to thank our panel. Thank you for giving of your time tonight. our publication partner, Issue, our production partner, KNEKT TV, and to everyone that tuned in and joined us for this evening's conversation. And so before we close, I would just like to remind everybody, if you or someone you know is struggling and possibly suicidal, there is help available. Like Isabella said, talk to somebody. You can call 1-800-273-8255. You know, we all need to stick in this together and help each other along. So thank you for joining us this evening.
One thing that I would like to mention is, you know, just again from Jack and I to say thank you so much. Thank you, Lisa, for moderating this. Thank you, Isabella, Johnny, Jenny. Thank you for, again, giving of your time. We do want to say, when we talk about awareness and raising awareness, that is not the end point, but rather that's where we start. Exactly. So when we look at action we can take on our website, on this Mental Health Talks page, we have a few different actions people can take. You can read an incredible book called Your Therapist is Anxious Too, which is a fabulous way to brilliantly, beautifully explore what is going on. We have a couple of different organizations. You know, we have, I mean, so you can read, you can sip. There is fabulous coffee, like I've gone on about, you know, Sip of Hope. So yes, it's a coffee shop, but yes, it's also, there's coffee that you can purchase online. 100% of the proceeds goes to fund the programming that's needed for the education we so desperately need. Beyond that, there is hope for the day. You know, and so, you know, so an organization you can support. So you can support an organization, you can read a book, you can sip some coffee. I mean, these are all different ways that you can get involved. There are everyday things that we can do to help other people and on their journeys. And so, again, we can't thank you enough.
We're here for you.
You know, all of you for sharing your personal stories. You are near and dear to us and to our Awareness Ties family. Thank you so much for this. And
please watch Isabella's movie on Disney+.
I'm so stoked to go watch it, actually.
There's a nice twist to it.
There is a nice twist.
I just want to say to you guys, thank you for letting us talk and share these stories, because like I said, I think before we started, if I can help if we can help just at least one person know that they're not alone and that we all experience these things, then we've done our job, and that's fantastic. So thank you for giving us the platform to be able to talk about these things, because it's important about starting that conversation.
Well, thank you so much. This is one conversation to start many others. So let the conversations begin. Yes.
Looking forward to it.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is no time to engage in the luxury of cooling off or to take the tranquilizing drug of gradualism.
Hey everyone, welcome to A New World, New Mind. Today we have an amazing human that's joining us, Mike Diamond. Can't wait to get him on here, but he is an author, speaker, and a life coach. And he's also the creator of the brand Conscious Outlaw. So we are gonna have a great conversation about what's really going on, how to be mindful, empathetic, how to get through everything that we're going through. So Mike, welcome.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Good.
So excited to have you. We're going to have some serious conversations, but I wanted you to go ahead and expand on like everything that you do, your author, your book, like for our listeners to kind of get a background of you.
So I wrote the book 7 Steps to an Unbreakable Mindset. It came out a little over a year ago.
Okay.
And then the reason I wrote it, it's a mindfulness-based book on my personal experience in sobriety and life. And it was a simple book, 150 pages, because I didn't want people to get overwhelmed with lots of tools of how to, the first step in it talks about managing our fear. And especially right now, where we have a lot of uncertainty and fear.
Absolutely do.
You know what I mean? So people talk about stress management. I don't like to talk about stress management. I believe fear triggers stress.
Correct.
Right? So people say, oh, well, Americans, the stress is through the roof. Well, hold on. What are they afraid of?
Valid point.
So the first step in the first step in the book, I do a technique called the STOP method. And it's a very simple method. When you feel disturbed, when you feel anxiety or you feel fear, you simply just stop. Then the second thing you do is take a breath. And it's been proven if you breathe diaphragmatically, not hyperventilate.
Right.
You know, the Navy SEALs use box breathing, which is in for 4, hold for 4, out for 4, hold for 4. A minimum of 10 breaths like that diaphragmatically will take you out of your sympathetic nervous system, which is fight, flight, and freeze.
Correct.
And out of the primitive part of your brain, your amygdala. And it'll shift you back into your prefrontal cortex where you make your executive decisions.
That's awesome.
Right? So you stop, you take a breath. Then you observe. When we're ever disturbed, when we have fear, when we have stress or anxiety, we're either afraid we're not going to get what we want, we're going to lose what we have have guilt and shame for something we've done in the past, or we're worried about the future.
Which is a lot what's happening right now. Everybody's worried about this unknown world. And especially now, we were just coming out of the pandemic, and now we're like seeing a whole nother thing happening, and it's just creating these waves of uncertainty. And I think everyone is causing anxiety and panic. I've had a lot of people call me with their anxiety levels or not experiencing anxiety before and now having it. So I think it's huge to kind of figure out and talk about how to get through what we're dealing with and how to kind of calm down, refocus, be logical. There's a lot of emotions running around right now. So many emotionally set people. So I think that's why it was so great to have you, because, you know, your whole brand and everything that you believe in is about, you know, centering yourself and kind of getting through things like this. So I think
times like this, it's a cyclical reset. This is not the first time that I look back. I'll be honest with you. This is a good time for me.
Right.
And I'll tell you why. I don't look at why it's happening. I look at how I can be of service and how I can grow from the experience. Okay? Because if in life we know who we truly are,
right,
when we face adversity. And in life, if we feel we're never going to experience loss, that's called optimistic delusion.
100%. 100%. Yeah.
So, you know, in life, look, the basic thing, the basic of basic is this. We are spirits having a human experience.
Yeah.
We don't take this body home. So if you can't get into that reality, knowing, that's why they say you never find a moving van or a U-Haul truck behind a hearse at a funeral. You take nothing with you.
No, absolutely nothing. Right.
So what are you valuing? And why?
That's very true. Well, I think people are faced with that the most right now because the pandemic forced us into that. And realizing what kind of life we were living before.
Right.
What were you spending your time doing? Right. I tell that, like, that's what we talk about here. Is we're always asking, what are you doing during this hard time? What have you been doing since? What are you fulfilling your life with? And are you reflecting on the things that you were doing before? Because I feel like a lot of that fear, which stems to anxiety and panic, is because you're acknowledging that the life you were living before is not necessarily the best. Right.
Okay. Absolutely. So look at it like this, right? So under stress, every human being, right, operates very simply. Some people are passive. Some people are reflective. Some people, the reflective people then take action, and some people are aggressive.
Right.
Okay? Everyone sorts like that under pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in prior experience, if you've been, say, put in a situation where everyone protects you from reality, the reality of death, the reality of pain, the reality of loss.
Right.
When you're faced with this uncertainty, you haven't the training and resilience and grit to understand it, how to take this information, process it, sit in it, and then move forward.
Which is probably why people are having a hard time moving forward and getting through this. Because I know everybody's like, well, what now? How do we heal from this? And I think that's the biggest question. We've experienced so much within the last 6 months. I mean, half the year's gone. And I feel like we've all just been sitting here and life is already precious. Like we spoke about this, time is a huge thing in some of our lives, right? Some people use it better than others. But I think that's the biggest thing we're seeing is the year's half gone and they don't know how to get past all the trauma and all the like uncertainty. So I think it's, how would you go about giving people advice about that? Like, what do you say about healing and how to get through, you know, because a lot of people either are going to choose to be enlightened right now and figure it out. But there's a lot of people who are just so filled with emotion, it blackens out. Like you can't see what's in front of you because your emotions are too powerful.
Certain things are needs and wants.
Correct.
A need is not a want. You may need transportation, right? But you want the BMW. You don't need the BMW, right?
You just need the car. Yeah.
Right. Think about it. You could have a 10-bedroom house and you live alone with your wife and you're in debt. Well, why do you have a 10-bedroom house, right? Why do you have 70 pairs of shoes, right? So you have the wants to feel better and the status builds the oxytocin because you're not getting the oxytocin in an empowering way. You're not getting it from community because every human being is looking for a dose, DOSE, dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin, and endorphin.
Oh, wow.
Are you getting it disempowering or are you getting it empowering?
That's a good one,
so
Mike.
For years, I did cocaine, right? Because I did the dose, and it's the most powerful stimulant to spike dopamine receptors. Now, let's look at it like this. Every human being is looking to gain pleasure and avoid pain.
100%.
Okay?
Yeah.
Right? So if you know your daily rituals and you go inside yourself and you can simplify your needs and wants.
Right.
And then set up the daily habits because we know neurons that fire together wire together.
Yes.
It becomes an unconscious behavior. And we all know there's two ways that people have it. We all know what we want to avoid. We want to avoid being sick. We all want to avoid being homeless, right?
Right.
That's called away motivation. We want to move away from that. Well, what's pulling you forward?
Interesting.
You have to have away motivation and you have to have forward motivation. So the problem is people don't have targets to hit. And what we focus on expands. Law of attraction.
Right. Absolutely.
You focus on the negative all day, what happens?
It's negative. That's all you see.
That's it.
Right.
So you have to expand that, your map of reality, by gathering information and then realizing it's not called post-traumatic stress, it's called post-traumatic growth. You grow from the appropriate stress.
I like that. Well, yeah, you see it with your experiences and my experience. You have a choice in the matter. And the same thing that's happening right now, you have a choice. With the pandemic and everything else, you can let it consume you and ruin your life.
Or
come out of it and grow from it. Like before, death was not a thing for me, right? I've never experienced it like that. And now I'm like, it's like putting goggles on for the first time or you know, seeing through glasses for the first time. And it's just like, oh my gosh, like this is a whole different world, you know? But I think that that's the problem is a lot of people taking the time to get them know themselves because we grow as kids to adults. And I think a lot of people hold on to their childhood instead of reflecting and looking at it like a book and just reading the first chapter and then based on that, creating a new chapter. They just hold on to it. And I always, you know, it's funny because we see that a lot in the dating world. You know, my mom always said, if a guy talks about his past, that's not someone you want to date because they're still living in the past. A person who talks about the present and the future have absorbed their past as children, they've accepted it and they've moved on and grown from it. And it always stuck with me that she said that because I was like, that's interesting. It's true. And I see it more and more. with the pandemic and everything, I think people are now going to hold on to this, you know, tightly, and instead of growing from it and using it as a powerful tool to continue and never let that happen again to them, you know, or the situation that they were put in.
You just nailed a perfect thing. So let's look at it like this. Right now, up until this point, you and I have manifested our reality by how we choose to think, feel, and act.
Correct.
Right? So we are sitting here right now. Yesterday is done.
Right.
So if I turned around to you and said, what's the worst movie you ever saw in your life? What's something you hate? A movie that you would just, that sucks. Do you not have a movie?
No. I mean, like any scary movie, I guess.
Perfect. If I told you to watch Saw every day for hours, what would you say?
Hell no.
Okay. So why would you take a memory from the past, which is just a movie, and play it and ruminate over and over again?
That's a good one. Yes. That's true. Well, it's the same thing with, like, you know, the nightmare of what happened with my brother. It's like, you can relive it, right? Or you can just, like, I literally don't even think about it. And I think that was the problem too, is like, the more people talk about their problems, like I'm a firm believer in getting things out, but I actually don't, I'm a firm believer too of just reflecting on your own and being your own therapist and kind of figuring out how it made you feel, why it made you feel that way, what you're going to do about it, or if you're going to dwell, and moving forward.
Teddy Atlas has a great saying to his fighters. And he says this one thing. He says, the fire is coming. Are you a firefighter?
It's so interesting. It's so true, because even in scary movies, I was always using that as an example right now. I'm like, are you the person in the movies that makes it? Or are you the person that dies? Like, which one are you? Because right now, that's kind of what you're seeing. You know?
Well, how's this? Everyone wants a trophy for walking out of a burning building, right?
Right.
Everyone wants to pat themselves on the back for showing up from 9 to 5.
Correct.
Everyone wants to get paid $1 million. You showed up you did the basic minimum, and you expect to be, no, you did not. You just showed up.
Right.
Right. And who's going into the belly of the beast?
Right. Yeah.
You know what I love? There's 3 things that people don't understand. If you can master these 3, you can succeed. Time, money, and resources.
Absolutely.
Right?
Right.
24 hours in the day, what do you do with it? I squeeze every minute and bring value to that time, right? Money. Don't worry about money. Bring value, you create money. Resources, be resourceful.
I love that.
You want to go run a marathon? I don't have shoes. Run it barefoot. Go out and run it. You want to work out? Start doing squats in the house.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Stop making excuses.
Right. Yeah, no, absolutely. Absolutely. I know when everybody was complaining about being at home, I'm like, you have internet, you have air conditioning, you have food, like you have Postmates. Like, what are you upset about? You don't even have to go get
You know what I'm saying?
And the thing is guys, for those listening, like, it is true, because I think that we're so consumed by thinking that value comes from social media or like how other people perceive you. But I think the only person that matters is how you perceive yourself. And when you don't have an identity, right? If you don't know who you are and you don't know what you stand for, if you don't have purpose, and you can't just sit at home and do what you need to do to be a better person, be resourceful, like you said, use the internet, learn a new language. I mean, do anything.
All right. So I always say, first of all, you keep it small, okay? And you chunk down. But you have to have something that you see in front of you. So the problem is people don't have a target.
Right.
Right? You can only hit a target you see.
Right. Yeah. Oh, that's good.
Right?
That's a very good point.
Exactly. This is why I don't believe in passion. I believe in purpose.
Yes.
Athletes have passion, say, for example, they go out and play a sport. Right? They identify the sport as their driver. They leave the sport, what happens? They're lost.
They're lost. I don't
have a life after football. I don't have a life after golf. Because you're playing with passion. Passion's a feeling. Purpose is not a feeling. Purpose is glue. Purpose keeps things together when the hurricanes of life show up.
Absolutely.
Right? So if you have purpose, the purpose is not about you. The purpose is about bringing service to another human being.
Absolutely.
So there's a great story years ago that I read, and it said there was 3 guys working, and the one guy was they're working on a building, and the one guy said, goes over, I'm laying bricks. He's like, okay, goes over to the next guy, goes, I'm building a wall, goes over to the third guy, he says, I'm building a cathedral. So the moral of the story goes is the first guy had a job, the second guy had a career, the third guy was building a cathedral, he had a calling. I don't agree with that story in this way. I don't think it's about the cathedral. So I flip it, and it pisses people off. And I go, there's 3 guys working on a cathedral. Guy goes over to the first guy, what are you doing? I'm laying bricks. It's my job. I'm a bricklayer. Goes over to the second guy. What are you doing? I'm laying bricks. It's my career. Goes over to the third guy. I'm laying bricks. It's my calling. Whether I'm building a cathedral or building a barn, my calling is to build and bring service and value to others.
Oh, I love that. Yes, absolutely. Right.
So here's 3 things that I wake up with. How can I inspire? How can I educate? How can I motivate?
Absolutely.
If I stick to those 3 all day, whether it's a pandemic, whether it's a sunny day, whether it's snowing, wherever I am in the world.
Right. No matter what's happening.
I can always find a way to inspire, educate, and motivate.
That's so true. And everybody who's listening, I hope you write that down. Like, that is key to life because, you know, we were all put on earth for a purpose. And I think we have to, like you said, you know, we're spirits in a body. We don't take anything with us. So what else do you have to offer? The nice car, the nice house, that's great and comfortable. But what are you helping other people doing? You know?
You know, it's great to have money.
Absolutely.
We all want money. But if your focus is just to make money and that money is, you know, hurting people, harming people, bringing people down, what's the purpose of it?
Yeah.
If you can't bring value to people, look, everyone is trying to find their potential. That's it, live their potential. And Maslow said only 3% of human beings self-actualize and reach their potential. Okay? So I believe if you have the right daily rituals, if you're prepared to do the meditations, prepared to do the inventory, get the right direct and indirect mentors. A direct mentor would be calling me and you. An indirect would be observing someone else that's made empowering choices, looking at their blueprint, then being an autodidact and doing it yourself, right?
Absolutely.
And you are willing to pay the price because successful people do the work no matter how they feel. Unsuccessful people only do the work when they feel good and they feel right. You're never going to feel good and you're never going to feel right.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, Mike, run me through, your practices or how does your daily, how did you get yourself out of, what you were experiencing? How did you start? Did you just one day wake up and were like, I need to change my life? And just started observing people, or how did you get out of, your situation?
What you mean when I got sober or
when you started helping yourself?
I was very lucky. When I owned a bar with Scott Weiland, there was 4 guys that were 14 years sober that would come to the bar. And I had an epiphany. I was friends with Scott and I could see his wife and kids were, they were having conflicts. And here I am shooting a TV show with the biggest rock star in the world, living a debaucherous life. And I just sat for a second and said, okay, where am I going to be in 10 years from now? And I'm like, I'm a kid from Perth. I'm in New York City. And I think I need to stop the drinking and drugs. So I just went over to a friend of mine that was sober. No one told me to stop. I was doing an 8 ball of cocaine a day and drinking a bowl of vodka. I mean, I was literally destroying myself.
Yeah.
And I would get up the next day. I never asked for help. I would work all day, go to the gym. I just functioned like that. And he said, okay, I'll tell you what to do. Don't question me. I'm like, okay. So he literally said, go to meetings, but you have to go to meetings the way you use. So the one good thing about me being an addict and I will go back to say Robert Downey Jr. Robert Downey Jr. went from crackhead to Iron Man.
Right. He did.
So it's where you place your energy, right? Where you place it, it expands. So I was like, I am going to be the most sober, obsessed person in the world. I did 3 meetings a day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I read voraciously. I took massive service, commitments. I went to meetings. I sponsored. I did everything. And I was so hardcore about the cause and doing the right thing that it just, look, information in, information out.
Right, correct.
So if I just keep feeding myself correctly with the right information,
then you're like,
change.
Yeah, absolutely.
If I get up and I had a very clear picture of what I wanted and how I was going to get it.
So you had your target, is what the biggest.
I only focused on people that would. If I literally look, I ran 30 half marathons in 30 days after stomach surgery, and I was told I would never run again. I lost 7 inches off my intestines and went into septic shock. And I was told I would never, ever, ever run again. The doctor told me when my appendix burst 3 years ago, he said, look, you're 50-50. It was my birthday. It's literally 3 years ago in a couple of weeks. And my wife comes in, we're having a baby boy. I get rushed to the hospital. And I said, don't take my colon out. He goes, you're going to die. I've got ulcerative colitis, which I heal myself naturally. And he said, your colon is rotten. It's done. It's sepsis. You're done. Half your body's full of toxins and poison.
Right.
Do me a favor. I've got no ego. Please keep my colon. Please. I don't want to have a bag.
No, yeah.
If my life is on the line, take it out. If my life isn't on the line, you get me through the surgery. Leave me with that. He gave me 6 weeks. Now, I can only took a certain amount of Norco because I'm a drug addict, recovered, right? So I had to be careful getting out. I'd lost 50 pounds. Right? I was emaciated. Then the baby came 7 weeks premature.
Oh my gosh.
So what did I do? I'm going to do this. This is it. The rubber has to hit the road. And I kept saying, this is good. I can't wait to tell this story in 2 years from now. That's where my motivation went. So I watched a woman on a video. She ran 100 miles. I'm like, that's the greatest thing I've ever seen. How did she do that? Then I went back and I found out she wasn't a long-distance runner. I was never ran a distance race, right? And I believe in this. Jump in the water and get wet and figure it out.
Yeah.
So the next day I said to my wife, I'm going to go push our son a half marathon. She's like, what, you've never run one? I said, yeah, I'm just going to go find a race and I'm just going to commit to it. I found a race. It was like 16 weeks later. I entered the half marathon. And something went off in my brain, and I said, I'm going to find a cause. I found this little girl, Layla, and I attempted a Guinness World Record, which was 20, and I ran 30 half marathons in 30 days in August with a hernia.
Oh, my God, Mike. That's insane. Wow.
Went to the doctor with the hernia. It was a massive hernia, and he said, you'll never do it. It's impossible to run 100 miles a week with a hernia. You'll strangulate it and die. And I'm like, no, I'll get through it. And all my wife said is like, can you really do this? I'm like, yeah, don't worry about it. I'll get it done. And I got it done. And I went to work every day.
See, I think that's the thing about your mind. It's so powerful, that you can even overcome the body, like what you were saying. You were like, no, I'm going to do it. And you had no doubt in your mind. And then your body adjusted accordingly, apparently. But are you okay now?
Yeah, this morning I ran 6 miles and did a 30-mile bike ride just to do it. People leave so much on the table because the information they get is incorrect. Right. All the people that told me that I was going to fail when I was a kid, you know what I was just waiting for? Time. I was like, you're so wrong.
Yeah.
You're basing my life on me getting kicked out of school.
Correct.
Guess what? They buy my books now.
I can relate to that. Growing up in a small town with brothers who were troublemakers, I was always looked at like that. I was prejudged my whole entire life. I had parents who bullied me, not kids. It was insane. And I couldn't.
Yeah, my parents unfortunately didn't know how to handle my personality.
Yeah. Well, it's hard.
I'm just going to do it. look, it's like this. The train's coming. You either jump on board or you get run over.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And in this world now that we're seeing, man, it's not only, it's a tough world that we're walking into, worse than it was before. So I feel like, yeah, that's just, if you don't know how to adapt, and you're going to get run over, just like you said, right?
Well, here's the best thing. The good thing about this pandemic has done this. Under stress, we find out who people really are.
Oh my gosh. I think all of us can agree on this right now. How many I have unfollowed, unfriended, I have done all the things more than I ever have in my entire life. But it's only because, like, you know, you've been hanging out with people for 10 plus years or 3 years or 2 years, and you were never put in a situation, especially living in Los Angeles. You're not put in these situations. You just are socially friends, right? All of a sudden, we're starting to see what people really believe, the stupidity that they say sometimes, or like, it's a very different, it's an awakening, to be honest with you, because you are what you hang out with, and you're seeing this, you know, change of pace with everyone, and it's just interesting to kind of sit back and be like, what's happening here right now? But yeah, it's like, you almost have to mind your own business. You're like, okay, I'm just gonna ghost this human. Like, you can't even see.
It's like, you know, you see people do things, and you go, I just say, I get curious now.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm like, that's really interesting.
Yeah. I mean, the behaviors, you're watching the behaviors, and honestly, ethics and morals as well is huge for me. So when I see someone not being empathetic or ethically, like, if I'm not, and it's not that if you don't match with me on ethic, I don't talk to you. It's more the fact that just the respect. You're seeing how people don't respect each other or respect each other. And I think it's just interesting. But yeah, like you said, I'm telling you, I'm kicking back being like, what is happening? Who are you people? I know.
You know what I find very interesting is that the lack, I guess it's when you've been beaten, when you've been bullied, I don't think you can be successful unless you faced adversity.
Completely. Yeah.
If you've been, like, you know, carried and babied, you know, that's why, you know, this whole, I mean, my wife got upset with me one day, and I was like, I laughed about it. And I said, if Orlando, I was a good athlete as a kid, I'm a good athlete. You know, if there's a running race and he comes 8th, top 3 get top 3. 8th doesn't get an award. No. I was like, that's not what it is. She goes, why? And I go, well, if he wants to keep running, he has to realize there were 7 other kids faster than him. Don't complain, train harder and be better, or just don't do it if you want to do it. But enjoy it. Just enjoy. There's no comparison. But if you're going to put yourself in the race, and what happens is people come out of a college with no experience, and they're delusional because they watch these influencers making $10,000 a minute to post some bullshit, and they're like, why aren't I making $300,000 a year? And I'm like, well, what value do you bring to make $300,000 a year? Well, I went to college, and you have 0 experience. What is your experience in life? Have you lost a business? Have you made money? Can you create out of nothing? Are you resourceful? How do you manage your time?
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Time at
the table. And that's why people struggle now, because people have been fed information that's incorrect.
Well, and they're comparing themselves. A lot of the people that I sponsor that were suicidal or come to me and say, I'm overwhelmed, I'm in a hole, I don't know how to get out of it. It's mainly because they compare themselves to these people that are unrealistic on social media. And I have to be very honest with them. I'm like, what you're seeing, these people have adjusted their lives to make you see that. So it's interesting because, you know, one of the girls, she was like, I just want to be traveling and doing all these things. I was like, yes, but you can travel on your own. You don't have to be an influencer to travel. I mean, the way they travel is a little different, but, you know, you need a goal, you need to make money, you need to spend time and get yourself to go to those places. But it's just interesting seeing that most of the depression that I have with the people that I work with, it's from comparing themselves and social media and unrealistic goals. They just want instant fame, instant money, instant this. And I'm like, the people who have most of the money have lost a job, like you said. They've lost jobs, they've lost companies, they've gotten themselves back out of a hole that they were in. They've always adapted to the situation and learned from their mistakes. I used to flip businesses when they were about to fail. I'd go in and fix it to be profitable. So I see more of what you shouldn't do than you should, right? And it's the same thing with your life. If you are constantly comparing instead of flipping your own life and making it possible, you know, of course you're going to feel depressed all the time and frustrated because unrealistic goals are being set.
Well, I think you just nailed it. And I think the biggest lesson I learned was when I was in New York City and I was partners with a lot of rock stars and around a lot of famous people. And when I started to realize that the fame, the money, the sex, the cocaine does not make you happy.
Right.
And you can't get happy from the in. It doesn't matter externally what you have, you're done.
Right.
And I realized once I started to do the inner work to really figure out, what do I really need? Not want, what do I need?
Right.
You know, I can survive. I remember when I was in New York City, someone grabbed me in the middle of the street and I had a really big pit bull, and I used to go to this park in the East Village. It was back in 1998. So it was a bit sketchy. It was on Alphabet City. And big dude, big Spanish dude. And he's like, dude, what are you doing down here? And I'm like, I'm going to do pull-ups over there. And he heard my accent. He's like, oh, where are you from? I said, Australia. I'm like, okay. He didn't say anything. And then I started working out in the park, doing pull-ups. And I realized it was all Latin kings, again, that pretty much ran this park. But I'm mixed race, so they didn't bother me. So they were cool with me.
Right.
I would train in that park, summer, winter, in the snow. It didn't matter. I lived in that park. And someone said to me one day, why do you train in the park? And I had a lot of club jobs. I said, I need to save the money. Like, well, I don't want a gym membership. This keeps it real for me. I'll train in the park. I could discipline myself to do whatever it took to exercise and get it done. Okay? Doesn't have to be fancy. Because I needed fitness, needed health,
right,
but I didn't go to the gym. Right? Even now, when the baby came, I set everything up in the garage. I pushed the baby 2,000 miles in a stroller.
That's crazy.
I got free carriages, baby carriages, because I was doing pull-ups with the baby, that people were sending me carriages to post. I still do pull-ups with the baby. And you know what my brain says? Do you know how strong I'm going to be? And then what I do, if I am ever stuck or getting a comparison, you get an indirect mentor. So one of my greatest indirect mentors is Viktor Frankl. Viktor Frankl created positive psychology in a concentration camp.
Wow.
Now, Man's Search for Meaning is one of the greatest books written. Because if a human being, now if you and I were in prison, that sucks. But a jail is not like a concentration camp.
No.
There's rules in a jail. There's no rules when Hitler's running a concentration camp.
Right.
If that man can create positive psychology in a concentration camp, then what I do is if I'm feeling stressed, I go, what would Viktor Frankl do?
I love that. Absolutely.
Does that make sense?
I think more people need
that. Mentor. That's going outside yourself and saying, that guy's now someone I want to emulate. That guy is someone that I want to be like.
Absolutely.
That's what we lack in society. Their indirect mentors are some goose posting a picture that you're like, what are you even posting? Or someone smashing someone's head in thinking it's funny.
Right.
That we lack emotional, social intelligence right now.
100%. It's so unfortunate. And it's true. Especially, and, just like you said, working out at the gym. When the pandemic happened, everybody was complaining about, what were they going to do? But it's like, you could, like you said, do push-ups on, like I saw one girl using a couch as a bench press. And I was like, that's creative. Like she literally was using her home as a gym with anything she had. And I thought, the possibilities are endless when you're at your house. You can do anything you want. You know what I mean? So, wow, that's great. I think more people, especially the ones listening, we need indirect mentors for sure that are not influencers.
No, you need indirect mentor, and you need people that are honest. Look, I'll be honest with you. I get up at 4 a.m. Some mornings it's a great morning. Some mornings it sucks. But you know what I do is I know the process. I do breath work. I do manifestations. I work out, and I know at 4 I may feel like crap, but by 7 I'm going to feel great. I'm going to look back and go, look what I accomplished when most people won't get out of bed.
Or sleeping.
Yeah. I've got the jump on you.
Yeah.
24 hours a day, I've already got the jump. I'm already going. I've already got ideas. I'm already creating. I'm texting people. I'm making plans. I'm putting things in motion. And people go, how do you get so much done? I go, well, guess what? It's pretty simple. I get it done.
Right. You get up and do it. Yeah, absolutely. I know there's no excuses with all the technology, all the things that we have now. There's really no excuse because your phone is literally has all the resources that you need. I mean, even Kent was sharing the library, the app about you can, have any book you want. It's just, I think it's just the laziness that's grown. The amount of time people spend on social media, literally sitting for hours, just scrolling. If you think about that, and it's funny when you mentioned happiness, there was this, a case study that I read. A lot of people who were large that lost weight, they based their happiness on them being skinny. And then when they got skinny, they weren't happy because they were chasing this unrealistic happiness and that doesn't exist. So the depression in people who've lost weight is higher. Their mental health is worse because everybody's chasing this high of happiness that doesn't exist. You create happiness, whether you're in your home in a pandemic, whether you're outside. I mean, it doesn't matter. Like you said, no matter where you're at, you know what you're going to do, how you're going to do it. So it's interesting to see when you read about this, or people who won the lottery. People who win the lottery they're worse off with all the money that they've gained, So,
well, external security doesn't build happiness.
No.
Except that it's not, it has no value because it's just the value we put on it.
Right.
You know
right.
what I mean? Like, to me, it's like, look, someone says to me, I want to lose 50 pounds. I'm like, great. I ask this, why?
Correct.
Have you lost 50 pounds before? Do you know what you're going to feel like losing 50 pounds? Where'd that number come from? That's like if someone says to me, I want to make $1 million. I'll be happy. I'm like, okay, why $1 million?
Yeah, where did that number come from?
Well, I thought $1 million. I'm like, where'd you get that from? You know what I'm saying? So you've got to know the why, the purpose.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? Because then people lose things, but did they really lose them? It's just something that you've put value on.
Right.
For status.
For status, correct. For status.
You know what I'm saying? And you're valuing your status on the opinion of others.
Unfortunately, yes. Unfortunately.
What do people's opinions really matter?
They actually really don't. They're just they're actually a distraction from the things that we need to get done, to be honest.
But think about this. If there's 24 hours a day, if you really value your time and you spent, say, 20 minutes a day scrolling through Instagram stories of stupidity, 2 sevens, what's that, 14, that's what is 140 minutes a week. Add that up over a month, add that up over a year. I say to people, what do you value your time at?
Wow.
Right now, it's very simple. Life is short in the body, and there's 2 types of people in the world. There's engines and anchors. Yeah. An engine is a driver, an anchor is going to sink you.
Good.
You got to find engines.
Yeah.
People that'll put air in your tires, put wind in your sails, right? People that go out of their way to lift you. And this is a really important thing that people have to remember. People say, why do you always respond? Why are you so nice? And I say, I'll tell you why. 30 years ago, I had a neighbor in New York, in Australia, and I was going through a rough time. And I was either going to take my own life or take someone else's life. From the bullying, I got kicked out of school, went to this other school, and I was having a rough time. And my neighbor saw me, and she was an American lady, really sweet. And she looked at me and gave me a little wink and a hug. And she said, I'm telling you right now, this will not matter in 20 years from now. Just find your way through it. You're way ahead of your time. She just planted that one seed. I got in touch with an old friend of mine about 4 weeks ago. I hadn't spoken to in 30 years on Facebook. her name came up, and I sent her a message. And I said, do you still speak to Judy? Her name's Judy. She goes, I do. Judy then found me and sent me a message. I'm so proud of you. I knew you'd do all this stuff. And I said to her, you probably don't remember the impact you had on me, but 30 years ago, you pulled me aside, you gave me a wink, you hugged me, you smiled, and, you told me it's going to be okay, you wait before your time. She goes, I remember the exact time and the day, and I was waiting for this moment.
Oh, my gosh.
That's why you have to be a good person to people.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Because you don't know the impact you can have on someone by just smiling, by throwing them a wink, by telling them they're going to be okay.
Right.
And right now, we have to be good people.
Absolutely.
You can shift someone's life. I had a TV show called Bondi Inc. And this girl was watching the show. I check all my direct messages on Instagram. And she sent me and said, you probably will not read this, but I want to take my life. I responded straight away. I said, sweetie, don't take your life. I sent her a number for a suicide hotline, okay? I said, ring these people right now, okay? They are professionals, okay? I'm a sober coach and that, but ring these people right now. She said, could you help me with my sobriety? I said, yes, just contact me every day. I'll give you things to do. Okay, just check in with me every day. She had too much anxiety to go to physical meetings, like just a lot of stress and trauma.
Yeah, you're in that situation, right?
I said, no problem. Contact me every day. She's a year sober now.
Wow.
And I learned that lesson from a guy called Jim Carroll, and he was called the Angel of the Gap. He used to live in an area of Australia that was called the Gap. And what happened is there was this cliff that people would jump off and kill themselves. He saved over 300 people's lives by walking out and saying to people, hey, look, I know you want to kill yourself, but before you jump, would you like to come in for a cup of coffee or a cup of tea and have just a couple of cookies with me and let's chat for 20 minutes? Over 300 people he saved just by having a conversation.
And by the way, before we go, I wanted you to talk about your shirt and that movement. Yes. Yes, I love the name.
I created this mindfulness movement. It's an empowering, social, emotional, intelligent movement that Kent and I and my good friend Ricky, who helped me get sober, the three of us are joined forces, and we're going to build this army of positive, mindful people that will drop a dose of positivity on people, and it's just all about social and emotional intelligence. And it's nothing to do with sobriety. It's just about helping people self-actualize and reach their full potential.
I love this.
Because you are a conscious outlaw. It's like people like you, me, and I think now we have to drop the hammer, and the outlaws are going to take over, and it doesn't matter. You bring the hate, I'm going to bring more positivity.
Absolutely. Well, guys, Mike Diamond, thank you so much for coming on. Anytime you're welcome to come on and bring your wisdom. But guys, look him up on Instagram. It's Mike Diamond with Conscious Outlaw. And we'll see you next week on A New World, New Mind. Have a good time, guys.
Hi, everybody, and thank you for being here. Happy Mental Health Action Day. So welcome to our screening and panel event of Substance Presents Art and Healing in Addiction and Mental Health. I'm Alex Kaplan, your host for the evening. A huge thank you to the teams at MTV and Viacom CBS who created and pulled all this together for our global community, and to all the more than 1,300 other partners who have activated around the globe. Of Substance is privileged to be on this journey with you. And a major shout out to Kent Speakman at KNEKT.TV, our new affiliate. Kent found us last week, and because of Kent, this is being blasted out and broadcasted across all social media, as well as at KNEKT.TV. Go check it out. They're doing amazing work. It's a social impact content platform that is just extraordinary. So all that said, thanks, Kent. So we've got a fun and packed hour here for you all tonight, and we couldn't be more excited. We'll be watching an original short film and then diving into a deep and vulnerable chat with our incredible panel. There's also an exciting surprise unveiling, and at the end, we'll be sharing 3 of our favorite recent story submissions to inspire our next films. So we're so grateful to have our esteemed panel today, which includes impact artist Aida Murad, Dr. Adi Jaffe, founder of Ignited and multiple-time TEDx speaker, as well as Dr. Raghu Appasani, founder and CEO of the Minds Foundation, among many other things. So at Of Substance, we believe in the power of creative storytelling and self-expression to be incredibly healing as we discover more about ourselves and others and all that's possible. I'm Alex Kaplan, co-founder and executive director at Of Substance, where we're changing the story of addiction through short, premium mini movies you really like watching. Movies that change our stories and the stories of others to give us hope and a sense of connection. In a nutshell, we make quality, entertaining short films to help all those touched by addiction overcome the shame, blame, and stigma of substance abuse, and remind each of us that we're not crazy, we're not alone, and that others get it. We're turning immersive cinema, everything from rom-coms to thrillers, into an approachable and captivating tool for behavioral change and social impact. Our short films accelerate education, treatment, support, and deep transformation regarding addiction by engaging people in an immersive, emotional learning experience through entertainment. So after people watch our films, they let us know they finally recognize that they might have a problem and maybe are ready to ask for help. They let us know that they recognize someone else in their lives that might have a problem, or now know how to communicate and relate to those people. They let us know that after watching our films, they're more empowered to stay strong and stay sober. And that's just a few examples. So please let us know what you experience. We're built on the notion that addiction is a disease of loneliness, shame, and isolation, and the belief that if you can improve someone's sense of belonging, you can improve their mindset. So we're not in the business of creating films at all. We're a nonprofit committed to creating community and connection through the experience of making and watching immersive cinema. And being a nonprofit, we're always looking for support and contributors. So if you like what you see here today, please visit our website and watch more films, learn more, and donate. We can certainly use your help. One last thing before we dive into the film and discussion, we make our films based on true stories, your stories, and are always looking for submissions. So not only do we hope your story inspires our next film, but when it does, we invite you to be part of making it. We connect you with a film professional to script your story into our next 5-minute rom-com, and then invite friends and family to come to set and mingle with film professionals as we come together to bring your story to life and help others. We received dozens of submissions this week, and at the end of this event, we'll be sharing our top 3 favorite submissions we've recently gotten. So stay tuned. We also have another super cool surprise unveiling, so that's coming up shortly. Now, with that, Mark, my COO, is dealing with all the tech stuff today. Mark, say hi. Hi. Hi, that's Mark. Mark, let's bring out our panel. So, hi, everybody. Hey, guys. It's so good to see you.
You know, I'm loving the energy. I really need it right now at this point in the day.
Hey, man.
Seriously.
I had to take a nap and then chug some coffee so that I could be here and be here for you guys. Hi. Oh, my God. It's so good to see you. I figured the best way to get started is maybe just go around and tell everybody who you are, what you do, and why you do it. So if that sounds cool to you, Aida, do you want to give us a start?
Yeah, sounds good. I just have to say your energy is contagious. I'm an impact artist, and I say impact because all I care about is making a difference through art. I come from a completely different background, but I turned to art because I was semi-paralyzed for about 4.5 years, and I was told that I'll never walk again and never use my hands. So now I have permanent damage in my hands, and I paint only with my fingers to basically turn what was a shitty situation, excuse my French, into a beautiful one. And I create art. And all my art pieces are linked to a different charity. So not only financial, but there's a story around hopefully making a difference. So that's me.
You're amazing. Thank you, Aida. Adi, how about you?
Yeah, thank you, Aida, for that story. My name is Adi Jaffe. In the context of what we're talking about here, I'm an ex-meth addict. I was addicted to meth for about 5 or 6 years of my life back in my 20s, and ended up being able to figure out a way to turn my life around. And I've kind of dedicated the last 15 years of my life after that to trying to figure out how to help people who were stuck like I was back then, so that hopefully they don't end up with some of the same consequences that I did. I found a pretty non-traditional way to do that, and we might get to talk about some of that later. But my goal, much like Aida with the idea of impact, is to get as many people engaged, to get as many people involved, and to get away from the stigma and the shame that is typically associated with addiction struggles at all, and get people empowered into a new life that they're proud of.
Beautiful. Raghu, you want to follow us up?
I'll try my best. I mean, I'm honestly honored to be here, Alex, and all the work you're doing with Of Substance. And yes, as Alex mentioned, I'm founder and CEO of the Minds Foundation. It's a nonprofit organization working in the mental health space, really focus on increasing mental health literacy and access to care through storytelling. And we work extensively, primarily throughout India, but are expanding to other areas in the world as well. And I'm also a psychiatrist. I work at the LA County USC medical system. And addiction has been a passion of mine or interest of mine for many, many years. I started my career with addiction, actually looking at and studying anatomical and neurobiological pathways of addiction and the brain, and worked on trying to develop therapeutics for it. And I feel that, I'm sure we'll talk more about this with the panel here, the way that we treat addiction or approach addiction really needs a big paradigm shift. And I'm very passionate about it. The patient population I work with, a lot of them have comorbid addictions or primary addiction disorders. And there's a lot we can do better for them as a global society. So excited to be here.
Sir, that was beautiful. Guys, I can't believe you're all here. I remember, so it was a year ago that I met Aida and Raghu while we were already in quarantine. And I remember Raghu had a panel with the Minds, and he was like, Alex, why don't you come on right at the end and like tell us what you do? You got 2 minutes. And then I like ramble for 7 minutes because, and I can't believe 1 year later, I remember that day, I was like, maybe one day we'll have a panel with some really amazing people on it. And I was just like, 5 years out, maybe we'll do that. And 1 year later, here we are on Mental Health Action Day with you incredible people.
It's interesting, Alex. Tess just reposted that. And that was the panel on addiction with David Sheff and that whole crew. So, yeah. And
that's awesome.
Substance.
Yes. Well, guys, why don't we dive in? So you're all amazing. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you to our audience who's here. We really appreciate you being here. So I think we're ready to dive in. We're going to watch an original Of Substance film. all of us together. And then we're going to be diving into a vulnerable, fun discussion about it. And those of you who registered and are viewing this on Marquee, we want you to be involved in the conversation. So ask questions and share thoughts you have in the chat and in the questions. We have Mark standing by to relay your comments and your questions, and would love to include you in the discussion after the film. So please don't be shy. With that, Mark, you want to queuing up the traps? Here we go. Yeah.
Oh. Oh. Oh, I'm so sorry. I gotta get back to the office. I'm already late.
I was thinking about stopping home tomorrow.
Yes? Oh, Mom and Dad would love to see you. They won't believe it. In a good way.
No, I
mean,
know. I got it. Don't worry.
But this was great. It's so good to see you, Ames. You look great. You sound great. I can't even begin to tell you.
I know. Thanks, Matt.
Amy, I'm so proud of you. How far you've come. I can't even imagine how hard it must have been. Ah, you look so good. Can we do this again, ASAP?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
But get out of here.
All right, okay. Bye. Let's chat this week.
Yes,
and we'll
go.
set something. Okay.
Go.
All right. Bye.
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 Can I take this?
No, yeah, totally.
Spare the twisted if you spare the spare the no one. Spare the wine. Spare the wicked. Spare the blind. Spare the blind. Appetites are backwards, you better change course fast. A quick dry wash keeps a clean glass, where a holy rolling ocean needs a solid sail. Spared on this planet that we spin. The unfortunate redemptions at the bottom of my gin. Spare the twisted if you spare the same. Spare the one, spare the aim, spare the whiskey.
Hi, everybody. So I know you've all seen that film before. I imagine a lot of our audience hasn't, so we'd love to hear from you. But I wanted to start out with, you three are incredibly insightful brilliant people. And I just wanted to ask you a simple question. How did that make you feel?
The words that are coming to mind are giving up and, and also something that is so beyond me that I don't feel like I have control over it. And we all have those different, that thing that kind of controls us and we just submit to, whether we're having a tough moment. Mine used to be cigarettes at some point. Now it's popcorn. I didn't know popcorn could be dangerous, but it is at times. So it's just, we all have it. And I wonder, can this trapped box be expanded or not? I don't know. My mind's going so many directions.
Such a great question.
I've told you this before, Alex, but one of the first things that I feel when I watch the protagonist, the hero here, go through her struggle is remembering the times that I spent having a conversation with somebody, waking up in the morning, going about my day early on, thinking, I'm good. Today, I'm good. I got this. I don't need to fill in the blank. And then, by 1 p.m., 2, 3, somehow finding myself in the middle of using again. And it felt hopeless. I was full of anxiety and shame. And, one of our mottos at Ignited is, which is kind of the company in the online treatment program that I offer, is fuck shame. And this is such a great example of why, right? You see a person who's so proud of her achievements and so happy to connect with what seems to be maybe her brother or, somebody really close to her about her success, and then walks past the trigger and has no idea how to get away from it. Literally getting, in this case, physically trapped. And what for so many of us was an emotional, psychological, repetitive cycle that we feel scared of, we feel anxious about, but we still don't know how to leave.
It's funny. I don't think I ever told you this, but Adi and I were connected through a mutual friend who has been helping us with substance, who I let know we want to make some T-shirts that say "Fuck shame, normalize vulnerability." He was like, "Uh-oh,
yeah.
You're gonna meet Adi." Sorry, Raghu.
Yeah, your question was how do I feel, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me answer that part first, and then I'll reflect on it a bit. How do I feel? I feel tingly. I feel constricted. I feel trapped. I feel like my heart is sinking. And I feel like my thoughts are floating around, but not in a pool that's free and open, but in one that's constricted by size and form, and they're hitting each other. So it's a very visceral reaction. And I think that's the power of stories like this and actually watching it. What it reminds me of, and not to diminish the situation the protagonist is dealing with, but with me personally, and I don't know if I've ever spoken about this publicly, but it's similar reactions I get with food. And when I sort of have this battle and conflict with certain types of food that I crave in certain moments of stress or, depressive states, for example, or anxious states. And it brought me back to those sensations and feelings. And so I think that even if it's in this situation, alcohol, even if it's alcohol or something else, someone can still relate to those feelings. So I appreciate you asking that.
Thank you. I think, I'm so sorry. One sec, Aida. I think I just want to speak really quickly to Raghu. Thank you so much for being so open. And if you've
Fuck shame, right?
What shame, right? Normalize vulnerability. And that's exactly it. I mean, Adi and I have struggled with substance abuse and misuse in the past, but I don't believe that either of you have personally. And the fact that both of you so quickly related to the protagonist and the situation just speaks to our universal humanity, like everything that we share, the human condition of feeling trapped, of everything else. So I just wanted to thank you both for speaking to that. Aida, I think you had something.
Yeah, I had a couple of comments, but before I want to comment on what you just said. So for me, I have substance abuse in my family. And what was so inspiring about your films is I think I understood them a bit more. Like my own feelings of feeling trapped. Because before I'd be like, why can't you just stop drinking? Like, I'm mad because I want you to be good. And it's again something that is so beyond controls at times. Again, I can't speak for someone who's experiencing it, but I could relate to it, and that's the power of film. I wanted to comment on, I think Leonard said something about stillness, and that immediately took me to COVID times. And for me, like the modern society encourages us to be so busy and to get our worth by being busy. Like the busier you are, the more successful you are. And I call bullshit on that kind of narrative. And what I loved and hated about COVID is it took away all the distractions and gave me stillness. And I broke down so many times because I had to deal with all the shit that I was kind of escaping from. So when I think of trapped, I go back to the things that kind of had control over me. And I feel hopeful because with breakdowns and hardships and community, I've been able to get over them. And I'm sure I'm going to find new ones soon at some point. But
you know, it's so funny that you say that, because I only recently realized a lot of our language that we use, what we do is we use film, immersive cinema, and story to let everybody know that we all struggle with something, right? Like that struggle and shame are not, addiction doesn't have a monopoly on shame and struggle. Like it's part of the human condition. But something I realized just the other day is to what you're saying, Aida, is that our work is not about letting you know that everybody struggles. Instead, it's to help you feel a bit more secure and stronger by seeing that you're not alone, and then to empower you to recognize that you don't have to struggle. You don't have to choose struggle, right? Adi and I have a mutual friend who introduced us, Jay Schiffman, who has a remarkable organization and podcast called Choose Your Struggle. And I think that that's really the most powerful thing that we get to do is recognize that we don't have to be stuck in this. And just for context, everybody, Aida was responding to a comment we got from Leonard. Sometimes it's not going left or right, but holding the tensions between opposites. Staying still is often so difficult. So
Oh, I mean, that's such a big comment, right? What's happening in that moment for this protagonist is a real, she's feeling trapped, but there's anxiety and there's fear, and you can see in her head, oh no, it's here again, right? Like you can just read that in her. And one of the other viewers said, it triggered me. And I think that's, like you mentioned, Alex, that's almost part of the point. And what it brought up to me when Leonard was talking, and then I want to get the name of this person right. And then Dana, who brought up the other point where it triggered her, is the beauty of life is we actually don't get to avoid triggers. And what I learned from that, and this, Alex, we've never talked about it publicly yet, but part of my goal at Ignited, which is like an online program, is to actually bring some of Substance's material and then use it as a teaching opportunity. Because in that moment, there's discomfort, there's anxiety, there's fear, there's a feeling of powerlessness. And yet the most empowering thing a person can actually do in that moment is to recognize feeling trapped and actually sit in it and not try to run away, not try to solve it, which is one of the most uncomfortable. I can speak as somebody who struggled with addiction. That was one of the things that made me most uncomfortable. Being uncomfortable was the thing that made me run. And in this moment, it's this beautiful recognition, and she starts walking towards the bar, and we don't actually know what happened, right? So we kind of assume that we know what happened, but that's to me why this is such a teachable moment. Aida just talked about having no substance use issues, but having in her history, watching this taught her about other people. Why? Because what it showed you is the visceral, subjective, individual experience. And we've all been in a place, whether it's with an ex relationship or chocolate is my thing, Aida. So you have popcorn, I got chocolate. I have to hide my own chocolate at home, literally, right? Because once you see it, it causes this change, behavioral change in your brain that could manifest as behavior. And it's so beautiful to recognize the power we have with just rest and sitting and attention versus having to step into action.
Alex, if I may comment on this as well. I mean, amazing comments coming in, and I second everything Adrienne and Aida are saying as well. You know, one thing I want to reflect on here is that as a psychiatrist who also engages in a lot of psychotherapy, in particular, a school of psychotherapy, you know, traditionally from psychoanalysis and psychodynamic therapy, one thing that I find is societally and culturally, we're raised in a place where we are go, 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 and we're autopilot. And so it's not surprising that there's discomfort when you're sitting, and it's hard for us to sit in the middle and not to go back and forth like a ping pong ball. And a lot of the work I end up doing with patients is actually having them sit in that discomfort and having them recognize when you're sitting in that discomfort, what is it that you are feeling? And when you ask that question, what is it that you are feeling? Most often people will say what they're thinking, not what they're feeling. And so it's almost a retraining of the mind. And this is particularly more difficult when I have patients who are in their 60s or 70s or 80s or who are older and they've had decades of life where they've been programmed. And so within that state of discomfort is how we grow, right? And it's where we find freedom, to steal a quote from Viktor Frankl, right? So I just want to emphasize to people that if you can allow yourself to safely sit in those moments of discomfort and to start to learn what are the visceral and physiological feelings I'm having in my body, you can start to detect those in the future when you are triggered by something or when you're about to be triggered by something or put in a similar situation. And so from that, you grow and you develop mechanisms to help yourself when you're in future situations that are similar.
It's so, you guys are so brilliant. I'm going to sound like an idiot whenever I open my mouth. But I think what I've recognized in my journey of sobriety and just growing up and becoming an adult is most recently, especially in COVID, like you said, Aida, is that this year was this opportunity to, my wife, Katie, says we were slowed down and put in a pressure cooker all at the same time. And it was a remarkable experience for those of us who are lucky enough to have been physically healthy the entire time, to experience and explore ourselves and really be put through the running. And what I recognized over this year is that for me, it's not simply about changing habits, it's about changing my relationship to everything in my life. And so that relationship to food, but also that relationship to struggle, right? So when you recognize that you're in the discomfort, when you recognize that you are overwhelmed, it's not simply saying, by stating I'm overwhelmed, doesn't actually have to be a negative thing. We're always going to be overwhelmed. Instead, it's about changing your relationship to overwhelm. It's changing your relationship to chaos. Are you going to allow chaos to win, or are you going to own chaos and allow that to be this magical energy and fuel that inspires you? And so that's the biggest thing. I've actually just only in the past 3 months have I recognized that I mentioned this on the phone with you guys this week, I think, where if I have those days when I wake up and I am full of doubt, I can't do this, I'm not good enough, I'm not smart enough, I'm never going to make any money, like all of those things that, like, we all have those days, I believe. But I recognize that when I wake up and I have those days of doubt, when I have those days of struggle, that's just visceral and mental and fearful and emotional, it's actually, it's a sign that Eureka is coming. It means that I'm going through something where I'm actually about to have a lot of clarity around something that has not been clear to me. And so it's not that those feelings don't come. It's that, like you said, Raghu, I recognize it. And instead of saying, go away, I just have changed my relationship and my reaction to it. And so, but it's taken a lot of messing that up and doing a lot of things and a lot of feeling bad. Yeah.
Emotions are signals from our body. They should not be ignored.
Thank you, sir. With that said, we're going to continue this conversation, but we're at a very special point where we are at a surprise unveiling that we have been waiting for. So, oh my God, I can't believe it. So we have a very first for us, and we're so excited to announce a new collaboration with AIDA. AIDA will be interpreting our films into abstract paintings. It's a tremendous opportunity and experience, but excitingly, we have the very first painting to unveil today. AIDA interpreted Trapped into an original art piece, and we have it here to share with you all right now. So, Mark, if you wouldn't mind sharing that. It sucks that our mics go off. I was hoping we could all be like, oh.
That is awesome. Beautiful, beautiful.
Thank you, and it's on a door, guys. It's
Can we mount that door in my office?
Sir?
Yeah, it is
cool.
up for. I would love to talk about it. It's
Absolutely.
Alex, do you want to give an overview, or should I just dive in?
Why don't you dive in? Yeah, go for it. Tell us about the door. Tell us about the experience. Tell us.
So it's funny. I didn't realize why Trapped spoke to me so much until our conversation now. And it's because so when I was paralyzed, imagine you're fully paralyzed. It is for me my definition of being trapped. And there was one day, and I had 2 episodes. So one day when I was in college, I wanted to commit suicide. And I was like, because what the hell is like, I used to be so active and had the incredible social life, incredible work life, etc. And I was like, am I going to be stuck like this and not move? And then I don't know people's relationships with angels and things, but for me, an angel came to me in a vision, and she was like, it's not your time. So I said, okay, then let's make an agreement that I'm going to walk again and I'm going to be normal. And I just kind of, I slowly, I heard stories of minor shifts. So I moved from the mentality of, oh, I'm so trapped in my own body to, I remember one night I could only move one finger. And I was like, wow, I feel like the healthiest woman alive because I could move this finger. It's this little baby. So with that, I want to talk about the door. So I'll move the screen to here.
It's so cool.
And so it's quite tall, so you can't see the full screen. But essentially, it's 2 themes. The front, I picked a door because literally when you think of a door, you have to leave a physical space to enter a new one. You can't be in between 2 places, right? It's a choice. So when you think about symbolically, your thoughts, your words, your actions are always doors. You have infinite amount of doors. What do you think of? What do you say? How do you act? When do you reach out for help and when do you not? So I'm going to just stand up for a little bit. So can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So I painted this violet, and it looks black on the screen probably, but it's violet with a bit of red. And here you can't touch the paint. So there's glass because you experience life a little less. I don't know, looking at it, I feel trapped. But you have a handle here, so you have choices. And then even if the handle doesn't work, you have a hole. You can come up with creative ideas of how to turn around. So let me just turn around the door.
It's so beautiful. It's so cool.
So let me move the screen a little bit. So I picked this color because I was thinking of infinity. And I naturally thought of the sky, then I thought of the different blue oceans. And I put that because, again, we have infinite options of how we approach it. And there's no one option that works for everyone. It's just their choices. And then it's messy. And you see the paint is kind of splattered all over because this process is going to be messy, no matter what situation we're tackling. And accepting that beautiful chaos and seeing it as actually like a divine orchestra. And here, what's fun is you can actually touch the paint, because in this door, life is meant to be experienced. You get to experience all the colors more intimately. So that's basically it.
That's so extraordinary. That idea of just like you get to touch it because life is meant to be experienced. And when you're on the other side of the door, you are blocked off. You are your own worst enemy, just keeping yourself from experiencing life.
And one thing that is so important, sorry to add, is community. And sometimes the door's too heavy for you to push open, right? And that's why there's a handle on the other side. There's two handles, and that is purposeful. And if the handle again doesn't work, there's a hole. So, yeah.
I love that so much. And you said a line where you said that's basically it, but that's not basically it. I mean, that it's sending an infinite message to all of us. And the last piece you said about community is so powerful, that we really do need to be there for one another and help get through that.
Yeah.
And Alex, can I talk? I'm going to talk a little bit about the creative process of the song.
Yeah.
So part of my creative process is repeating a song over and over again. And I don't know how the song finds the painting. They just kind of magically find each other. So I set an intention. I watched Trapped, and then the song For Someone by U2 came up. And I'm like, you, perfect. Everyone read the lyrics. They're amazing. And I just want to read to you what came up. And that goes to the community point. So it says, if there is a light you can't always see, and there is a world we can't always be, if there's a dark, now we shouldn't doubt, and there is a light, don't let it go out. He says it much more beautifully, but, or sings it.
I'm on the verge of tears. Are you kidding me? This is such a beautiful experience.
And that's where, like, if you can't keep your light going, it's okay. Welcome someone to help you keep that flame going.
So what is your experience of expressing yourself and life through your paintings? What does that do for you? Right? I know what you're looking to communicate to others and how you're looking to put this out for others, but what's the experience like for you?
I don't know. I transcend. So I feel like I'm just a vessel for these things to come through. And I have no idea where I get my ideas. Like, if you look around the studio, each piece is completely different, but what matters is my energy and my intention. And knowing, like, one of my real fears was I'm not going to be able to come up with more ideas. Like, it's scary to be creative because what if the ideas stop? And then I called bullshit on that because I'm just a vessel. And, so my inspiration comes from films like this, comes from The Butterfly, The Orange Tree, A Conversation with Adi or Raghu.
The reason I ask is because, you and I are storytellers in different ways, right? And we have Adi and Raghu here who may not express themselves in the same way, but dealing with the people they serve, patients, like how does story and expression and self-expression and self-discovery come into your work?
I got to tell you, actually, man, it's all about stories. And
yeah,
I'm sorry to contradict you. I love you, Alex, but here's the thing, and this is actually really, really important. I think a lot of what happens in the addiction world is a representation of what happens when this goes wrong. Academics are great. Learning is very, very powerful. But if I sat here and tried to lecture you on brain changes or cognitive behavioral therapeutic concepts, your eyes, even if all the things could help you, your eyes would glaze over and you would look for the exit. Hopefully the door would look that pretty, but if it didn't, you would still open it willingly and run out. We connect to each other through stories. Now, to me, that is the power of, traditional recovery, and I'll call kind of 12-step groups and things of that nature, is for so many of us who feel shame deeply. It's one of the first times that we walk into a room, we hear one other person tell their story in a way we couldn't fathom talking about our own experience, and that makes it okay. Now, there's another element that I think is important to pay attention to, and that is sometimes we also make the mistake of believing that my story is your story, and I think that's where I need to deviate sometimes. And what I love most about my work is I get to be a vessel. If Aida is a vessel for the art, I get to be a vessel for my client. I get to bring the experience and my stories, and now having worked with over 1,000 people, their stories, and then leave all that to the side a little bit and let the person enter and tell me theirs. And if I do the best job that I can, my biases and my objections and my even desires and wishes for that person sort of disappear, and I get to absorb them as they are, because that's where shame gets released, right? The woman in the movie, the reason she was so touching to all of us, whether you thought she was relapsing when she got up, or you could see the fear, you could see the anxiety in her face, you could see that she was uncomfortable. Sometimes we live in a world that tries to point that out to the person and say to them, hey, don't you see that you're screwing up? You shouldn't do this anymore. Don't go to a bar, etc. But what she needs is understanding. What she needs is her hand held. What she needs is somebody to mirror her emotions to her, as Raghu said so eloquently, mirror her feelings, not the logical explanation of why those feelings may or may not be happening, because then you're putting your story in hers. And what you guys do, you just showcase one film, but I urge everybody to go see the other films, because they're all equally as powerful. Some are just funny and you don't want to cry and put your head under a pillow, so it's okay. Some of them are funny, some of them are weird, but they all evoke a feeling. And that's what is so powerful about them, is the stories get you to feel something. And then if you can tell a story about how that impacted you, that's how this translates, not by logical explanations.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just want to comment on that. I completely agree with you. And as someone who has spent a lot of time in academics, going through medical school and all that, it's great, right? We learned a lot. It's good. Like, we need to know that stuff. It's a foundation to something. But at the end of the day, it's about when I'm in that room with someone and they're allowing me, a complete stranger, to be a sliver in their life and in their story. I mean, that's truly an honor. And in a way, my job really feeds into my desire to be selfish and to be a character in their story. And, we have ways of treating addiction according to the textbook, but the more that we do what Adi is saying and what Aida is saying and Alex is doing with Of Substance, of actually being present to the emotions and feelings that are happening and listening to the story, and not just saying, oh, you have a 5-10 year, it's like 10-year history of alcohol use disorder, like lost their job, is homeless. All right, so what? What's the actual story? What is it that drove them there? What is it that is still an obstacle for them? What is it that's triggering them? Who's their social support? Let's start focusing on that stuff. And like this landscape of rehabs and AA, they're all great. They're for certain groups, but it's not for everyone. And we really need to transform how we're approaching this. And I think that transformation comes from having more and more people in society who might not relate at first glance to addiction and to those feelings and those visceral feelings, be able to relate through storytelling platforms like this. And so I love what you're doing with this. And I just had to get that in because it's something I'm so passionate about. And I've been through all of this academic stuff. But at the end of the day, it's about just like throwing it all to the side for a little bit and just being 110% present with the person across from you.
Dude, it's almost like you were a plant. It's almost like we rehearsed this, because honestly, like I wanted to talk about this. I wanted to talk about how like So just as Aida has interpreted Trapped and expresses herself and her experiences and work and acts as a vessel to share things through her art, what we do, we feel the same way. I think we're all here, like Adi said, yeah, dude, it was a leading question, right? Like, life is story. It's how we communicate. It's how we pass on knowledge from generation to generation, and we evolve. But it's really about encouraging people to overcome their shame and feel more vulnerable and courageous in expressing themselves, and sitting back and listening and being more open. And so something that we're working to do is we encourage our community to do the same thing that Aida's done. If you're a storyteller, tell us your story. We're always taking in new stories to inspire our next films. But we want you to feel free to respond to a film of ours, to Trapped, or to today's chat and something you heard here today, and write to us or express it creatively. Watch a film and then paint, draw, write poetry or prose, play music or sing, create a photo series or a video. Explore your own creativity inspired by Substance or films or our conversations today. And then we want you to share it with us. We want you to post on social media and tag us with a hashtag at hashtag Art of Substance, or just send it to us. We'd love to post it. The whole idea is that we're working to build a collection of inspired art made by you, by all of you, by our community, to come together in this connected world and inspire others. So please just create and express yourself and join our community, share it. And you don't have to be a professional. You just need to be a person to create something amazing. No offense, Aida. But like,
Alex, can I say something just on that? Like,
please.
Expression, a friend says, expression is the opposite of depression. So that, like, having people express themselves, again, you don't have to be professional, just express, because that really resonated with me, that it's the opposite of depression. So just wanted to say that.
And Alex, if we're all going to say one more thing, I guess, one thing is that, you said that Adrienne are not traditional storytellers, but we're all storytellers. We're all directors, producers, actors, actresses of our own. And people sometimes lose track that they actually can take charge of that script and direct that stage. And so to just encourage someone in your life who might have lost track of that and remind them.
Beautiful. So you guys, we're in the last 10 minutes. We have a couple more things that we really want to hit. So I wanted to dive in. So this piece, Aida's painting, is now on sale for purchase. It's priced at $25,000, which is amazing, and 60% of that is generously being donated to Of Substance. So know that when you buy this painting, it directly helps Of Substance help our community and everyone else. If you'd like to view the painting, we're offering virtual tours as well as in-person viewing if you're in the Los Angeles area. So we'd love to hear from you and for you to see it. So please reach out. And should this painting not sell immediately, we're exploring different ways to exhibit it and opportunities at galleries and museums to ensure that it's being seen and making impact. And the story is being told, and it's acting as the vessel it needs to act as. Now, this is only the beginning for us. Like, Aida already plans to interpret the rest of our current films into paintings, as well as some scripts that have yet to be made and future films. This is the beginning of a really exciting collaboration. Quick reminder, if you like what you've seen here today, any of it, please visit ofsubstance.org to go watch more films, learn more, and donate. 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 We certainly need the help to make more of these films and bring these films to life. So with all that said, we come to the announcement of our top 3 story submissions. We had dozens of submissions come in just this week, and just because yours is not shared right now doesn't mean we're not interested in turning your story into one of our next films in the near future. We just wanted to highlight 3 here that really caught our eye to talk about and inspire some people to think a little bit differently. So here we go. This first one is coming from someone anonymous in Philadelphia. Here we go. My dad was one of the most placid and even-keeled people I've ever met, but he had a secret, which he didn't even know was a secret. He was a functioning alcoholic. He would hide cans of cider and hard liquor around the house, under the couch, in the china cabinet, in the bathroom, etc. This was Catholic Ireland. It wasn't acknowledged for what it was hushed and excuses were made. As I got older, it affected me more. I remember one summer when I was probably 18, coming home at 3 a.m. with a few friends from a night out on the town. We came in, went to the family room, and my dad was asleep on the couch. The smell of alcohol hit us before we saw him. I was mortified. All very subtle things that piled up and impacted our childhood, all 6 of us. There was never a big finale or any type of real major event. He was a functioning alcoholic, but it was not talked about really in depth or in any meaningful kind of way. But not all alcoholics are loud and violent. This man never once raised his voice at me. He never struck me. He was a quiet drunk, which I think is part of the reason why it was never addressed. I loved my dad, and it's crazy to think how being told he had Alzheimer's was more acceptable and an easier admission to friends and family. It's unfortunate. So that's the first submission we had that really caught our eye. And the reason we think this perspective of the kind and gentle person struggling is so important to explore, because, and we really want to dive deeper into this. That's the first piece. It's lovely. Just because we're tight on time, I'm just going to speed through these next ones, so we definitely hit them. The second one, Climbing Everest, is coming from Bruce in Nashville. Bruce wrote a beautiful script about an uncle who is blackout drunk and trying to sneak into his house and quietly climb the stairs to the 2nd floor when his 5-year-old nephew comes out and watches him. They ensue in a conversation about why his Uncle Bill can't do it and why he chooses to drink. This is such an important angle for us to bring to light as much as we can, how kids witness addiction and how we talk about it. And all through an intelligently funny, dark comedy. Like, how brilliant, right? So the last one, number 3, is from Martha in Virginia. Martha has a story she always tells. She tells us all the time about going out to an office party at a restaurant, ordering a mocktail because she's sober, and when asking for a second one, saying, "That was delicious, I'll have another mocktail, please," just like that, the waiter says, "Oh, there was alcohol in that first one." She froze, as did the people seated immediately next to her, as they overheard, knowing that she had been in recovery for over 7.5 years. She stared at him in disbelief and questioned him. She told him no. She had ordered one of their alcohol-free drinks. It couldn't be. She just kept looking at him. He kept a straight face and continued to tell her it contained alcohol. After what seemed like hours to Martha, he finally broke into a smile and said, "I'm just kidding." He winked at her. She went from terrified to furious, enraged. There's much more to that story, but this is a story exploring sensitivity around people who decline a drink. The importance of educating folks about being sensitive to recovering alcoholics and anyone else who may say no, respecting their choice to not drink or not anything. One no, and that's it. So if those are our 3 favorites from today that we really wanted to highlight. If you want to help bring these stories to life because you think they would help people in your world, yourself, or society in general to move forward, we need your help. So please visit ofsubstance.org and donate so we can bring these films to life together. And if you know somebody else who might feel similarly, please share all of this. Share our films. Share Of Substance. We need your help. We're looking for all the support we can get. And that's, with 4 minutes to go, is our event. Thank you all for coming. Remember, we're always looking for stories. So to add to our collection to inspire our next films and include all of you in our journey. So please submit your stories. Email all stories to my story at ofsubstance.org. And if you'd like to learn more about Of Substance, please visit our website. Follow us on social media, watch our films, and share them with your world. They are a free resource to help. Visit aidamurad.com to view the painting of Trapped. She's already put it up. It's a remarkable website with a lot of remarkable art. But she's already made a page for the door that is just one of the coolest pages. There's so much to see because there's two sides, and it's such an immersive piece. And remember, if you're interested, it's already on sale. It's $25,000, and 60% of the proceeds go to Of Substance. If you're somebody who thinks it would be great to purchase and then put on exhibit in the museum, that would be phenomenal to share with our community. We'd love to work with you. Lastly, again, we're a nonprofit and could use your help to bring these films to life. So please visit Of Substance and ofsubstance.org and click donate. We're working to raise $20,000 in the month of May and have some more to raise. So please help. Everybody, please go check out themindsfoundation.org to see Raghu and all the remarkable work he's doing. And go check out Ignited, IGNTD.com, right? .com. Ignited.com to check out the brilliant program that Adi has created and all the remarkable work he's doing. Thank you guys, all three of you. You're tremendous. I can't believe we're here with you, and you're part of our family, and we're part of yours. We love you so much.
Alex, thank you for organizing this, and Mark as well. You know, it's truly an honor to share the stage with everyone here and to connect.
Absolutely, I second that. This has been fun. So many amazing nuggets from everybody here, and we love your work, Alex and Mark. Keep doing it.
Yeah, and I'll just say to whoever's listening that you're not alone. I know there are moments where you may feel that, but you're not. We're all somehow one big family. So thank you, Alex. Thank you, Mark. Thank you.
Nailed it. Happy Mental Health Day, everybody. And thank you all for all that you do for yourself and for each other. Much love.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.